The intern, Zhen Hao, fortuitously acquires the opulent signing-in system, which bestows rewards upon each check-in. Ding, sign-in successful. You have received a Koenigsegg hypercar. Ding, sign-in successful. You have acquired shares in the Penguin Group. Ding, sign-in successful. You have obtained a building known as the Junlin Tower. Reporter, may I inquire, what do you believe is the key to becoming a billionaire? Zhen Hao glanced at the balance on his card. Fortunately, the 1 billion was still intact. Chapter 1. The Opulent System. Rewards await with every sign-in. Hello, my dear. My mother has stated that for marriage, the betrothal gift must be 500,000. Moreover, a residence of no less than 120 square meters must be purchased in the city center, and the car should not be valued at less than 300,000. Upon answering the call, Zhen Hao felt somewhat drowsy. However, upon hearing these conditions, he remained remarkably composed. Is that all? Given our wonderful relationship, the betrothal gift should be at least 2 million. A house less than 200 square meters? That hardly qualifies as a house. It resembles a pigsty. As for the car, I would feel embarrassed to step outside without one worth around 1 million. Zhen Hao's words delighted the caller on the other end. Very well, my dear. I shall await your good news. With that, the call was terminated. Zhen Hao, meanwhile, casually tossed his phone aside. What does money truly signify? Is Zhen Hao one to lack funds? Marriage is a paramount affair. Spending a little on his beloved is inconsequential. Let be known, even if it were 1 billion, Zhen Hao would not flinch. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that this phone was found by Zhen Hao on the roadside last night, and he had no idea who that woman truly was. No more idle chatter. It is time to head to work. Zhen Hao stretched and tidied himself, preparing to depart for work. Today marks the day of his internship's formalization, where his monthly salary would increase from 2,000 to 4,500. Thus, Zhen Hao aimed to arrive early. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, it was the company. He knew he had to answer. Upon picking up, a middle-aged man's voice resonated on the line. Zhen Hao. Yes, manager. Is there something amiss? Zhen Hao felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that this early call signified a salary increase? Given the manager's call, it must be a matter of considerable importance. Zhen Hao, I am here to inform you that your 3-month internship period has concluded. However, you have not passed the company's evaluation, and therefore, you are terminated. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhen Hao felt as if struck by lightning. This must be an absurdity. How could he be dismissed? Zhen Hao had diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, completing numerous plans ahead of schedule. Manager, you must be mistaken, Zhen Hao questioned uncertainly. On the other end, Chao Degui replied with evident impatience. I have many matters to attend to. That will be all. A series of beeps followed. Zhen Hao felt certain he was being targeted. By all accounts, if an intern performed poorly, they would hardly last 3 months. Now, was he merely being utilized as free labor? Such a situation was intolerable to Zhen Hao. No, I must reclaim my dignity. Zhen Hao clenched his fists, contemplating resolutely. Ding, the opulent system has been activated. Rewards await your sign-in. Huh, what was that sound? Zhen Hao rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Please, host, commence your sign-in to receive today's rewards. Upon seeing such words, Zhen Hao regained his composure. It turned out that all of this was indeed real. Rewards could be obtained through sign-ins, and a plethora of rewards awaited him. Thus, Zhen Hao took a moment to reflect. The rewards encompassed a wide array of domains, ranging from various life skills, martial arts, culinary expertise, and wilderness survival abilities, to extravagant cars, villas, substantial company shares, and even the esteemed 36 forms of Mr. Wong and the 72 forms of Mr. Wong were included. All that transpired earlier could be deemed quite ordinary, merely Mr. Wong's 36 and 72 forms. Is it permissible for such things to exist? If Zhen Hao were to win these in a lottery, would he then be required to demonstrate them? Nevertheless, upon reflection, one must consider that without a certain level of prowess, how could one aspire to be like the neighbor, old Wong? Never mind. Let's not dwell on such matters. Let us proceed with the lottery first. Zhen Hao commenced the draw, and soon, a delightful chime resonated in his ears. On the first day of signing in, you have received a limited edition Koenigsegg sports car. What is this? A limited edition Koenigsegg? The very vehicle valued at 100 million. of which only 6 exist globally? This cannot possibly be true. Zhen Hao was taken aback. Yet, at this moment, Zhen Hao felt as though something had materialized within his pocket. A beautifully wrapped car key, adorned with the emblem of Koenigsegg. Could it be that all of this is indeed real? Even now, Zhen Hao's heart was burdened with skepticism. However, whether it was genuine or not would soon be revealed. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a throng of people gathered. They were all captivated by the spectacle. Amidst the crowd stood an exceptionally exquisite luxury car. Its dazzling exterior, aerodynamic silhouette, and bespoke tires showcased its magnificence to the fullest. One need not doubt the value of this vehicle. Merely observing the frenzied crowd surrounding it elucidates the worth it embodies. Wow, a limited edition Koenigsegg. How did it end up here? Indeed, this car is valued at 100 million. I wonder what sort of person owns it. I would love to meet them. Me too. In fact, I prefer someone a bit older, as they tend to be more caring. Standing behind, Zhen Hao nearly burst into laughter. Haha, older individuals being nurturing? Perhaps they do not share that sentiment. Being older, do they not simply meet their end sooner? At which point these women could inherit the fortunes of a wealthy benefactor. After all, a luxury car valued in the hundreds of millions suggests a considerable wealth. Yet, they were blissfully unaware that aside from this car and a mere 2,000 in savings, Zhen Hao possessed little else. Excuse me, could you please make way? Zhen Hao felt that further delays could extend indefinitely. After all, he was pressed for time. A woman with a striking appearance, exuding an air of disdain, regarded Zhen Hao with contempt. Why are you pushing? Trying to take advantage of the crowd, are you? Let me tell you, I'm not falling for your tricks. What was this? Did Zhen Hao truly appear to be trying to exploit her? I apologize, but this car is mine. Could you please step aside? He had no choice but to clarify the situation. However, the woman looked at him with revulsion. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Zhen Hao, feeling exasperated, simply pressed a button. Not far away, the Koenigsegg emitted a melodious sound. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. Unfazed by the commotion, Zhen Hao climbed into the Koenigsegg and accelerated with a surge of power, tearing away. It turned out that everything Zhen Hao had claimed was indeed true. Meanwhile, the woman who had mocked Zhen Hao was now shouting, "Dad, wait, I was wrong." Chapter 2. The man driving the luxury car seemed somewhat familiar. Inside the general manager's office of Junlin Foods, Chao Degui sat there, scrutinizing the report in his hands. To him, the performance of the interns was of no consequence. As long as he favored a candidate, they would ascend directly, although such favors invariably came at a cost. Manager, I just stepped outside, and it seems that everyone is quite dissatisfied with your recent decision. An assistant approached Chao Degui, expressing concern. However, Chao Degui merely tilted his head back, finding the situation amusing. Who is dissatisfied? Let them come to me directly. I'll pay them off to leave. Within Junlin Foods, Chao Degui wielded considerable authority. Each time new interns arrived, he would deduct a portion of their pay, deceptively labeled as a training management fee. Ultimately, all that money would find its way into Chao Degui's own pocket. Among the interns, there was one individual who irked him significantly, Zhen Hao. Previously, Chao Degui had taken a liking to a young woman, intending to pursue a romantic connection, but his plans were thwarted by the meddlesome Zhen Hao. That little brat has finally been expelled. It's better not to recruit such young troublemakers in the future, Chao Degui mused, growing increasingly agitated with each thought. However, with Zhen Hao now gone, he felt somewhat relieved. Outside the office, a large group was bustling about, managing numerous tasks daily. Among them were several young and attractive women. Sigh, I wonder how much longer I must endure this life. I truly hope a wealthy man will come along to rescue me from this misery. Lamented a woman of above-average looks. The others around her were about to engage in discussion when they noticed a limited edition Koenigsegg hypercar worth over 100 million arriving. Wow, that car is stunning. It must cost a fortune, one exclaimed. A wealthy man has arrived. Our opportunity is here. If we perform well, we could escape this drudgery. Wait a moment. That person driving the luxury car seems familiar, another remarked. What familiarity? We're not acquainted. Let us just socialize a bit and become familiar, came the retort. The women began to beautify themselves eagerly, anticipating the arrival of a benefactor who would finally grant them a way out of their laborious existence. Zhen Hao surveyed the familiar work environment. He had spent the last 3 months here, yet at this moment, he felt no sentimentality. What a jest! He had just acquired a limited edition Koenigsegg hypercar, worth more than the entire Junlin Foods could ever fetch, even if sold in its entirety. Zhen Hao's purpose for coming was simple: to repay kindness with kindness and to settle scores. Chao Degui, as his manager, had dared to dismiss him and even planned to withhold his wages. This debt was one Zhen Hao intended to settle thoroughly. Stop. Identification card. A security guard blocked Zhen Hao at the entrance. Your ID is required for entry into Wanlong Foods. Without it, you'll either lose pay or be sent back to retrieve it. Zhen Hao noticed that the guard seemed unfamiliar, a new face among the security team. Just as he was about to respond, an older man beside the guard intervened. Have you lost your mind? That man drives such an expensive car. If you ruin his prospects, we'll all be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the guard bowed repeatedly to Zhen Hao in deference. Zhen Hao was unconcerned with the sycophancy and made his way directly to Chao Degui's office. Chao Degui, come out, he called boldly, unafraid of causing a scene. Chao Degui, preoccupied with work-related matters and a flirtatious exchange with his assistant, was startled by the loud summons, nearly losing his composure. Who dares interrupt my serious business? He exclaimed, straightening his shirt as he stepped outside, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. To his astonishment, the figure before him was none other than Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Surprised, are we? Chao Degui, it matters not that you have dismissed me. What I demand is the wages I rightfully earned. Zhen Hao extended his hand toward Chao Degui. In that moment, a sudden smile spread across Chao Degui's face. The absurdity of Zhen Hao's demand struck him as utterly ludicrous. What do you think? I could refuse to pay you, and what could you possibly do about it? Chao Degui declared, resolutely determined not to disburse any wages to Zhen Hao, believing himself immune to repercussions. Yet Zhen Hao chuckled softly. In truth, after 3 months here, I cannot claim to have no attachment. If you had merely offered me a kind word, I might have acted differently. But alas, that is no longer of consequence. Chao Degui dismissed Zhen Hao's words with a scoff. I want to pay you a dime. What will you do about it? Zhen Hao smiled nonchalantly. Nothing much. I suppose I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. I've never seen such a cowardly fellow, Chao Degui mocked. However, just as Zhen Hao took a few steps away, a multitude of computers in the office suddenly crashed. Oh my goodness, why has my computer stopped responding? One exclaimed. I was just about to finalize a contract worth millions, and now it's all gone. Others lamented. Could it be a software issue? Someone needs to fix our company's software immediately. Amid the commotion, someone remarked, Isn't it true that the software we use was developed by Zhen Hao? What? The realization struck Chao Degui like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless. He recalled how Zhen Hao had been the one to facilitate numerous projects over the past 3 months, including the development of essential software. Now that Zhen Hao had departed, he could easily take everything with him. Zhen Hao, stop right there. What you're doing is illegal. Restore the computers immediately. Chapter 3. Besides being handsome, what else does he have? Restoration was utterly impossible. Such a feat was beyond reach. Zhen Hao could only enjoy cruising in his hypercar. Chao Degui intended to cheat Zhen Hao out of a mere 2,000, but Zhen Hao had instructed his friends to halt the software. The entirety of Wanlong Foods' data is stored within the confines of the computer. The potential losses could be significant, and even a sum exceeding 10 million is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chao Degui, if you dismiss me, I assure you that I will make it impossible for you to continue. With that said, Zhen Hao accelerated away in his limited edition Koenigsegg, a blur of speed. He had never encountered such a situation before, and Zhen Hao found it rather exhilarating. Since there was nothing to worry about, he decided to relish the scenery of Sioux City. Driving around leisurely, Zhen Hao was well acquainted with every blade of grass and tree in this place. Having studied and worked here, the passage of 3 months had led Zhen Hao to feel considerable growth in both his intellect and various other aspects. After all, he had already obtained a Koenigsegg on the very first day of using the sign-in system. If he continued to check in, what else could he not acquire? In any case, working was out of the question. He would never do so in this lifetime. He could only pass the time with casual sign-ins. Tianti Walking Street was typically a bustling locale. However, during the day, the crowds were sparse. A woman in her 20s, possessing above-average looks but excelling in her ability to adorn herself, was presently captivating in her allure. Beside her, a curious companion inquired, what do you think would have happened if you and Zhen Hao had ended up together back then? At this, Zhou Xiaohua scoffed. Who was she, after all? Zhen Hao was hardly a figure to be compared to her. Back in school, they were both young and naive. Now, having entered society, she understood that looks alone held little value. True worth lay in one's capabilities. The underlying reason for her disdain was that Zhou Xiaohua had once confessed her feelings to Zhen Hao, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Thus, her current sentiments were tinged with bitterness. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaohua was aware that Zhen Hao was currently interning at some obscure company, while she herself was in a different league altogether. But he is quite handsome, her friend remarked, unable to restrain herself. Yet Zhou Xiaohua remained unconvinced, feeling it necessary to enlighten her companion. Do you see that car ahead? A Mercedes worth over $1 million. That belongs to my boyfriend. Her friend was somewhat taken aback. I can't believe it. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you already have a boyfriend? She had previously fretted over the prospect of Zhou Xiaohua and Zhen Hao, but now, as it was her friend's boyfriend, she felt a duty to ensure he was worthy. Great. I want to see what kind of man your boyfriend truly is, her friend exclaimed. While Zhou Xiaohua lifted her chin proudly. Do I even need to say? My boyfriend is remarkable. He is the CEO of a company with assets exceeding 10 million. As Zhou Xiaohua spoke, her friend Feng Nen was genuinely astonished. That's incredible. I can't believe he has achieved so much at such a young age. Xiaohua, you're amazing. Congratulations on finding such an outstanding partner. Feng Nen was elated for her friend. Having initially thought that Zhou Xiaohua would succumb to despair after her failed pursuit of Zhen Hao. However, seeing her friend find such a good match was heartening. Before long, when Feng Nen caught sight of Zhou Xiaohua's boyfriend emerging, she was utterly stunned. The man, clad in a suit, radiated the aura of a successful individual. However, his age suggested he could easily be Zhou Xiaohua's father. Xiaohua, your boyfriend's age. Feng Nen hesitated to voice her thoughts, for the man appeared to be nearing 50. Yet Zhou Xiaohua remained unfazed. So what if he is older? Age brings wisdom. True. But isn't that a bit too much of an age gap? Will you truly find happiness? Feng Nen pondered, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Xiaohua, however, was quick to defend her choice. My current boyfriend is quite good. At least he has a car and a house. Should I choose Zhen Hao instead? He is young and has nothing. Would you have me endure a life of hardship with him? Zhou Xiaohua had a point, and at that moment, her boyfriend arrived. And the two engaged in affectionate banter. Suddenly, a limited edition Koenigsegg sped past, executing a flawless drift before coming to a halt. Wow, what a stunning sports car. The driving skills exude a sense of romance, Zhou Xiaohua remarked. I'm not like you. You're either enamored with his wealth or his vehicle. I cherish the man himself and the enjoyment of life we share. This sparked interest in Zhou Xiaohua and Feng Nen. They had seen sports cars before, but this one was a sight to behold. The middle-aged man beside them was in awe. That car costs 100 million. What? So expensive? Both Zhou Xiaohua and Feng Nen were taken aback. Not just expensive, it's a rarity. There are only 6 in existence worldwide. What? That's incredible. However, an even more shocking turn of events was about to unfold, as Zhou Xiaohua and Feng Nen gazed into the distance. A strikingly handsome face appeared before them, one they recognized all too well. It was Zhen Hao, the very man Zhou Xiaohua had once loathed for rejecting her advances. In her pursuit of a wealthy man, she had wished to escape a life of struggle. Yet now she realized that her so-called accomplished partner paled in comparison to Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao, meanwhile, caught a glimpse of Zhou Xiaohua, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yet, he remained indifferent, striding toward a nearby bun shop. Boss, I'll have 2 snow vegetable buns and a cup of soy milk. The shopkeeper quickly prepared his order, and Zhen Hao took the bag and departed. Everything around him was of no consequence. In that moment, Zhou Xiaohua felt a pang of regret. Had she known Zhen Hao was this exceptional, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Chapter 4. Su Bingyu's request, the flower guardian arrives. Zhen Hao's class group chat was lively and vibrant. Unlike the treachery found in other groups, Zhen Hao felt a sense of camaraderie among his classmates. There was no air of superiority, especially since the class boasted a larger number of girls. What was the advantage of having many beautiful women? It meant he need not fret over finding a girlfriend. Though perhaps it was this very abundance that left Zhen Hao somewhat indecisive and still single. Ding ding. You have a new message. Please check. Who could it be? Zhen Hao felt a flicker of curiosity. Upon glancing at his mobile phone, Zhen Hao noticed a text message. Zhen Hao, do you have some time? There is something I would like to ask for your help with. I'm uncertain if it's possible. The message was sent by Su Bingyu, a classmate of Zhen Hao. Su Bingyu was renowned as the campus beauty of Sioux City University, attracting numerous admirers. Nevertheless, as classmates, it was customary to assist one another in times of need. Could it be that Su Bingyu wished for Zhen Hao to masquerade as her boyfriend? Zhen Hao pondered this possibility, deeming it quite plausible. After all, why not reach out to someone else? First, Zhen Hao possessed striking looks, and second, he was currently quite affluent, making it entirely reasonable for him to lend a hand. All right, where are you? I will come to find you immediately. Zhen Hao promptly sent a reply, and soon received a response. The location was not far from where he was, and Zhen Hao swiftly drove over, his car racing along the road. As he parked, he spotted the girl eagerly awaiting him not far away. Compared to 3 months prior, she appeared even more exquisite. Her skin, like fine jade, radiated an ethereal beauty that seemed to enchant the eye. She was none other than Su Bingyu, now more mature than ever. Zhen Hao, over here. Su Bingyu waved her hand, calling out to him. Zhen Hao nodded and approached her. It's been a while, he said with a faint smile. Indeed. It has been quite some time, over 3 months. I must trouble you with something this time. Su Bingyu replied, her smile softening as she spoke. The two engaged in conversation, sharing updates about their lives. Suddenly, Zhen Hao inquired with a grin, is this situation similar to the previous one? For some reason, as he spoke, Su Bingyu broke into laughter. This was a secret shared between the two of them. During their university years, they had agreed to focus on their studies and avoid romantic entanglements. Thus, whenever someone pursued either of them, the other would pretend to be their boyfriend or girlfriend, maintaining a seamless partnership. The outside world may have speculated that they were a couple, yet the truth remained known only to them. Pretty much. I'm going for an interview at an advertising company, and the interviewer has asked me to come in today. I sense he may have ulterior motives. So you know Su Bingyu's response remained consistent. Zhen Hao, however, merely smiled in understanding. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? Su Bingyu blinked her long lashes in curiosity, intrigued by what Zhen Hao would do next. Without elaborating further, Zhen Hao simply pressed a button. Su Bingyu, somewhat taken aback, gazed at the sleek sports car nearby. Her heart stirred. Wow, your car is stunning. I can't believe how well you've done in just 3 months. She genuinely felt happy for him. It's nothing, just borrowed from a friend. Shall we go? Zhen Hao opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. Nodding, Su Bingyu climbed into Zhen Hao's vehicle. Hanwang Advertising Company had a reputable name, but in essence, it was a modest establishment. The manager, Feng Dui, sported a slick hairstyle and donned an expensive suit, projecting an air of authority. However, Feng Dui had one significant flaw. He was excessively lecherous, often crossing boundaries with new employees. Manager, here is the list of new employees coming to the company. Please take a look, one of his sycophants said, handing over the document. Feng Dui took it and scrutinized the names. Most candidates were impressive, yet one stood out. A girl named Su Bingyu, exceptionally beautiful. The sycophant chimed in. Our manager has a keen eye. He immediately picked out the most stunning one. She is Su Bingyu, the campus beauty from Sioux City University. We recognized her uniqueness during recruitment. Good, I appreciate this. Feng Dui nodded, acknowledging the observation. You've done well. If this venture succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely. He patted the shoulder of the sycophant, who beamed with delight. Just as they continued their conversation, a supercar sped into view, executing a graceful drift before coming to a halt nearby. The employees of Hanwang Advertising Company were left awestruck. What a gorgeous car. A limited edition Koenigsegg. I'm in love. They exclaimed. Is this person here to work with us? I wonder what he's like, some employees mused, suddenly feeling a flutter of infatuation. Meanwhile, Feng Dui felt his pride wane. His own car was merely a Lexus worth around 600,000, while this newcomer drove a vehicle worth over $1 billion. And a limited edition at that. Only 6 exist worldwide. Everyone, focus on your work. Feng Dui barked, trying to regain control. The employees, slightly deflated, returned to their tasks, casting lingering glances at the luxurious car, as if it held the promise of future happiness. A strikingly handsome young man emerged from the vehicle, though dressed modestly. His presence was impossible to overlook. He approached the other side of the car, opening the door for a remarkably beautiful woman. This woman was so stunning that mere words could hardly capture her essence. Feng Dui felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. What? Is that really Su Bingyu? He glanced down, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. The sycophant, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remarked, yes, she is the most beautiful among the applicants. At that moment, Feng Dui felt his mind spiraling out of control. Damn it, how could this happen? Chapter 5. It's nothing, just a chance to experience life, she thought. Humph. So he thinks wealth is everything? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Feng Dui mused, convinced that this young man, no matter how handsome, would ultimately face consequences. While Feng Dui brooded over his thoughts, Zhen Hao and Su Bingyu had already arrived. Hello, manager. I'm here to report for duty. This is my boyfriend Zhen Hao. He insisted on accompanying me to work. Although Su Bingyu spoke nonchalantly, she gave Zhen Hao a subtle signal. Their synergy was well established. And thus, in the next moment, Zhen Hao stepped forward, scrutinizing the scene. Bingyu, you should really consider working at our Zhen Group. The Zhen Group, regardless of anything else, is a formidable presence in the global Fortune 500. Yet, here you are, choosing to work in this place. Zhen Hao shook his head in resignation as he spoke. You, I and she. Wasn't Feng Dui supposed to assert his dominance over Zhen Hao? However, unexpectedly, the tables had turned, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Is their company truly that dilapidated? Certainly not. After all, they boast a registered capital of over $1 million. Yet, upon learning that the other party is a Fortune 500 enterprise, Feng Dui found himself devoid of the courage to counter Zhen Hao's assertion. Oh dear. It's not that I wish to, Su Bingyu interjected. I understand that joining your company would entail taking on roles such as president. However, I am still young and eager to explore. I trust you will support my decision, won't you? As she spoke, she playfully blinked at Zhen Hao. Was this considered a display of affection? Initially, Feng Dui had harbored intentions towards Su Bingyu, but now, realizing she was the daughter-in-law of a major conglomerate, he dared not entertain such thoughts. If he were to do so, he might find himself tossed into the Sioux City River to be fed to the fish by the next day. It's nothing. Just consider it a life experience. Remember, you are Zhen Hao's woman. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Zhen Hao made a gesture as if to emphasize the importance of communication. And Su Bingyu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I understand, she replied, adopting an endearing demeanor and casting a shy glance at Zhen Hao. Meanwhile, the surrounding employees were utterly astonished. This was indeed a shocking revelation. At this juncture, one would have expected matters to conclude, yet Zhen Hao approached Feng Dui, glancing at the name tag on his chest. You are the manager of this company, correct? He inquired, to which Feng Dui responded with trepidation, yes. Zhen Hao patted Feng Dui on the shoulder and continued, I entrust my girlfriend to your care. In due time, I shall establish a company here, and we will have opportunities for collaboration. When Zhen Hao spoke, it felt as though he were bestowing a favor upon Feng Dui, who, intriguingly, exhibited no signs of discomfort. It was evident that Zhen Hao's family possessed assets amounting to no less than hundreds of millions. After all, the luxury vehicles he drove were limited editions valued in the millions. If he were to open a company here, its scale would undoubtedly be significant. Mr. Zhen, I am immensely grateful to you. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Feng Dui effusively praised him, akin to a sycophant ingratiating himself with a superior. Su Bingyu had not anticipated that Zhen Hao would take such unilateral action. Now, what was to be done? She resolved to take things one step at a time. Setting aside other concerns, the current situation was, at the very least, quite favorable. At this moment, Zhen Hao sensed that it was time to depart. Very well. I shall observe your performance. Bingyu, I must take my leave. Do give it your all, he remarked, waving goodbye to Su Bingyu. She responded with a shy glance that left the onlookers enraptured. Wow, she truly is the belle of the school. Just a single look from her can make one's heart flutter. Zhen Hao approached his vehicle, opened the door, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. The employees of Hanwang Advertising Company were filled with excitement. Wow, he looks so handsome driving. Even though his girlfriend is here and exceptionally beautiful, it's hard not to wish for something more with him. Even if it can't last forever, having had him, even for a moment, would be delightful. A number of women found themselves daydreaming, harboring such thoughts in their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao found himself with nothing to occupy his time. In truth, he began to reminisce about his previous days. Though lacking in wealth, he had been genuinely happy. However, now, things were different. Zhen Hao had acquired luxurious vehicles and would undoubtedly gain more wealth in the future. Yet, within his heart, he felt an incomprehensible sense of loss. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his landlord. Hello, Zhen Hao, it's time for your rent payment. A voice on the other end exclaimed excitedly. Wasn't he just rent? For Zhen Hao, it hardly seemed significant. Just then, his phone received a notification of a remittance. Your bank account has received a transfer of 30,000. 30,000? What on earth was happening? Soon after, a message arrived. Zhen Hao, I am Chao Degui, the manager of Wanlong Foods. Have you received the funds? Could you please restore the company computer? At this point, Zhen Hao could easily envision how subservient Chao Degui must feel. However, this was merely a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before offending others in the future. Certainly, but from now on, you will need to pay me 30,000 each month. Otherwise, do not expect to use this software. It was a jest. Zhen Hao had extended favors and dined with people, so what was wrong with charging 30,000 a month? Did they truly undervalue the worth of his friendship? If this continued, he would undoubtedly raise the price. Before long, a simple OK emoji was sent in response. Zhen Hao understood that the matter was settled. Originally, he had planned to pay this month's rent upon securing his position, and now the timing was fortuitous. Half an hour later, Zhen Hao returned to his rented apartment. And upon encountering the fearsome landlord, he knew trouble awaited him. Zhen Hao, you finally showed up. You owe me a month's rent along with utilities, totaling 2,325 yuan and 70 cents. If you cannot pay, you must become my sister's boyfriend to settle the debt. What? This was outrageous. The mere thought of his landlord's sister, weighing over 300 pounds and possessing a countenance that was less than appealing, sent shivers down Zhen Hao's spine. He promptly transferred 2,400 yuan. No need for that. Here's 2,004. Consider the remaining amount as a treat for your family's breakfast. As for your dear sister, let someone else take her. With that, Zhen Hao grabbed his already packed backpack and left without looking back. Chapter 6. The Luxury Car Exchange Meeting, a sight to behold. Ignoring the landlord's lamentations, Zhen Hao strode away without a backward glance. Yet, the question remained, where to go now? The life of a wealthy individual could be rather mundane. It was not that the affluent desired to meander along the streets in their cars. Rather, It was a means to alleviate their ennui. The more Zhen Hao pondered, the more he felt a profound similarity to this sentiment. Was it too much to ask for some engaging activity to be organized for him? Just then, a message arrived. Dear sir, greetings from Koenigsegg After Sales Service. In light of your recent purchase, we have arranged a series of exclusive events for you. Events, you say? This sounded promising. Zhen Hao eagerly scanned the details. What about a cruise banquet? These seemed rather distant. He sought something more immediate to participate in. The nearest event was a luxury car exchange meeting, which sounded intriguing and was conveniently located nearby. Zhen Hao found the situation quite agreeable. Since he was in close proximity, he decided he might as well take a look before making any further decisions. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhen Hao felt a surge of anticipation. It was his first time attending such a gathering. Should he bring a token of goodwill? However, he pondered if arriving empty-handed might be inappropriate. Perhaps he could procure a few pounds of delicacies from a deli to present as a gift? Yet, he ultimately dismissed the idea, realizing that the owners of the luxury vehicles inside were undoubtedly individuals of considerable experience. What would it look like for Zhen Hao to appear with a few pounds of pig's head meat? Moreover, the car he drove was already a statement in itself. He felt that was sufficient. Contemplating all this, a sense of inexplicable joy filled his heart. It wasn't so much about mingling with these people. Rather, it was the prospect of passing the time that delighted him. Meanwhile, the center of the luxury car exchange event buzzed with excitement. The event was hosted by a woman of above-average beauty named Junlin. While her name was quite charming, her demeanor was somewhat acerbic. At that moment, she surveyed those around her and spoke candidly. A certain influential individual was rumored to be in attendance, and she implored everyone not to jeopardize her plans. Junlin considered herself quite attractive and mused that with a bit of effort, she might capture the attention of such a wealthy patron. The more she contemplated this, the more elated she became. Observing her enthusiasm, the others nodded in agreement. However, someone could not resist asking, Madam, just how powerful is this individual? Could you divulge a bit more? After hearing this, Junlin turned to the person. In that case, let me enlighten you. I do not know who the owner is, but the car he drives is valued at over 100 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? Just one car is worth over 100 million? The people around her were utterly astounded, struggling to find the right words. This was the true essence of luxury, embodying an opulence that was beyond comprehension. Securing such a magnate's support could yield significant advantages for them, and upon hearing Junlin's words, they all shared the same sentiment. They realized they could indeed play this game. Junlin, encouraged by the atmosphere, urged everyone to maintain their efforts and not disappoint this illustrious figure. She could already envision the plethora of sponsorship opportunities that would arise with his backing. It was clear that they would not lack for funding. How they chose to present themselves would depend on their performance. The others were acutely aware of this and understood the stakes involved. Boss, rest assured. We all know what's at stake, one of them remarked. Indeed, we hope you can offer us a bit more compensation as well, considering the hard work we all put in. A vehicle valued at 100 million was something they were eager to scrutinize. At that moment, the attendees were engaged in various discussions, each one reflecting the disparity in their vehicles, which typically ranged in the millions but seldom reached the tens of millions. They understood that a car valued at over 100 million represented something extraordinary, and the caliber of individuals who could afford such luxury far surpassed their own. If they could curry favor with such a titan, acquiring what they desired would be but a mere formality. Approaching the entrance of the luxury car exchange center, Zhen Hao could have driven straight in. However, after some contemplation, he decided to alight from his vehicle. He wanted to gauge the character of the attendees first. What if they were unscrupulous and attempted to damage his car? Although his intention for attending was to forge friendships, he felt the need to safeguard against potential mishaps. Sighing, he mused that becoming a wealthy socialite was no easy feat, particularly one who was also strikingly handsome, a rare combination indeed. With these thoughts in mind, Zhen Hao prepared to step inside. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when he was intercepted. Stop! What are you doing here? One individual demanded. Zhen Hao gestured toward the luxury cars nearby. I'm here to admire the cars. Is this not a luxury car exchange center? The dismissive attitude of the attendees left Zhen Hao feeling quite displeased. Their demeanor suggested a lack of respect. You know this is a luxury car exchange center, so you should be aware that such places require high-end vehicles. Where's yours? The individual stood there, exuding an air of superiority. Oh, I didn't drive. I came here on a shared bicycle. Zhen Hao replied nonchalantly, testing the waters. I didn't realize a car was a prerequisite to enter. I'll drive over next time. He was merely curious to observe the attitudes of these individuals, but their dismissive behavior indicated they did not regard him at all. One among them pointed at Zhen Hao and stated, the least expensive car here is over 3 million. Remember, if your vehicle is worth less than that, don't bother coming. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, clearly finding amusement in the situation. However, Zhen Hao was far from amused. I expected the luxury car exchange center to be something remarkable, but it seems rather ordinary. He scoffed. What do you mean by that? The group bristled at his remark. At that moment, as tensions mounted, a voice rang out from a distance. The others stepped aside as Yin Jinjin approached, immediately spotting Zhen Hao. This young man is quite handsome, she thought. If she were a few years younger, she might have pursued someone like him. Not that she was particularly old. But her makeup was so heavy it seemed almost comical. Zhen Hao was not interested in such a woman. Nothing much. I just wanted to see what this exchange was about. But now that I'm here, I wonder if there's any real value to such a gathering, he said. Turning to Yin Jinjin. His words took her by surprise. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a comment. However, upon looking at Zhen Hao, her expression soured. If you find it uninteresting, you are welcome to leave. Our event is not tailored for individuals like you, she replied sharply. Coincidentally, at that moment, someone nearby relayed the earlier exchange to her. This only served to infuriate Yin Jinjin even more. Simultaneously, when she cast her gaze towards Zhen Hao, her face bore an unmistakable expression of anger. How outrageous it was that such a situation could unfold. If you wish to enter, it is not entirely impossible, Yin Jinjin remarked, prompting a wave of anxiety among the onlookers. How can this be permitted? Wouldn't this effectively undermine the established order? The others, observing the scene, appeared increasingly anxious. Yet, Zhen Hao remained unfazed, offering a nonchalant smile. Oh, what do you intend to do? His words were deliberately provocative, for now. He preferred to observe what schemes they had in mind. Noticing Zhen Hao's demeanor, Yin Jinjin pointed at the cars behind her. It's quite simple. Just give each of these vehicles a thorough wipe down. As soon as she uttered this, the car owners erupted into laughter. Fully aware that Yin Jinjin was merely toying with Zhen Hao, the thought of cleaning all those cars was absurd. They could only imagine the exhaustion it would entail. Thus, the car owners eagerly anticipated this spectacle. Cleaning cars? Why not also polish my shoes while you're at it? One joked. Indeed, multi-million-dollar vehicles aren't easily encountered. Consider yourself fortunate this time, another chimed in. Oh, no need to thank us. It's simply our duty. They all laughed in agreement. Despite the scornful remarks directed at him, Zhen Hao remained composed. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed, previously, I may have held you in higher regard than you deserve. I had no idea you could be so bitter. Hearing this, Yin Jinjin found it quite amusing. What is this? Is it the last vestige of dignity for the impoverished? She thought, dismissing the significance of their exchange entirely. Either you comply, or you can leave. This world is one that judges by appearance and the heft of one's wallet. Yin Jinjin's words were a scathing indictment of Zhen Hao's financial status. There was a kernel of truth in Yin Jinjin's assertion. Zhen Hao was indeed financially challenged, possessing only a limited sum beyond his ultra-rare Koenigsegg, valued at over 100 million. You persist in mocking me merely to elevate your own self-worth. Consider this a win for you, but soon enough, you shall regret it, Zhen Hao declared before gracefully turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yin Jinjin crossed her arms, her disdain palpable as she regarded Zhen Hao. Is that all you've got? She scoffed. How laughable. A pauper attempting to make me regret my actions. I am quite curious to see how you plan to achieve that, she taunted, pointing at Zhen Hao's retreating figure. The onlookers shared her sentiment, watching with amusement. However, not long after, a Koenigsegg supercar rolled into view, causing many to widen their eyes in astonishment. Yin Jinjin was practically vibrating with excitement. Oh my, the wealthy patron has arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Others nodded in agreement, swiftly dismissing the earlier incident as irrelevant. Did such trivial matters truly hold any significance? Clearly, they felt a golden opportunity had presented itself. As they enthusiastically prepared, the car window slid down, revealing the driver. In that instant, the crowd was struck dumb with astonishment. They suddenly realized that the individual behind the wheel of the Koenigsegg was none other than the very person they had just humiliated. Surprised, are we? Did you not expect that I would be the one you sought to meet? Zhen Hao's cold voice pierced the air, akin to a slap across their faces. At that moment, even they were rendered speechless, confronted by the reality of the situation. They exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence. My apologies. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding, Yin Jinjin stammered, believing an apology might suffice. Yet Zhen Hao merely smiled in response. Oh really? I agree with you. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us allow it to remain so. With that, he sped away, disappearing from their sight. The crowd stood in shock, grappling with the revelation that the little brother they had looked down upon was, in fact, a multimillionaire. Goodness, we have gravely offended him. They lamented. Had we only known, we would have acted differently. Alas, our endeavor has been a complete failure. As they continued to discuss the shocking turn of events, Yin Jinjin was left utterly speechless. My wealthy little brother, this was supposed to be a splendid occasion. How could this happen? It's all because of you, and you. Those incompetent fools. Get away from me. She fumed at her companions. Chapter 8. If you wish to make a move, first ensure you can afford to challenge me, sighing. Zhen Hao resolved to avoid such events in the future. It seemed he could not seamlessly integrate into such gatherings. And perhaps it was prudent to refrain from attending others for the time being. He contemplated using this time to enhance his own abilities. Continuing on this path would not yield favorable outcomes. Thus, as Zhen Hao pondered the considerate services offered by the Koenigsegg after-sales department, he ultimately decided to decline. Though they appeared commendable, he realized he was not in a position to indulge in such luxuries. Sigh, I am far too kind-hearted. Unable to tolerate those who bully others with their power, Zhen Hao mused as he planned to take his car for another leisurely drive. However, as he prepared to depart, he noticed a young couple nearby engaged in a heated dispute. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features accentuated by a cherry-red pout. Her skin appeared as if it had been bathed in milk. In stark contrast, the young man before her wore an aggressive expression, declaring, "You must accompany me today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Nana's face reflected her indignation. Why should she follow him? She was well aware of what would transpire if she did. The thought filled her with discontent. At that moment, Han Lei suddenly broke into laughter. Haha, what do you think? If you disregard my words, you are well aware of the consequences that may follow. I am not attempting to frighten you. You may certainly test that theory. As Han Lei spoke, he drew closer, his expression becoming increasingly menacing. Witnessing Han Lei's demeanor, Zhao Nana bit her lip, seemingly struck by a thought. She then called out loudly to those around her, "Someone, please help. I'm in danger." Han Lei observed this with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, finding the situation rather amusing. He scanned the vicinity before advancing directly towards Zhao Nana. "Tell me, do you truly believe anyone will come to your rescue?" Upon uttering these words, it was evident that he felt he had Zhao Nana completely at his mercy. At that moment, Zhen Hao slowly raised his head to regard Han Lei, finding the spectacle increasingly ludicrous. "Stop!" Zhen Hao's sudden interjection shattered the tense silence. Zhao Nana gazed at Zhen Hao, perceiving him as if he had stepped forth from a fairy tale, a prince charming in every sense. Moreover, Zhen Hao's striking handsomeness evoked an immediate sense of infatuation. Conversely, Han Lei was anything but pleased. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhen Hao, he seethed, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Despite Zhen Hao's superior height and striking appearance, Han Lei's formidable physique instilled in him a sense of confidence that he could hold his ground if it came to blows. Yet, Zhao Nana felt a pang of concern. If a confrontation were to ensue, it seemed this gallant young man might find himself at a disadvantage. Heavens, he wouldn't abandon me and flee, would he? Zhao Nana watched Zhen Hao, acutely aware that such a scenario was plausible, though her heart fluttered with worry. Han Lei, arms crossed, scrutinized Zhen Hao with an air of superiority. Clearly, Han Lei believed that someone as astute as Zhen Hao would instinctively know how to navigate this predicament. Thus, he felt no trepidation. However, he was soon mistaken. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhen Hao replied, "I apologize, but I am genuinely curious to see how you intend to treat me ungraciously." Zhen Hao's words incensed Han Lei, who clenched his fists and retorted, "Kid, you are asking for this. Do not blame me." Observing Han Lei's escalating fury, Zhao Nana's anxiety intensified to a breaking point. "What now? What should we do?" Yet Zhen Hao remained unfazed. "What kind of car do you drive?" His question momentarily caught Han Lei off guard, who had been poised to strike. Zhao Nana, too, was bewildered. What does asking about a car have to do with fighting? "Humph, it's a luxury car worth over $1 million. Why do you ask?" Though he spoke with bravado, Han Lei's tone betrayed a hint of arrogance. Zhen Hao, however, merely smiled faintly. He understood precisely why Han Lei had posed such a question. With that, Zhen Hao produced his car key and pressed a button, causing a nearby Koenigsegg to emit a sound. "That car belongs to me. Planning to fight? Are you certain you can handle the consequences?" Had Zhen Hao not spoken up, the situation might have been different. However, after declaring this, Han Lei's eyes widened in horror as he caught sight of the Koenigsegg, his body drenched in cold sweat. A limited edition model? There are only 6 in the world, each a symbol of status. One could argue that Zhen Hao's identity was far from ordinary. Should Zhen Hao's powerful connections learn of Han Lei's intentions to resort to violence, both he and the Han family would face dire repercussions. "Why yes, I apologize for my actions. I beg your forgiveness." Han Lei glanced at Zhen Hao, hastily offering his apology. Zhen Hao had anticipated that Han Lei would not dare to escalate matters further. After all, such a brazen youth must possess a certain standing. And when it came to status, none could rival Zhen Hao's with that car. Zhen Hao, observing Han Lei's demeanor, remained cool and detached. "Forgiveness is not out of the question, but you must apologize to this young lady. She will not permit you to leave unscathed." Zhen Hao's words were straightforward. And without a moment's hesitation, Han Lei approached Zhao Nana. Nana, I am truly sorry. It was all my fault. I apologize to you. Please, I implore you to forgive me. Zhao Nana, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Han Lei, decided that since he had apologized, it was best to allow him to depart. All right, that's enough. You may go. She waved her hand dismissively, signaling for Han Lei to leave. Relieved, Han Lei quickly gathered himself and departed. Zhen Hao, witnessing the resolution of the situation, remarked softly, "It's settled now. He will not trouble you again. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chapter 9. A favor, pretend to be my boyfriend. Now then, feel free to speak your mind. Zhen Hao addressed Zhao Nana directly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, particularly under the current circumstances. In truth, Zhao Nana felt a tinge of embarrassment. Zhen Hao, observing her reaction, found it quite intriguing. "Want to you speak? If not, I shall take my leave," Zhen Hao stated casually, showing no intention of departing just yet. Zhao Nana, however, was growing anxious. "Wait, I will tell you." The sight of a strikingly beautiful woman in such a flustered state only served to endear her further to Zhen Hao. "Actually, I wanted to ask if you could do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend." Zhao Nana's request caught Zhen Hao off guard. What situation is this? The audacity of modern women was surprising. Such a charade was evidently acceptable to them. Nonetheless, Zhen Hao thought it prudent to clarify. "Are you certain you wish to pretend? If so, why not simply bring your actual boyfriend? He would be more familiar with the situation." Zhen Hao smiled lightly as he spoke. Zhao Nana, feeling somewhat defeated, sighed. "Alas, I do not have one, which is precisely why I need you to step in." "Oh dear, you really are lacking in that department," Zhen Hao mused, realizing he had misunderstood her initial statement. Considering her striking beauty, it seemed implausible that she would be without a partner. Helping others brings joy. Since the occasion has arisen, I shall lend a hand. All right, let us proceed. Although Zhen Hao was unaware of Zhao Nana's destination, he surmised that it could involve meeting her parents or friends. As for why he agreed, it stemmed from his boredom and a desire to explore the place where Zhao Nana resided. Due to the presence of Zhao Nana, Zhen Hao experienced a peculiar familiarity, leaving him uncertain of whether this sensation was right or wrong. "Shall we get in the car?" "Where to?" Zhen Hao inquired as he settled into the vehicle, turning to Zhao Nana. Meanwhile, Zhao Nana gazed at him, somewhat lost in thought. "Wow, this young man is becoming increasingly handsome the more I look at him, especially the way he drives. He resembles a movie star. I'm utterly smitten." Zhao Nana's heart fluttered with excitement. She felt that perhaps she wasn't entirely without hope. "Young man," Zhao Nana raised her head to glance at Zhen Hao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhen Hao, focused on driving, didn't he notice her expression and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter? I'd like to know. Do you have a girlfriend?" She ventured. "If you're pretending to be my boyfriend, would your girlfriend be angry if she found out?" Although Zhao Nana clearly yearned for an answer, she attempted to maintain a guise of casualness. Yet, even in her feigned probing, her clumsiness made her appear rather endearing. "I don't have a girlfriend," Zhen Hao replied after careful consideration. In truth, he realized that there were indeed numerous women around him. Given that he was once a student at the Chinese department of Sioux City University, where the ratio of women to men was markedly skewed, coupled with his striking looks, it was only natural that more and more admirers gravitated towards him. "Then, young man, may I be your girlfriend?" "The genuine kind," Zhao Nana said, her bright eyes blinking eagerly as she looked at Zhen Hao, her face alight with hope. Zhen Hao found her request amusing. He hadn't given such matters much thought. After all, they had only just met, and while she was undeniably beautiful, he couldn't develop feelings for her based solely on that. Relationships, he believed, required time to blossom. Anything is possible, Zhen Hao mused for a moment before offering a standard response to Zhao Nana. She obediently settled in, and with Zhen Hao's affirmation, she resolved to temper her excitement, even though he was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, discussions were rife at Sioux City University regarding the campus belle, who claimed her boyfriend was exceptionally outstanding, a statement met with skepticism by others. "Do you think that that's just an excuse? I doubt she even has a boyfriend," they speculated. "Let us wait and see. The truth will reveal itself eventually." Today being a class day, the campus was not overly crowded. Most of those who could be deemed elite were men in their 30s and 40s, clad in tailored suits and driving luxury cars. While these men were impressive, it remained uncertain if any of them were the campus belle's boyfriend. Many were secretly harboring hopes of taking his place should it turn out that her boyfriend was less than exceptional. "Look, what a beautiful car," exclaimed a student, pointing at the distant Koenigsegg. As university students, their conversations often revolved around high-end perfumes, designer bags, and luxury watches. The limited edition Koenigsegg was considered the pinnacle of automobiles, a dream for most men. Seeing it here left everyone in awe. This Koenigsegg costs $1 billion, and only 6 exist worldwide. How incredible! I suddenly want to meet this gentleman. He must be extraordinary, they marveled. In that moment, Thoughts of the campus belle's reputedly exceptional boyfriend faded from their minds. Regardless of his merits, how could he possibly compete with someone capable of affording such a luxury vehicle? The true dark horse had appeared. Furthermore, the ability to drive such an extravagant car, even at a slightly older age, was of little concern. After all, they were modern university students, adept at embracing new experiences. The age gap in relationships, even by a decade or more, was hardly unusual. As the crowd fixed their eyes on the spectacle before them, the car door swung open. A woman, graceful as a snowflake, emerged, her beauty surpassing that of most present. Recognizing her, the crowd gasped. "Look, it's the campus belle. Wait a moment. If she's here, that means..." Suddenly, a realization washed over them as they collectively gazed at the driver's seat. The man behind the wheel was undoubtedly the exceptional boyfriend of Zhao Nana. Anyone able to drive such a luxury vehicle was indeed impressive. Yet, many speculated that such wealth typically belonged to someone at least in their 40s or 50s. With this thought, jealousy tinged their remarks. Who would have thought the campus belle would ultimately be swayed by money? They mused. Of course, she's a campus belle. She's not an ethereal being. Wouldn't it be delightful to find a diamond bachelor? Indeed, I'm quite curious to see just how remarkable her boyfriend truly is, they continued, half in jest. What if he is balding? Poor campus belle. Their comments revealed a bitter envy, clearly illustrated in their chattering. Zhao Nana, however, remained untroubled. She had witnessed Zhen Hao's handsomeness firsthand. Even now, the so-called handsome boys of Sioux City University paled in comparison to him. Recalling their earlier interaction made her heart race, and at that moment, the car door finally opened. A young man in his 20s emerged, his attire unremarkable, merely the kind one might find at a market. Yet, Zhen Hao's striking features elevated his presence. As many recognized him, a light bulb went off in their minds. Oh, isn't that Senior Zhen Hao? Who would have thought the campus belle's boyfriend would be him? "Senior, welcome back," exclaimed numerous women, instantly becoming Zhen Hao's admirers. They had only known him as a handsome figure, unaware that he had also amassed considerable wealth. Meanwhile, Zhao Nana's eyes widened in surprise. "So you're my senior?" Zhen Hao smiled lightly at her words. "Yes, I never expected you to be my junior." Two individuals exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding conveying everything. Meanwhile, Zhao Nana found herself blushing profusely, regretting that had she anticipated such a moment, she ought to have engaged in more conversation with Zhen Hao. If only she had discussed more about Sioux City University during their car ride. Perhaps now Zhao Nana's cheeks flushed slightly as she contemplated the possibilities. Had they conversed throughout the journey, they might even have brainstormed names for their future children. Now, having entirely missed such an opportunity, she felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. The more she pondered, the more irate she became. As for Zhen Hao, he had not visited Sioux City University in quite some time. Upon his return, he was met with an atmosphere of warmth and enthusiasm. However, Zhen Hao was keenly aware that a significant part of this attention stemmed from his luxurious automobile. Additionally, he was undeniably handsome. "Come on, aren't you supposed to be doing something? Hurry up," Zhen Hao remarked, noticing Zhao Nana lost in thought. It was only then that she snapped back to reality. Indeed, she had been somewhat distracted by her musings. Now, feeling a tad embarrassed due to Zhen Hao's reminder, she swiftly retrieved her phone and made a call. Once connected, the sounds of laughter and joy resonated from the other end. "Nana, what's up? Can't find it. Can you? I told you it would be impossible. Honestly, I think Lou is a good guy. You should just go for it." The cheerful banter from her roommates made it easy to envision the fun they usually had together. Yet, Zhen Hao chose not to interrupt. With one hand on her hip, Zhao Nana spoke with a touch of bravado. "Sorry to disappoint you all, but I found a boyfriend, and he is quite exceptional." She continued. "He can drive a Ferrari with one hand, but that doesn't even begin to describe him. He drives a Koenigsegg single-handedly." Earlier, as she exited the car, she had overheard some students discussing Zhen Hao's vehicle. While she was unaware of its price, she sensed it must be superior to a Ferrari. After all, a Ferrari typically costs several million, and Zhen Hao's car likely exceeded 10 million. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Zhao Nana began to appreciate Zhen Hao's remarkable stature. If someone were to inform her that Zhen Hao's Koenigsegg was valued at 100 million, she could only wonder how she would react. On the other end of the line, her roommates gasped in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Nana, your boyfriend drives a Koenigsegg?" Zhen Hao stood quietly beside her, observing. Once upon a time, he too had engaged in playful antics with his own roommates. However, reflecting now, it seemed like ages ago. Before long, several attractive women emerged, all adorned with light makeup. Indeed, there are no unattractive women, only those who are unkempt. These women, once tidied up, could easily outshine many so-called goddesses on live streams. "Nana, where's your boyfriend?" one of the girls inquired directly. The others, filled with curiosity, began to glance around. "Zhao Nana, Linking her arm with Zhen Hao's, smiled brightly. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Zhen Hao. At this revelation, her friends were utterly taken aback. Oh my gosh. Zhen Hao? Why does that name sound so familiar? In a fleeting moment, realization dawned upon them. Oh my heavens, it's Zhen Hao, the one acclaimed as the most handsome student at Sioux City University in the past decade. This is unbelievable. He is practically an idol, and he drives a Koenigsegg. How extraordinary. Does he mind having another girlfriend? I'm quite easy to maintain. Just feed and house me, one girl quipped. Actually, I'm even easier to take care of. If he doesn't mind, I could fetch my household registration book. Zhen Hao, caught in this amusing banter, felt a tinge of awkwardness. Was he in the right place? Was this really the Sioux City University he remembered? He never realized that the university could be so vibrant. Chapter 11. Study diligently, strive for progress. Hey, as our senior, shouldn't you say something? A lovely girl with large, expressive eyes suddenly posed this question to Zhen Hao. Her words ignited a spark of anticipation among the group. Despite the stunning girls surrounding him, particularly the stunning Zhao Nana, they were not deterred. They cared little for eternity. They cherished the moment they had. Yet Zhen Hao found himself in a rather awkward position, pondering how to respond. However, observing the eager faces before him, he seemed to find his answer. Yes, study diligently. Strive for progress. In the future, you too may ascend to the pinnacle of your lives. With his concluding remarks, a resounding applause erupted from the crowd. Zhen Hao's words resonated with a profound sense of wisdom, and the impact of his sentiments was unmistakable. He then casually remarked, "All right, if there are no further questions, I suggest we disperse, as I prefer to maintain a low profile." Zhen Hao spoke candidly. If each return to campus elicited such a commotion, it would soon lose its appeal. Many students nodded in agreement. What he said makes perfect sense. I will definitely heed his advice. Once I study hard. Will I get to see you again, senior? I'm not particularly inclined to study. I just want to see you. Zhen Hao couldn't help but admire the charm of this cohort, as they were eloquent in their expressions. Just then, a male voice echoed from a distance. Humph. Look at you all, seeking attention. Is this really entertaining? A young man, resplendently dressed, strode forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon seeing him, Zhen Hao felt a flicker of skepticism. Who was this individual? Zhao Nana leaned closer to Zhen Hao and whispered, "Ignore him. That's Zhou Hao. He spends his days showing off without any real substance." Understanding dawned on Zhen Hao as he observed Zhou Hao surveying the scene before purposefully striding towards him. His intentions were clear. He was approaching Zhen Hao. As Zhou Hao stood before Zhen Hao, he cast a fleeting glance, his expression marred by a hint of disdain. TCH, some people really think they're handsome and come here just to show off. And you all, don't you take a moment to notice his attire? It's clearly nothing more than cheap, market-grade clothing. What are you all doing here, trying to stir up trouble? Zhou Hao's words dripped with sarcasm, revealing his utter disregard for Zhen Hao. Yet Zhen Hao merely observed in silence. Since Zhou Hao felt compelled to speak so brazenly, Zhen Hao was curious to see just how far this fellow's arrogance could reach. On the other hand, Zhao Nana clenched her fists, a tempest of anger brewing within her. Zhou Hao, what are you saying? Zhou Hao, of course, noticed Zhao Nana. How could he overlook such a beautiful woman? His earlier antics were deliberate, aimed at belittling Zhen Hao, while his true intention lay with Zhao Nana. Nana, don't associate with such a loser. I like you, and if you agree to be my girlfriend, I can offer you everything you desire. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's declaration, Zhao Nana was thoroughly displeased. She would never acquiesce. Did he think her blind? At that moment, those around them also expressed their discontent with Zhou Hao. Humph, does this guy really think that wealth allows him to act with impunity? Why must he pick on someone like our brother? Oh dear, with remarks like that, it feels as though we've stumbled upon a car crash. Indeed, aiming to show off, but instead landing right in the midst of chaos. Little does he know, the true master stands before him. Zhen Hao regarded Zhou Hao with an expression of bemusement. It seems you truly have no understanding of the underlying circumstances. As Zhen Hao approached, Zhou Hao instinctively took 2 steps back. What do you want? He feigned a look of grievance, portraying himself as the victim. However, Zhen Hao merely smiled. When it came to underhanded tactics, Zhou Hao was nothing but a novice. Zhen Hao looked directly at him and asked, "Did you just imply that your family is wealthy?" Zhou Hao had anticipated Zhen Hao to be furious and retaliate, but the question caught him completely off guard. What did it mean? He was perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hao tilted his head. Of course, within Sioux City University. Who doesn't know how affluent the Zhou family is? His words exuded an unmistakable pride. Yet, Zhen Hao continued, if your family is so wealthy, can they afford a limited edition Koenigsegg? At this, the crowd fell silent, all stifling their amusement, especially at the sight of Zhou Hao's embarrassment. Upon reflection, it was indeed quite a delightful situation. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. How could that be? A Koenigsegg limited edition? That vehicle alone is worth over 100 million. My family can't possibly afford that. It was worth noting that Zhou Hao's family assets barely exceeded 100 million. Such wealth was already considered substantial among the students of Sioux City University. Thus, Zhou Hao scoffed at Zhen Hao's words, for such a notion was utterly unexpected. Haha. I thought you were so impressive. You should be able to afford it, yet now it turns out you can't? What are you boasting about here? Zhen Hao showed no mercy to Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao had never considered granting Zhen Hao any respect, so why should Zhen Hao reciprocate? At this moment, Zhou Hao was visibly displeased. You speak as if it's a fact. My family can't afford it, but can you? Chapter 12. What you've been waiting for is coming. Zhou Hao's words elicited laughter from those around them. Zhen Hao sighed in exasperation. Oh, I can see you're not very well liked at school. This remark left Zhou Hao at a loss for words. He wanted to retort, but felt as if Zhen Hao was setting a trap for him. Thus, remaining silent seemed the wisest course of action. Zhen Hao then pointed into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, Haha, everyone, what you've been waiting for is about to arrive. Upon hearing this, the crowd dutifully turned their attention toward him. At that moment, Zhen Hao gestured behind Zhou Hao. You might want to take a look behind you first. Behind? Zhou Hao was curious and turned to look. It took him a moment to process the reality before him. Heavens, a Koenigsegg limited edition? However, why was this vehicle here? Zhou Hao was astonished, while those around him appeared unfazed. They were no longer surprised. They had just witnessed Zhou Hao's ignorance. Of course it's here. Because it belongs to me, Zhen Hao said with a slight smile directed at Zhou Hao. At this revelation, Zhou Hao was left utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, this was an unexpected turn of events for him. Regaining his composure, Zhou Hao exclaimed, How is it possible that this car is yours? Observing Zhou Hao's disbelief, Zhen Hao produced his key and pressed a button. The melodious sound of the engine starting echoed, leaving Zhou Hao even more astonished. What? Is this all real? Zhao Nana, unbeknownst to him, had sidled up to Zhen Hao, linking her arm with his. I already told you, my brother is not only handsome but also far superior to you. Now do you believe it? Zhao Nana's words struck Zhou Hao like a thunderbolt, while the onlookers erupted in laughter. Clearly, this spectacle had become a source of amusement for them. Haha, Zhou Hao is truly unfortunate, initiating a provocation only to invite disaster upon himself. I can certainly empathize. It's hard to find words to describe such a calamity. Suddenly, one couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Zhou Hao. Why pick a fight with a senior? At that moment, as the crowd continued to comment, Zhen Hao patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. There's no need for this. You should leave. It's rather uninteresting. Zhen Hao concluded with a bemused glance at Zhou Hao. For a brief moment, Zhou Hao appeared dazed. Soon, he realized his earlier misstep. In any case, it is imperative that he offers an apology to Zhen Hao. Thus, Zhou Hao regained his composure and said, I am sorry. It was entirely my fault, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Upon the utterance of these words, it became abundantly clear to Zhou Hao that this was a matter of undeniable importance. After all, Zhen Hao's vehicle was worth over 100 million. One could only speculate on the magnitude of his fortune. Undoubtedly, such a sum is a rather formidable figure. Zhou Hao could hardly fathom that he had offended someone of such stature. Thankfully, Zhen Hao was not irate at the moment. Otherwise, not only Zhou Hao, but even the forces behind him would stand no chance against Zhen Hao. Thus, offering an apology was indeed the most prudent course of action. Zhen Hao, however, was not the least bit surprised. Shall we proceed? He inquired, glancing at Zhao Nana beside him. Zhao Nana gently shook her head. I'm afraid we cannot leave just yet. What do you mean we cannot depart? What is happening? A sense of confusion began to envelop him. At that moment, several tall, elegantly dressed youths emerged from a distance. Compared to Zhou Hao, each of them appeared far more remarkable. Yet, Zhen Hao remained oblivious to their intentions. While Zhen Hao pondered the motives of these individuals, they began to address him in unison. Senior, I am Guo Weiqiang from the Guo family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Indeed, Senior, you are a pride of Sioux City University. I am Lin Kong, and should you require anything, please feel free to speak. Senior, here is our family's business card. We specialize in the beverage industry, should you need our services. At this moment, as these affluent youths vied for Zhen Hao's favor, onlookers were left in astonishment. After all, these elite individuals were not without influence at Sioux City University. If they sought to befriend Zhen Hao, how could anyone else dare to disrupt this gathering? Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd was left speechless in their astonishment. Zhen Hao, meanwhile, nodded in acknowledgement to each of them, a silent greeting. Thank you all for your kind intentions. However, I believe we have matters to attend to, he stated. Looking at the group, the others exchanged glances, quickly grasping the unspoken understanding. It has been a while since I wandered the halls of Sioux City University. Would you care to accompany me? Zhen Hao suggested, to which Zhao Nana eagerly nodded. Absolutely, let us go, she replied, wrapping her arms naturally around Zhen Hao's. Zhen Hao regarded Zhao Nana with a hint of curiosity. Is something amiss? He inquired. However, reassured by Zhao Nana's demeanor. He dismissed his doubts and continued their exploration of the university. It's quite pleasant to return here. It brings back fond memories, Zhen Hao mused, reflecting upon the bittersweet nostalgia of past struggles, which now seemed so distant yet cherished. As he spoke, Zhao Nana tugged at his hand, urging him to move swiftly. We must hurry. What is happening? Zhen Hao asked, intrigued by her urgency. There are individuals here whom I would rather not encounter. We need to leave promptly. Zhao Nana replied. Chapter 13. The shameless and their deeds. Are you referring to Junlin Tower? Zhen Hao turned to Zhao Nana. A look of confusion etched across his face. Zhao Nana, taken aback, clearly did not expect him to know. Yet, without uttering a word, she pulled Zhen Hao to leave. In truth, Zhen Hao was well aware of Jiang Yuntao's identity, having once been his teacher, despite never having imparted any knowledge to him. Stop. Just as Zhen Hao and Zhao Nana prepared to depart, Jiang Yuntao called out to them. Zhen Hao turned, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Is there something you need? His words elicited displeasure from Jiang Yuntao, who suppressed his irritation. How is it that you do not even greet me upon seeing me? Simply walking away seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Jiang Yuntao's arrogance was palpable, as if he were the sovereign of the realm. Zhao Nana bit her lip, her displeasure evident. Yet she intended to speak up until Zhen Hao intervened. May I inquire who you are? Zhen Hao's question left Jiang Yuntao momentarily speechless. You think I do not recognize you, Zhen Hao? Do you believe I will not send a message under the school's name to expose your character flaws? Jiang Yuntao threatened. Zhen Hao's expression remained unfazed. Such antics were predictable. He realized now that his difficulties in securing employment stemmed from his failure to appease Jiang Yuntao with gifts. The shameless actions of Jiang Yuntao were entirely within Zhen Hao's expectations, leaving him unperturbed. Seeing Zhen Hao's silence, Jiang Yuntao assumed he had instilled fear. He cleared his throat and continued, Do not blame me for not warning you. In this institution, I hold sway. If you wish to avoid future repercussions, I suggest this young lady accompany me to my office for a discussion. Jiang Yuntao's audacity was revolting. Zhao Nana firmly declared, No, I absolutely refuse to go with you. Huh, how amusing, Jiang Yuntao retorted. Yet, Zhen Hao produced his phone. I recorded everything that just transpired. I wonder what kind of attention this video would garner online. His words struck a nerve, revealing Jiang Yuntao's vulnerability. Jiang Yuntao's expression darkened, his anger palpable as he glared at Zhen Hao, wishing to obliterate him. You dare. He seethed, his teeth clenched. However, this display of fury held no power over Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Yuntao, a trace of disdain evident on his countenance. To Zhen Hao, Jiang Yuntao was hardly a figure of consequence. What is there for me to fear? Are you not merely threatening my employment prospects? Furthermore, you are but a teaching assistant, not a genuine educator. What right do you have to act in such a manner? Zhen Hao's words were succinct yet piercing, akin to a needle that deeply pricked Jiang Yuntao's heart. For a long time, Jiang Yuntao had benefited from this very tactic, acquiring a house and a car through such means. Thus, in Jiang Yuntao's eyes, Zhen Hao would inevitably capitulate this time as well. However, it was evident that his wishes would not be fulfilled. Just as Zhen Hao and Zhao Nana were embroiled in their confrontation with Jiang Yuntao, a sudden voice pierced through the air. It was unmistakably him. Jiang Yuntao, you scoundrel! What on earth is happening here? Zhen Hao felt a wave of astonishment wash over him as he glanced at the girl before him, who was strikingly beautiful, scoring 85 points in the eyes of ordinary people. She was nothing short of a goddess. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Yuntao's face, though it quickly vanished. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Jiang Yuntao inquired, yet the woman before him raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. You scoundrel! You promised you would be with me. You even stated you would divorce your wife. Now I am pregnant, and what about you? The girl's voice grew louder with each word, swiftly attracting a crowd eager to witness the unfolding drama. The onlookers began to point fingers at Jiang Yuntao, incredulous that their teacher could be such a man. I know this female student. Her family's circumstances are not favorable, and Jiang Yuntao had shown her considerable concern. They whispered, This fellow is nothing short of a beast. This matter must be exposed. The murmurs from the crowd made it abundantly clear that Jiang Yuntao was blushing furiously. If this situation continued to escalate, he would undoubtedly find himself cornered. Thus, it became imperative to devise a swift plan to quell the turmoil. Otherwise, no one would enjoy a peaceful existence. As Jiang Yuntao's gaze shifted, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhen Hao. It's you. I never anticipated that by simply refusing your demand, you would resort to slandering me. With his declaration, the bewildered students turned their attention towards Zhen Hao and his companions. Was this all a scheme orchestrated by Zhen Hao? How could that be? The young man appeared so dashing. What deep-seated grudge could he possibly harbor against Jiang Yuntao to contrive such a plot? The others pondered this, their eyes collectively fixated on Zhen Hao. However, Zhen Hao had long since become accustomed to Jiang Yuntao's shamelessness. Thus, he found the situation rather unsurprising. This was as it should be. With these thoughts in mind, Zhen Hao offered a faint smile. Jiang Yuntao, do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Do you think I am merely trying to frighten you? If so, allow me to present this video. As Zhen Hao spoke, he retrieved his phone and played a video. Chapter 14. This matter must be addressed with utmost seriousness. The video depicted the earlier scene, showcasing Jiang Yuntao's arrogant demeanor and his utterly disgraceful remarks. It was as if an invisible thread had tugged at the hearts of those present. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately turning their attention back to Jiang Yuntao. No, this isn't true, he protested, shaking his head vehemently. Yet, no matter how fervently he denied it, the video and his own words constituted irrefutable evidence, leaving him with no room for argument. Although Jiang Yuntao's expression remained unchanged, he was rendered speechless. He must not escape unscathed. Suddenly, someone shouted. The crowd surged forward, converging on Jiang Yuntao. Outnumbered, he was swiftly brought down. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao seized the opportunity to depart with Zhao Nana. Zhen Hao, why didn't you let me confront him? I would have relished the chance to deliver a few kicks to that scoundrel. Zhao Nana exclaimed, her excitement mounting. If she had a stick in hand, she would have eagerly taken action. Yet Zhen Hao simply gestured for her to calm down. This matter is not as straightforward as you imagine. You are still a student. Do not entangle yourself in this situation. Zhen Hao's words filled Zhao Nana with warmth, appreciating his consideration for her. So what should we do now? She inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes. After a moment of reflection, Zhen Hao replied, for now, do not concern yourself with it. If you go out during this time, it is best to have someone accompany you. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. It must be handled with the utmost seriousness. Zhen Hao clenched his fists resolutely. Zhao Nana thought to herself that Zhen Hao looked incredibly handsome at that moment, and for a fleeting instant, she felt she could do anything for him. All right, there is nothing more to discuss. Let's return for now. Remember, if others inquire about me in my absence, do not respond. Zhen Hao felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that Jiang Yuntao might have accomplices who could pose a threat to Zhao Nana. After all, no one could predict how such matters might unfold. Zhao Nana was still just a student, and escalating the situation would not bode well for her. Zhen Hao, however, was no longer a student at Sioux City University. He had long desired to address this issue, and now he could finally do so openly. It would be best to enlist the services of private detectives, who were far more adept than he. With this thought in mind, Zhen Hao resolved to make arrangements accordingly. Finding a private detective agency was not a daunting task. He had previously come across one while distributing flyers. Upon arriving and stating his intentions, the detective agreed readily. Yes, within 3 days. You will have all the information you seek. If you desire expedited service, it will cost 1,000 per day. After the detective's proposal, Zhen Hao promptly produced 5,000 yuan. Here is 5,000. By this time tomorrow, I want to know everything I need. Zhen Hao's determination was not born of ruthlessness, but rather from the understanding that the longer this matter lingered, the more individuals would suffer. Such filth must be eradicated post-haste. Rest assured, everything will be yours by tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yuntao's head was covered in welts, and the mere recollection of past events ignited a surge of anger within him. Ouch, be gentle. As Jiang Yuntao finished speaking, a burly man clad in a security uniform chuckled beside him. Teacher Jiang, what on earth happened to you? How did you end up like this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuntao's mind immediately drifted to a particular individual, Zhen Hao. Were it not for his words, Jiang Yuntao would not have been subjected to such a dreadful beating. Thus, for the moment, all other matters could be set aside. However, it was imperative to take action now. Our affairs have been exposed. Jiang Yuntao's utterance sent a wave of panic through the security personnel surrounding him. It is well known that Jiang Yuntao often brought these guards along during his outings. Consequently, if this incident were to leak, they would share in the repercussions. Their hearts raced with anxiety, and they found themselves at a loss. So what shall we do now? The guards looked to Jiang Yuntao, their expressions displaying a mix of fear and uncertainty. Yet Jiang Yuntao appeared far more composed than them. Since the event had already transpired, dwelling on it would yield no benefit. Instead, it was better to contemplate how to remedy the situation. That kid has a video on his phone, so I intend for you to track down his whereabouts. If you find him, seize that video from him. As Jiang Yuntao spoke, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. To him, this was the only course of action. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Yuntao's directives. Indeed, I have a hungry child at home and an elderly parent in their 70s. I cannot afford to be in trouble. With that, the security personnel grew increasingly agitated. Eager to act, Jiang Yuntao squinted slightly, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. This was the logical approach to take. His expression morphed into one of fierce determination. Zhen Hao, just wait. Once I find you, I shall reclaim everything. He glared into the distance, anger simmering in his eyes. The events of the day lingered vividly in his memory. However, he felt no fear, for he was confident that locating Zhen Hao was merely a matter of time. As for Zhen Hao, he had not departed. Instead, he found a nearby hotel where he decided to spend the night. After all, he would be signing in the following day, and the rewards that awaited him were still unknown. Moreover, Zhen Hao found himself without any other options. It seemed more prudent to spend the night at the hotel than to venture elsewhere. Chapter 15. The day of check-in. The next day, at Qianhua Building. Zhen Hao experienced one of the rare occasions of spending the night in a hotel. That night, he slept soundly, particularly buoyed by the anticipation of the imminent check-in. Is it really time to check in? He mused, as a voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations, you have gained control of Qianhua Building. Zhen Hao felt as though he were trapped in a dream. What did that voice just say? Qianhua Building? Confusion washed over him, and he abruptly sat up. Rubbing his head to calm his racing thoughts, he tried to gather himself. Could it be that Qianhua Building, valued at over $1 billion? The sheer magnitude of it left Zhen Hao astounded. If he were to possess such a building, what more could he possibly desire? Just the ownership of this edifice alone would transform him from a state of utter destitution to immense wealth. He might even surpass the capabilities of many third-tier factions. What I lack now is a foundation. Just grant me a little more time to rectify this, and then... A subtle smile graced Zhen Hao's lips, embodying his burgeoning confidence. He believed that soon, the third-tier families would no longer be his adversaries. Had it not been for this check-in system, he would still be a mere wage slave. Of course, if one were to draw comparisons with other wage slaves, he would simply be the exceptionally handsome one. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Zhen Hao was now affluent and powerful. Who would he need to fear? This was long overdue, he thought. As he dressed in a simple short-sleeve shirt, his confidence surging. Soon, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Mr. Zhen. I am the legal counsel for Qianhua Building. I will be heading over shortly. Shall we meet at the entrance? Certainly, Zhen Hao replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the courteousness of the caller. This matter appeared to bode well for him. However, his focus was elsewhere. As he checked out, the receptionist, a woman of modest beauty, gazed at him with a starry-eyed expression. It was no exaggeration to say that if Zhen Hao merely beckoned, she would eagerly follow him without hesitation. After all, he was not only handsome, but also drove a Koenigsegg worth over $100 million. Such factors alone could easily sweep anyone off their feet. Yet, Zhen Hao had little interest in such women. He swiftly made his way to the Qianhua Building, arriving in a whirlwind of speed just as the workday commenced. The diligent security guards stood at their posts, and employees from various companies began to arrive for work. Zhen Hao surveyed the scene and prepared to enter. However, at that moment, a sharply dressed man stepped in his path. Sir, your attire is disheveled. Entry is prohibited. What is the meaning of this? Zhen Hao questioned, glancing down. Had he not tidied himself properly? It seemed he had rushed too much in the morning. Nevertheless, after a quick adjustment, he felt satisfied with his appearance. Zhen Hao prepared to re-enter, but the manager reiterated, I have already made myself clear. Your attire is inappropriate for entry. Frowning at the manager's tone, Zhen Hao replied, I have tidied myself. Is there still an issue? Lacking experience in high-end establishments, he found himself bewildered by the protocol. Yet, the manager's demeanor hinted at a lingering frustration from earlier encounters. At present, he is in a rather foul mood and happens to encounter Zhen Hao, an individual who appears to lack any significant background. The manager, pointing directly at Zhen Hao, harshly remarks, go back and change into something more decent before you return, you pauper. Have you even looked at yourself? With your appearance, do you think you deserve to enter Qianhua Building? What do you think this place is? The manager's words are exceedingly unpleasant, and a crowd quickly gathers around. Some are waiting for the elevator and are not averse to witnessing this spectacle. Why is the manager so aggressively berating someone this time? Well, it is obvious. He lost money gambling last night and is now venting his frustration. Who told this young man to cross paths with him? Alas, one can only consider it unfortunate. Yet this young man is remarkably handsome, evoking a pang of sympathy. The onlookers begin to exchange comments, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. In this moment, Zhen Hao scrutinizes the manager before him. Surprisingly, he feels a sense of relief. So this is the situation. The manager, with his condescending attitude, assumes Zhen Hao is an easy target simply because of his ordinary attire? If that is indeed the case, then the manager has truly reached the pinnacle of his arrogance. What are you staring at? Get lost. He barks. If you don't leave, I will call security. Feng Anxiang, the manager, points at Zhen Hao, growing increasingly agitated. However, at that moment, Zhen Hao suddenly bursts into laughter, a joyous expression that seems to mock Feng Anxiang's foolishness. Feng Anxiang, taken aback, cannot comprehend the situation. Just as he intends to have Zhen Hao expelled, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit approaches with urgency. As he strides forward, he exclaims, Mr. Zhen, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. It's fortunate you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been thrown out, Zhen Hao replies with a smirk. The middle-aged man is astonished. What? Someone dared to expel you? What a joke. Zhen Hao, of noble standing, would never be subjected to such indignities in his own domain. Those around them, of course, recognized the middle-aged man as Duan Yujin, one of the esteemed lawyers from the Southern Five law firm. His firm is renowned for its wealth of talent, consistently winning notable cases through his eloquence. His presence here, coupled with such remarks, signifies something substantial. Zhen Hao does not respond to the murmurs of the crowd, but instead turns to Duan Yujin and says, "In that case, may I sign?" Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Duan Yujin nods vigorously. "Yes, of course, Mr. Zhen, please proceed." Chapter 16. Qianhua Building, a matter of considerable significance. Zhen Hao swiftly signs his name, marking the contract's official activation. From this moment on, Qianhua Building belongs to Zhen Hao. The vast majority of enterprises housed within now find themselves under his ownership. Without delving into other matters, simply the rental income alone will yield Zhen Hao annual profits in the billions. There is no doubt, Qianhua Building is truly exceptional. At this moment, Feng Anxiang finally comprehends Zhen Hao's true identity. The others grasp it too. To think this young man is the owner of Qianhua Building? It is overwhelmingly impressive, evoking a feeling akin to infatuation. "Hey, how do you find me? If you don't mind, I could return home to fetch my household registration." Many young women, believing themselves attractive, begin to cast flirtatious glances at Zhen Hao. Yet, Zhen Hao remains unfazed, for he has a pressing matter at hand. "Now, let's head to the finance department to settle your salary." As Zhen Hao's words sink in, Feng Anxiang's face pales dramatically. Beads of sweat form on his forehead as he gazes at Zhen Hao, pleading for mercy. "Chairman, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. Please grant me another chance." Feng Anxiang continues to plead, but Zhen Hao remains indifferent. What right does someone who cannot even comprehend their own position have to remain in Zhen Hao's enterprise? So, he believes that being a lobby manager grants him the power to intimidate others? If it had not been Zhen Hao, but rather a delivery person who had arrived, would Feng Anxiang have felt entitled to bully them as well? Such a person cannot be tolerated. Duan Yujin is equally astonished by Zhen Hao's authority. Initially, he had thought that once he had facilitated this matter, he could take his leave. However, he chooses to accompany Zhen Hao, as he has further discussions to address. Upon reaching the chairman's office, everything is tailored for Zhen Hao. Immersed in the grandeur of the office, Zhen Hao feels that this entire experience is a delight. "Mr. Feng, would you be interested in serving as the legal advisor for Qianhua Building? We could offer you a year-end bonus, and I hope we can achieve mutual success moving forward." After Zhen Hao finishes speaking, Duan Yujin appears taken aback. What Zhen Hao has proposed aligns perfectly with Duan Yujin's aspirations. Despite his seemingly glamorous position, he earns only a few million a year from the numerous cases his firm handles. However, if he could attach himself to a large corporation as a legal advisor, the financial rewards would be substantial. There would be guaranteed income during quiet periods, and even more during busy times. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. Very well. Since Chairman Zhen has extended the invitation, let us collaborate happily in the future. Duan Yujin begins drafting a contract to formalize their partnership. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao browses the web on his computer. He discerns numerous issues within the operations of Qianhua Building. Why does it feel as though numerous heads are competing for talent here, as if everyone is forming factions? Zhen Hao momentarily pauses, but quickly realizes the underlying reason. Due to the previous chairman's shortcomings, the staff had become quite restless, believing they could stabilize their control over Qianhua Building. My arrival has shattered their plans entirely. It seems Qianhua Building is indeed fraught with complications. With a resigned sigh, Zhen Hao muses aloud. After all, if possible, he would prefer to resolve these matters promptly. Yet, as he observes these issues, a subtle smile graces his lips, hinting at an intriguing prospect. In truth, he does not perceive any significant problems with what he currently observes. As for Duan Yujin, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Zhen Hao. "Chairman, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express." Witnessing Duan Yujin in this state, Zhen Hao found it rather amusing. Having already broached the subject, would Zhen Hao really resort to sealing his lips with tape to prevent him from speaking? "Feel free to share," Zhen Hao gestured, encouraging Duan Yujin to proceed. Duan Yujin nodded and addressed Zhen Hao. "Chairman, after observing for quite some time, I believe there are issues with the Qianhua Building. Here are my annotations for your review." Since they were now all in the same boat, Duan Yujin naturally hoped for the betterment of their situation. After all, the more prosperous it became, the more remuneration he would receive. "Very well, I understand," Zhen Hao replied, contemplating that perhaps this matter could indeed be entrusted to Duan Yujin to investigate. "Lawyer Duan, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," Zhen Hao mused, recognizing that the resolution of Qianhua Building's issues largely rested upon Duan Yujin's capabilities. Duan Yujin was taken aback, uncertain of what Zhen Hao intended to convey. However, upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, his eyes brightened. Chairman, this is indeed worth exploring. Although he did not assert it with absolute certainty, at his level, suggesting a trial run implied a high degree of confidence. Zhen Hao, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. To him, such matters elicited a rather favorable impression. After gazing ahead for a moment, Zhen Hao's expression subtly shifted. Previously, I had been excessively lenient with them. However, it is time I took some action. He pondered how best to approach the situation. Quickly, Zhen Hao discerned that corporate turmoil stemmed from two sources: the machinations of upper management and the use of force. He believed it prudent to consider the security department, as well as finance and human resources, both of which were crucial. However, he recognized that these matters required a gradual approach. Duan Yujin then informed Zhen Hao, Chairman, as per your earlier instructions, I have procured a bank card for you. The rent from other companies will be deposited into this card after 1 quarter. Coincidentally, it is now time to collect rent. After Duan Yujin's statement, Zhen Hao checked the card's balance, taken aback by the sum of 130 million. Chapter 17, Significant Gains. Time to act. Chairman, this is the information I previously gathered for your perusal. Duan Yujin placed a well-prepared document before Zhen Hao, initially intending to skim through it. The more he read, the more Zhen Hao felt compelled to address the situation. Well, I did not anticipate they would go this far. Summon the heads of these departments. Zhen Hao concluded that the potential gains were considerable and it was time to act decisively. Before long, the heads of the departments arrived. Perhaps due to Zhen Hao's youth, they did not take him seriously. Chairman, we are here. Please, go ahead and speak your mind, one of them languidly remarked. Zhen Hao cast a glance at the individual. Chao Yang, the manager of the business department, who had been with Qianhua Building for 3 years. In these 3 years, your misappropriation of company funds amounts to over 1 million. Upon Zhen Hao's revelation, Chao Yang's forehead began to glisten with sweat. What is this? How did Zhen Hao come to know? None of them could articulate the unfolding situation. The more they realized the gravity of the matter, the more urgent Zhen Hao felt to resolve it. Chairman, do not slander me. Chao Yang stammered momentarily before regaining his composure, sensing the need for stronger measures. Zhen Hao remained unfazed. You seek evidence? Here it is. Not just you, but each of you has your share. Zhen Hao's proclamation left the others exchanging incredulous glances, their faces draining of color. This situation was exceedingly precarious, and they could hardly fathom the gravity of it. Confusion ensued among them. Observing their disarray, Zhen Hao smirked. Now, settle your salaries and leave. His words incited dissatisfaction among them. They had a lucrative deal pending, one which could yield tens of millions. Being ousted at this juncture undoubtedly displeased them. However, Zhen Hao was unwilling to engage in further discourse. All right, the inspectors may enter now. As he spoke, a group of uniformed personnel strode in. What are you doing? Chao Yang sensed the gravity of the situation and exclaimed. Yet, as he voiced his concern, Zhen Hao remained collected. Since you have embezzled company funds and intend to act as if nothing has occurred, I shall facilitate your departure. Zhen Hao gestured nonchalantly. Recognizing the necessity of swift resolution, Chao Yang and his associates were apprehended, the evidence irrefutable. Attempting to deny, it was futile. You scoundrel, how dare you arrest us? Zhen Hao, you will not escape unscathed. Chao Yang bellowed, with the others echoing his sentiments. Zhen Hao, however, remained unruffled. He had weathered such storms before and understood that leniency was not an option. These funds rightfully belonged to him. Why should he share them? Duan lawyer, I entrust this matter to you. Zhen Hao directed his gaze towards Duan Yujin. Handling such affairs was certainly within Duan Yujin's capacity. Chairman, rest assured, I will manage this. Duan Yujin replied with a bow. Being a clever man, he knew precisely how to navigate this situation. Zhen Hao, too, was acutely aware. Perhaps the previous challenges had catalyzed his rapid growth, for he now comprehended exactly what actions to undertake. As he surveyed the scene before him, Zhen Hao directly addressed lawyer Duan, saying, transfer 2 million directly into your account as a token of our initial meeting. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. Upon hearing this, Duan Yujin's eyes brightened. In truth, Zhen Hao could have received the rent without offering a single penny to Duan Yujin, and the latter would have had no objections, considering it was the year-end bonus season. However, Zhen Hao's generous gesture of transferring 2 million was indeed a profound shock to Duan Yujin. Once Duan Yujin regained his composure, he expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Chairman. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to work diligently. Observing Duan Yujin's reaction, Zhen Hao refrained from further comments, for he understood that Duan Yujin was an astute individual. Being intelligent, he would naturally comprehend how to secure greater benefits. Very well, then, this matter shall be entrusted to you, lawyer Duan. Zhen Hao felt it necessary to provide appropriate encouragement, knowing that such acknowledgement would motivate Duan Yujin to commit wholeheartedly to his duties. Duan Yujin nodded repeatedly. Chairman, you jest. This is merely my responsibility. It hardly qualifies as arduous work. Just then, Zhen Hao's phone chimed. He noticed a new message had arrived, sent by the private investigator. A smile crept across his face. At last, there was a breakthrough. My previous efforts have not been in vain. Zhen Hao felt a sense of satisfaction with how matters were unfolding. Lawyer Duan, I shall leave this in your capable hands. Please select an office that you find suitable. After Zhen Hao spoke, Duan Yujin nodded in agreement. Since the decision had been made for him to be stationed here, it was only natural for him to take up residence. At that moment, Duan Yujin sensed that Zhen Hao exuded an entirely different aura. Perhaps my instincts are correct. Following such a person may indeed lead to remarkable achievements. I hope I am not mistaken. This young man could potentially accomplish great things, Duan Yujin mused internally. Chapter 18. Such a person must be eliminated. In the general manager's office of Qianhua Building, Li Kuolin sat in contemplation, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Where's old Chow? Why haven't they made any move yet? Li Kuolin murmured, gazing into the distance. The situation had reached a critical juncture. If everything proceeded smoothly, they would reap substantial rewards. Yet, now, one of the key players was missing, leaving Li Kuolin feeling uncertain. Before he could ponder further, a frantic individual burst into the room. General Manager, we have a serious problem. The person exclaimed breathlessly. Li Kuolin regarded him with a look of confusion. What has happened? Upon hearing this, the individual replied, General Manager, just now, when I stepped outside, I discovered that Manager Chow and several others were taken away by the authorities. Li Kuolin's pupils constricted in alarm. How can this be? The disbelief surged within him. As he processed this information, he slowly raised his gaze, his expression hardening as he stared into the distance. Who could be behind this? It was evident that someone had reported them, but who could have orchestrated such an event? Li Kuolin recognized that this was undoubtedly the work of someone from within. The thought filled him with rage. It was time for him to take decisive action. Otherwise, he would feel a lingering sense of inadequacy. The new chairman, Zhen Hao, was the one behind this upheaval. After receiving the information from his subordinate, Li Kuolin perused Zhen Hao's profile. The details were rather straightforward, and he quickly finished reading. Yet, it was alarming that such a newcomer had managed to eliminate a significant portion of Li Kuolin's associates. This was not a trivial matter. General Manager, what should we do now? His anxious subordinate inquired. Given the suddenness of the situation, it was imperative to determine their next steps. Such a person must be eliminated, Li Kuolin declared, causing those around him to gasp in shock. Could it truly be possible to engage in such tactics? The more he contemplated, the more he perceived the complexity of the situation. Li Kuolin waved his hand, instructing his team, let us set aside other matters for now. We must promptly arrange to remove Zhen Hao. After all, Qianhua Building is currently in a state of disarray. Zhen Hao has only just taken control, and his influence is still insufficient across the board. Therefore, if Li Kuolin intervenes to eliminate Zhen Hao, the scales of victory will undoubtedly tip in his favor. This was not the first time Li Kuolin had taken such drastic measures, but this time, he felt a sense of confidence in his ability to manage the situation. Rest assured, General Manager, we know what to do, his subordinates assured him before departing to address the matter. As they left, Li Kuolin's face twisted into a sinister smile. This time, I will ensure that everything remains firmly within my grasp. Excellent, Zhen Hao remarked as he reviewed the documents before him, nodding slightly. The private investigator, too, was in high spirits, pleased to have assisted Zhen Hao. For him, this outcome was already quite commendable. Observing the scene, Zhen Hao's demeanor softened into a gentle smile. I shall take these for now. This is the final payment. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. The private investigator accepted the payment with a nod and a smile, bidding Zhen Hao farewell. Zhen Hao intended to seek out Jiang Yuntao to clarify the situation. However, at that moment, a striking woman approached him from a short distance away. Zhen Hao was taken aback upon recognizing her. What are you doing here? The woman before him was none other than Zhao Nana, and she was unaccompanied. I don't know either, she replied. I was just wandering around when I unexpectedly ran into you. What is it that you have in your hands? Zhao Nana had already caught a glimpse of the situation earlier, albeit uncertainly. She merely exchanged a word with her companion before approaching. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao handed over an item to Zhao Nana, prompting her curiosity. Could she examine it? However, given Zhen Hao's insistence, her curiosity ultimately prevailed, and she began to inspect it. At this moment, Zhen Hao instinctively glanced ahead, and with a resolute demeanor, he remarked, do you believe these items could lead to his disgrace? To confront a scoundrel like Jiang Yuntao, such tactics are essential. Therefore, Zhen Hao's actions are, in essence, entirely justifiable. After examining the contents, Zhao Nana was taken aback. It was indeed terrifying. Yet, I believe you are right in this, she nodded in agreement. After all, if Zhen Hao refrained from taking action, more victims could emerge in the future. Nonetheless, Zhao Nana harbored concerns. Would Zhen Hao encounter any repercussions for this? Observing her anxious expression, Zhen Hao inquired, "What is it? Why do you gaze at me so?" Zhao Nana, not forgetting to address him, said, "I worry, dear brother, that your actions may provoke their wrath. Do you think they might retaliate against you?" Upon hearing her words, Zhen Hao remained composed. "What of that? They pose no threat to me. Am I, a man of justice, to fear them?" He dismissed their potential for intimidation, fully confident in his current stature. Should Zhang Yuntao attempt to use threats against him, Zhen Hao would scarcely regard them as significant. With a faint smile, he asserted, "Let us set aside other matters for now and focus on taking these items with us." Chapter 19. Confrontation. Zhang Yuntao has met his demise. "Humph. I fear you shall find no opportunity." Just as Zhen Hao and Zhao Nana were conversing, a harsh voice interrupted. Zhen Hao lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Zhang Yuntao in the distance accompanied by several others, his hired henchmen, he felt a surge of recognition. "What brings you here, Zhang Yuntao?" Zhao Nana, fueled by her indignation towards him, spoke with little courtesy. Zhen Hao, observing the unfolding scene, felt no particular anger. In fact, he was quite the opposite, remarkably calm. "Is it the items in my possession that you desire? It seems fortune is not on your side today. Come forth if you wish to seize them." Zhen Hao regretted his earlier bravado. Had he foreseen this, he would have brought along some bodyguards, though he had yet to address the security department. The personnel there expressed their support for him. However, the pressing issue was that none of them were present at the scene, creating an awkward situation. At this moment, Zhen Hao raised an eyebrow, instinctively surveying his surroundings. After a moment's observation, he noticed Zhang Yuntao smirking. "Now that you are aware, do not blame us. Attack." With that command, Zhang Yuntao's associates lunged forward, intent on seizing the items from Zhen Hao. Zhao Nana, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Zhen Hao, what shall we do now?" She felt disoriented, recognizing the validity of Zhen Hao's earlier assertions. Yet, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. "Do not worry, you must escape first. I will handle these individuals. Although they may outnumber us slightly, once you reach your companions, you will be safe." "Humph, you think you can flee?" Such thoughts are futile. Zhang Yuntao sensed their intentions and gestured for his men to block Zhen Hao's path. Just then, a voice came from behind Zhen Hao. "Hurry, over there." What was happening? Zhen Hao recognized a few familiar faces among the approaching group. "Wait, are they not the individuals I encountered at the company? Have they come to assist me?" Uncertain of the situation, Zhen Hao seized Zhao Nana's hand and prepared to depart. As they moved forward, he addressed the individuals before him. "We shall take our leave. This matter is now in your hands." Zhen Hao's statement was ambiguous, yet laden with significance. If either group among the two was allied with him, conflict would ensue. Conversely, if neither supported him, a skirmish was inevitable. Thus, the implications of this encounter were becoming increasingly apparent. After a brief pause, Zhen Hao cleared his throat. "What are you waiting for? We must leave at once." Zhao Nana, astonished, asked, "Zhen Hao, are these your bodyguards?" Zhen Hao remained silent. He could not ascertain that. Nevertheless, the priority was to vacate the area. Zhang Yuntao narrowed his eyes at the newcomers. "Gentlemen, do not thwart my plans. Otherwise," but before he could finish, Su Jiaqi waved dismissively. "Engage." True masters do not require excessive dialogue before action. Clearly, Su Jiaqi epitomized this principle. As his command resonated, the group surged forward, launching an assault on Zhang Yuntao's faction. In stark contrast, Zhang Yuntao's team found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to offer any resistance. This left Zhang Yuntao infuriated, especially as casualties began to mount. 2 of his men collapsed from blood loss. "Are you serious?" Zhang Yuntao snarled through clenched teeth. Yet, Su Jiaqi merely chuckled in response. "Did you think we were jesting?" With the decision made to engage, there could be no room for complacency. One strike must suffice. Run. Zhang Yuntao recognized the gravity of the situation. While they could intimidate common foes, the opponents before them radiated professionalism. Thus, escape became their only viable option. Yet, it was too late for Zhang Yuntao. No sooner had he uttered his command than Su Jiaqi stood before him, demanding, "Where are they?" Su Jiaqi's words, once spoken, painted a visage of sheer terror across Zhang Yuntao's face. "I do not know." Zhang Yuntao truly was oblivious to these matters. Furthermore, had he been in the know, he could have simply taken action and apprehended the individuals involved, rather than lingering here aimlessly. At this juncture, Su Jiaqi was indifferent to such considerations. With no further utility, he deemed it necessary to eliminate them. Su Jiaqi harbored a firm belief that Zhang Yuntao and his associates were concealing something. Moreover, they were professionals in this field. Thus, in Su Jiaqi's estimation, resolving these issues entirely was the correct course of action. At length, having addressed all matters, Su Jiaqi glanced around and mused. They were fortunate to have escaped. One of his subordinates inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" We have yet to fulfill the task assigned by the general manager. This was indeed a thorny issue. Su Jiaqi began to survey his surroundings. In this scenario, he was acutely aware that they had inadvertently raised alarm. For the time being, they ought to lie low. Let's inform the general manager and take our leave for a few days, Su Jiaqi stated, pulling out his phone to relay the situation to Li Kuiling. On the other end, Li Kuiling's expression shifted. Nevertheless, he responded, I will transfer you $1 million. For now, stay out of sight. Await my instructions. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaqi and his team nodded in agreement. As such, once the commotion subsided, they would devise a plan to return. Chapter 20. It's dead. This is serious. My heavens, they are ruthless enough to resort to murder? Even Zhao Nana was rendered utterly incredulous. After all, the brutality exhibited by those individuals was startlingly unexpected. In this moment, Zhen Hao regained his composure. While they were conversing earlier, Zhen Hao had observed their lip movements and surmised the essence of their discussion. To his astonishment, they were indeed targeting him. It appeared he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Fortune was evidently on his side. A sigh of relief washed over Zhen Hao. The more he pondered, the less he felt any concern about the situation. However, the death of Zhang Yuntao posed a serious dilemma. If Zhang Yuntao were truly dead, it meant that no one would be privy to his affairs. Curiously, Zhao Nana turned to Zhen Hao and inquired, is that even possible? We could disseminate this information in advance, allowing more people to be aware of everything. After Zhen Hao articulated his thoughts, Zhao Nana contemplated carefully, realizing that it might indeed be the only course of action. Yet, how should they proceed? First, we should find a hotel that doesn't require ID registration, and then use the computer there to post this information on the forum. By tomorrow, everyone will be aware of this incident, and Zhang Yuntao will be finished. Zhen Hao concluded. Zhao Nana was taken aback. Is this truly necessary? A sense of compassion lingered within her. Such actions felt somewhat unkind to her. At that moment, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. It is essential. We must proceed in this manner. As Zhen Hao expressed this, Zhao Nana gradually found herself in agreement. After about an hour of diligent work, Zhen Hao finally resolved the matter. Soon enough, news of Zhang Yuntao's demise circulated widely. Many who were acquainted with him expressed their outrage. Despicable. That wretched scoundrel could commit such heinous acts. They exclaimed, how could such a person not perish? His existence is a threat to countless others. News soon spread that Zhang Yuntao was indeed dead. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community, as many revisited the post. An unsettling thought emerged. Could the author of this post be implicated in the crime? However, further investigation yielded no evidence. This realization instilled a sense of dread within many. Yet, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. If some were aware, so be it. This was hardly significant. If this matter is investigated, it could easily lead back to you. Zhao Nana cautioned, her concern palpable. She did not wish to see Zhen Hao in jeopardy, prompting her to voice her worries. Zhen Hao, however, appeared utterly unfazed. What does it matter if it points to me? After all, I'm innocent, he declared. Though Zhen Hao's demeanor suggested nonchalance, Zhao Nana couldn't shake her unease. Despite the outward appearance of calm, she felt a pang of guilt towards Zhen Hao. Enough of this. Let us leave quickly. I'll take you to school, he said, driving his Koenigsegg Supercar to escort Zhao Nana back. Thank you so much, Zhen Hao, Zhao Nana said. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Zhen Hao remained serene. No need for thanks. Focus on your studies. I'll visit you when I can. Once again, Zhao Nana recognized that worrying excessively was futile. As she turned to head back to school, a sudden commotion caught her attention. A large group was rushing towards them. Observing their approach, Zhen Hao maintained an air of tranquility. What is going on? He wondered. Noticing that the crowd comprised mainly teachers and security personnel, he deduced they were likely friends or acquaintances of Zhang Yuntao. One individual pointed at Zhen Hao, declaring, it's him. He had a confrontation with teacher Jiang before his death. Therefore, he bears responsibility for Jiang's demise. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Our senior could never have harmed teacher Jiang. Some speculated, perhaps our senior is simply a champion of justice, and if he did it, that would be a relief. Fear not, senior, we will always support you. Amidst the nonsensical chatter, Zhen Hao felt a singular sensation. If he truly had allies like these, they seemed to be eagerly wishing for his downfall. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he observed the unfolding drama. As such, upon witnessing the scene, Zhen Hao smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. However, I must clarify that this matter is not of my doing. He cast a fleeting glance at an individual within the crowd, a familiar face that he recognized all too well. This person had once conspired alongside Zhang Yuntao to seek personal gain. Upon seeing Zhen Hao's demeanor, a flicker of unease washed over him. Nonetheless, he boldly retorted, why are you looking at me like that, Zhen Hao? Don't think for a moment that I don't recognize you. During your school days, your character was utterly deplorable. It comes as no surprise to me that you are capable of such deeds. His words hung in the air, causing those around them to fall into stunned silence. What was unfolding? Had Zhen Hao truly committed such an act? If this were indeed the case, the towering image they held of him would shatter in an instant. Such a revelation was unacceptable to them. Yet, at that moment, Zhen Hao simply smiled faintly and replied, "Teacher Lu Yunwei, you accuse me of having a vile character. I happen to possess a recording. Would you care to listen?" With that, he produced his phone and pressed play. Before long, an audio clip began to play, leaving Lu Yunwei momentarily speechless. Chapter 21. The real culprit lies elsewhere. As he processed the situation, Lu Yunwei's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Zhen Hao. How had he managed to obtain this? Unable to contain himself, Lu Yunwei blurted out, "How could you possibly have these?" As his words echoed, the crowd turned their attention towards Zhen Hao in unison, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Zhen Hao, maintaining his calm demeanor, responded, "Surprised, are we? Initially, I had no intention of resorting to such measures. However, when Lu Yunwei presumed me to be an easy target and sought to undermine me, the course of events was perhaps already set in motion." As he spoke, Lu Yunwei's complexion drained of color, while those around him began to murmur and point fingers. What? How could it be this way? None of us anticipated this. To think that a teacher could stoop so low. Fear swept through the crowd, with many expressing their intent to avoid his classes in the future, urging the school to replace him or face a boycott. In the midst of this uproar, Lu Yunwei attempted to defend himself, but his efforts proved futile. Shortly thereafter, several officials arrived on the scene, stating unequivocally, "This matter has no connection to Mr. Zhen Hao. The true culprit lies elsewhere." Their declaration dispelled the crowd's doubts, but simultaneously left them with more questions. If Zhen Hao was not the perpetrator, then who could it be? This is a video that surfaced at the time of the incident. "Mr. Zhen Hao, please take a closer look." One of the officials addressed Zhen Hao with a serious demeanor, and even those present could sense the gravity of the situation. Upon viewing the footage, Zhen Hao recognized it as the moment he encountered Jiang Yuntao, followed by Su Jiachang's sudden aggression directed at him. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the attack was aimed at Zhen Hao, but unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yuntao had been neutralized in the process. "I find these individuals strikingly familiar. I suspect they may be associated with my company," Zhen Hao remarked, prompting the officials to exchange knowing glances. Indeed, this is a crucial lead, a significant breakthrough. If we pursue this angle, we are bound to uncover more. As the officials focused intently on Zhen Hao, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. "May I inquire, Mr. Zhen Hao, which company do you represent?" one official asked, prompting the others to look at him expectantly. "Qianhua Tower," Zhen Hao replied nonchalantly. "What? Qianhua Tower?" The crowd reacted in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and incredulity. They questioned whether they had misheard. Qianhua Tower, a renowned establishment valued at over $1 billion in the city, was a name none of them could dismiss lightly. "Are you implying that you are the chairman of Qianhua Tower?" one official asked, seeking confirmation. Zhen Hao nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I previously reported high-level embezzlement within the company, which led me to suspect that my general manager may have ulterior motives." However, rather than focusing on Zhen Hao's allegations, the crowd was far more captivated by the revelation of his leadership role at Qianhua Tower. "Good heavens, is this the same Qianhua Tower worth over 10 billion? I always knew you were exceptional, but I never imagined your capabilities reached such heights." Excitement rippled through the gathered individuals, each voice adding to the growing fervor. Despite the buzz surrounding him, Zhen Hao remained composed, unfazed by the admiration directed his way. After all, he had long been accustomed to accolades and the perks that came with his status, luxury cars, grand buildings, and invaluable skills. As he raised his head and surveyed the crowd, a subtle smile graced his lips. "As for the specifics, I believe you can directly pursue this lead," he suggested. With renewed respect, the official responded, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhen Hao. We will begin our inquiries in this direction." As the official spoke, he took a call, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "What? Such an incident has occurred? Understood, I will be there shortly." Zhen Hao observed the unfolding situation with intrigue, sensing the complexity of the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, the official continued, "Mr. Zhen Hao, you were correct. We have already conducted an investigation. The general manager of Qianhua Tower, Li Colin, is a prime suspect, and we will proceed with his apprehension." The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the implications of this revelation. In this moment, those surrounding him were rendered utterly uncertain about how to proceed. After observing for a while, Zhen Hao smiled faintly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, the others were filled with a righteous indignation. The resolution of these matters was indeed a welcome development. Regardless of Li Colin's motives, they no longer pertained to Zhen Hao. He felt prepared to return and address these issues. This time, he truly owed it to you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Zhen Hao's gaze drifted into the distance, contemplating silently. However, if this matter could be resolved now, it would indeed be a most favorable outcome. Zhen Hao realized that it was time for him to head to Qianhua Building to manage this situation properly. What belongs to me, I shall reclaim in full. Chapter 22. Li Kuelin captured, the dust settles. This incident left Li Kuelin feeling a persistent sense of unease. What was truly unfolding? Why did he feel such disquiet in his heart? As Li Kuelin raised his head to gaze into the distance, the more he pondered, the more he sensed an unsettling air surrounding him. Yet, paradoxically, he also felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction regarding the situation. If we can resolve these issues now, won't Zhen Hao be doomed? Gradually, as Li Kuelin suddenly lifted his head to scrutinize the scene before him, the people around him began to stir with anticipation. To put it accurately, this opportunity was quite promising. Thus, the more Li Kuelin contemplated, the more he felt it was time to take action. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, there are no issues here. We can proceed now. Li Kuelin's words clearly caught many off guard. At this moment, several uniformed officers stood before him. The leading officer, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed him. Mr. Li Kuelin, you are currently under investigation in connection with a major homicide case. Therefore, we kindly request that you accompany us for further inquiries. Upon hearing this, Li Kuelin's countenance darkened considerably. Was this moment finally upon him? Yet, the more he thought about it, the more discomfort he felt within. What was truly happening? Was this somehow linked to Zhen Hao? As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, he caught sight of Zhen Hao in the corridor. Zhen Hao, you. The instant Li Kuelin laid eyes on him, his expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. Did you truly think you could scheme against me and escape unscathed? However, your associates have committed murder under your orders. Once the investigation clarifies everything, you shall surely face dire consequences. Zhen Hao's words resonated heavily, akin to a profound blow. Even Li Kuelin could not suppress a chill that crept into his heart. Zhen Hao, you scoundrel, I shall not let you go. I will merely assist in the investigation. Await my return. As Li Kuelin spoke, Zhen Hao raised his gaze to meet him. The more he observed, the more amusing he found Li Kuelin's delusions of grandeur. Did he truly believe he would have another chance? Zhen Hao suddenly erupted into laughter, delighting in the absurdity of Li Kuelin's self-importance. He still fancied he could return. Under such circumstances, all his troubles could be swiftly resolved. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Li Kuelin's notions were painfully simplistic. For Zhen Hao, he would never afford Li Kuelin such an opportunity. Enough chatter, let us prepare to return. Since clarity cannot be attained here, Zhen Hao's foremost objective remained to eliminate Li Kuelin's associates first. Just then, Duan Yujin arrived, and upon seeing Zhen Hao, his demeanor shifted. No wonder the chairman had been so unperturbed. It seemed he had already devised a solution. As Duan Yujin spoke, Zhen Hao appeared somewhat perplexed. What did he mean? Why did it seem that Duan Yujin's words diverged from what Zhen Hao was currently undertaking? Nevertheless, these concerns were not the focal point. Zhen Hao contemplated this, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, how have matters progressed on your end? Zhen Hao's inquiry piqued Duan Yujin's interest. He presented a meticulously prepared document to Zhen Hao's hands. Since Zhen Hao had managed to control Li Kuelin, Duan Yujin's subsequent task was to identify those within Qianhua Building. In truth, only by doing so could this matter be comprehensively resolved. Thus, Zhen Hao nodded in agreement. Very well, let us identify these individuals and clarify the situation. If they wish to continue their work, their conditions shall remain unchanged, but the focus will shift. By stating this, Zhen Hao had already prepared himself for the necessity of eliminating these individuals. He realized that compassion served no purpose. After much contemplation, he feared abruptly severing their livelihoods. Yet how had they treated him? Their tactics had been increasingly ruthless. Thus, Zhen Hao felt ever more convinced that his actions were entirely justified. Let us set aside these matters for the moment. Given this, I believe we can consider alternative issues moving forward. As Zhen Hao's gaze sharpened, he looked into the distance. He felt increasingly optimistic about the unfolding events. Duan Yujin nodded, entrusting him with these matters posed no challenge. However, he bore an expression of hesitation. What is it? Is there something you wish to convey? Zhen Hao inquired directly. Duan Yujin nodded earnestly. Indeed, and these matters are rather complex. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed Zhen Hao again. Chairman, the scale of operations at Qianhua Building has become excessively vast. Perhaps you should consider recruiting a general manager? After all, with Li Kuelin now detained, many responsibilities remain unassigned. If we genuinely wish to resolve this issue, we shall need to employ effective measures. Yet, Zhen Hao was not in a rush. Understood, I now know how to proceed. As for you, return first and await my message. Zhen Hao waved his hand, not forgetting to address Duan Yujin. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Duan Yujin nodded repeatedly. He was currently very fond of his job, and for him, this situation was already quite satisfactory. However, Duan Yujin was indeed curious about the method Zhen Hao would employ to turn the tide. For now, he could only wait with bated breath. As for Zhen Hao, he understood that this matter must unfold naturally. Chapter 23. The Exceptional Manager, Goddess Qin Shuang. Li Colin had been taken away for questioning. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would not be returning. Nevertheless, Zhen Hao believed that Duan Yujin's assertion was true. Currently, if he could recruit another talent of such caliber, it would be splendid. Ideally, this individual should possess outstanding abilities, and if she happened to be a woman, that would be even better. As Zhen Hao contemplated this, a person suddenly arrived from outside. Chairman, there is someone here to apply for the position of General Manager. Look at that. This is efficiency. Qianhua Building is a large enterprise. Once the word is out, there will be plenty of people willing to come. Thus, Zhen Hao held no concerns about this. He was, however, eager to discern the capabilities of this applicant. Let him in. Zhen Hao gestured with his hand. Signaling to those nearby, they nodded in agreement and withdrew. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared before Zhen Hao. The moment he laid eyes on her, Zhen Hao experienced an illusion. Such a captivating woman would surely astonish any man upon first glance. Hello, Chairman Zhen. My name is Qin Shuang, and I am here to apply for the position of General Manager. As she spoke, her voice was equally enchanting. Zhen Hao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that this woman was indeed remarkable. His gaze subtly shifted, directly resting upon her. Very well, you may begin. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shuang commenced her introduction. To Zhen Hao's surprise, Qin Shuang possessed experience managing 2 companies. Although these enterprises were not large, she had made them flourish. Qin Shuang had initially planned to take a break, but upon seeing the job posting for Qianhua Building, she decided to give it a try. What a beautiful twist of fate. This was true serendipity. Regarding Qin Shuang, Zhen Hao found himself at a loss for words. She was a professional talent, and if entrusted with responsibilities, she would be an asset. However, after some contemplation, Zhen Hao posed a question. I believe you have heard about the previous general manager. Li Kuilin, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhen Hao was genuinely curious about Qin Shuang's perspective. After all, given the size of Qianhua Building, concealing such events was utterly impossible. Rather than attempting to obscure the truth, it would be far better to address everything candidly. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Qin Shuang remained composed. I have heard, but he is he, and I am I. They should not be conflated. Though her response was succinct, it conveyed her resolve. Observing Qin Shuang, Zhen Hao silently agreed within himself. Very well, congratulations. You are now the general manager of Qianhua Building. As for your benefits, if you perform exceptionally, there will be bonuses at the end of the year. Zhen Hao articulated these details straightforwardly, while Qin Shuang examined the agreement, meticulously crafted by Duan Yujin, covering all aspects. She attempted to find any flaws, yet none were apparent. This agreement is quite perfect, she affirmed, nodding in agreement before signing. Zhen Hao felt it prudent to set a goal for Qin Shuang. As you are new, I cannot impose too many expectations. Focus on uniting all departments while ensuring your own protection. His words warmed Qin Shuang's heart. Suddenly, she perceived Zhen Hao as a rather commendable young man. Though their conversation had revolved around work, her feelings stirred slightly beyond the professional realm. Understood, Chairman, I know what to do, Qin Shuang replied, nodding at Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao instructed his staff to arrange matters for Qin Shuang, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Why was such a stunning beauty so stoic? He speculated that perhaps it was her first time in such a setting, which was understandable. Now that someone was firmly in place, Zhen Hao felt a significant sense of relief. At that moment, Zhen Hao's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he noted an unfamiliar number. He answered, only to hear a serious voice on the other end. May I speak with Mr. Zhen? The formality struck Zhen Hao as peculiar, prompting him to ponder silently. Yes, this is Zhen Hao. What is it? Mr. Zhen, we are from the Sioux City Public Affairs Bureau. Li Kuilin has confessed to all matters. Further investigation and evidence collection will be necessary, and we hope that you and Qianhua Building can cooperate. Wonderful. Of course, we will cooperate. It was imperative to ensure that Li Kuilin faced justice. None of his accomplices should escape accountability. Zhen Hao's spirits soared with excitement, contemplating whether he should take action in this joyous moment. Just then, several security personnel approached Zhen Hao. Chairman, trouble has arisen. President Qin has been detained by someone. What is going on? Where is this happening? Take me there. Zhen Hao wasted no words. Now that Qin Shuang had assumed the role of general manager, she was part of his team. He would not allow anyone to wrong his own, regardless of who was responsible. Zhen Hao was determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhen Hao felt a surge of anger. This way, Chairman. The security personnel directed, leading him swiftly to the entrance of Qianhua Building. At the entrance, a man in a suit stood holding flowers, blocking Qin Shuang's path. Qin Shuang, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I will treat you well for a lifetime. Upon hearing this man's declaration, Qin Shuang appeared exceedingly reluctant. Because she was well acquainted with this man, she pondered how to cope with the situation at hand. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Frost. Who is bothering you? Chapter 24. What does the Zhao family have to do with me? Frost's face, Qin Frost, slightly flushed as she cast her gaze towards Zhen Hao. However, it didn't take long for her to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Youji's expression turned sour. Humph, Qin Frost, who is he? Upon hearing Zhao Youji's remark, Qin Frost merely smiled faintly. Subsequently, she approached Zhen Hao, linking her arms with his, and turned to face Zhao Youji. Who he is that any of your concern? At that moment, Zhen Hao exhibited a subtle smile. As he surveyed his surroundings, his brows arched slightly, instinctively directing his attention forward. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's face, as he found the scenario rather delightful. Indeed, this was the Qianhua building. I would advise you not to stir trouble here. Zhen Hao's words carried significant weight. Zhao Youji, however, wore a smug expression. What is this Qianhua building to me? Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Youji, the eldest son of the Zhao family. I have taken a liking to Qin Frost, so if you know what is good for you, you'd better leave quickly, or else. Zhao Youji raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance. At this point, Zhen Hao glanced at Zhao Youji and found the situation rather amusing. Reality often surpassed fiction in its excitement. The scene that unfolded before him was reminiscent of a novel, and Zhen Hao was astonished to witness it in real life. What does the Zhao family have to do with me? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being rude. Zhen Hao's words fell on deaf ears for Zhao Youji, who, emboldened by his status, felt invincible in this domain. Zhen Hao shook his head in resignation, clearly bemused by Zhao Youji's naivety. Someone, give him a good beating and then throw him out. Upon Zhen Hao's command, the security personnel hurriedly advanced toward Zhao Youji. Understood, Chairman, leave this to us. In truth, they had long awaited the opportunity to act, and now that the chance had arisen, they seized it with fervor. Soon enough, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhao Youji. How dare you? I didn't realize you were the chairman of Qianhua Building. Just you wait, I won't let this matter rest. Zhao Youji shouted as he was unceremoniously tossed out, like refuse. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that Zhen Hao would act so decisively without a second thought. Did he not consider that Zhao Youji belonged to the third tier of the Zhao family? Yet, Zhen Hao was acutely aware of the spectators' thoughts. Nevertheless, he raised his hand and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, since you work at Qianhua Building, we have the right to ensure your safety. Regardless of who dares to create a disturbance here, we will take immediate action without hesitation. As Zhen Hao's words resonated, the onlookers were filled with excitement. See what true resolve looks like. This is authentic courage. They gazed at Zhen Hao with admiration, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The chairman is truly heartwarming. Such a company is worth a lifetime of commitment. Although not formal employees of Qianhua Building, merely renting office space, they felt a deep sense of loyalty. We were planning to relocate upon the expiration of our contract, but now, we would gladly extend our lease for another decade. The crowd grew increasingly animated as they expressed their sentiments. Zhen Hao, however, remained indifferent to their praises. His primary concern was the welfare of his employees. As for other matters, he felt little emotional weight. Gradually, Zhen Hao lifted his gaze to meet Qin Frost's. Are you all right? His inquiry effectively pulled Qin Frost back from her reverie. Blushing, she replied, Chairman, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me. Qin Frost contemplated explaining the situation to Zhen Hao, but he, having observed her, felt that such matters were trivial. Yes, I'm aware of that. However, should anything like this occur again, you must inform me immediately. As the general manager of Qianhua Building, I will ensure that no one bullies you. Zhen Hao sought to convey that she was under his protection, that no one could dare to harm her here. Yet, Qin Frost misinterpreted his words. Is this a declaration of affection? She mused internally, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao remained calm and unfazed. To him, such events were of little consequence. You are in charge of the company. Make arrangements to recruit additional security personnel to ensure everyone's safety. Qin Frost snapped back to reality. Of course, Chairman. I will take care of this matter immediately. Clearly, she recalled the events vividly. Zhen Hao, however, was not overly concerned. He sensed that Qianhua Building needed to expand. It seemed prudent to instruct Duan Yujin to investigate potential avenues for expansion before the end of the workday. Zhen Hao had an inkling that Zhao Youji would not simply let this matter lie. In truth, Zhen Hao shared the same sentiment. Since they would inevitably cross paths again, it was better to confront the issue head-on. In fact, it was only in this vein that Zhen Hao felt increasingly aware of how to proceed. Yet, From his perspective, there was little cause for worry. Zhao Yoji, Zhao family, is it? Since you initiated this trouble, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Zhen Hao organized a series of tasks before preparing to leave. As for subsequent matters, he had others to handle them on his behalf, leaving him free from concern. However, on principle, Zhen Hao felt a surge of eagerness. Time to return home and rest. Tomorrow's affairs can wait until then. Chapter 25. The third day check-in, reinforcement pill. Upon awakening, Zhen Hao found the situation somewhat peculiar. In fact, he himself could not quite comprehend it. He had dreamt that he was, without a doubt, a veritable tycoon. Moreover, he possesses everything he desires. However, I too have found my footing. Having just awakened, I shall first register my presence. To Zhen Hao, the priority at this moment is indeed to sign in. Yet, I cannot help but wonder what splendid rewards this check-in might yield. On the third day, I acquired a reinforcement elixir. A reinforcement elixir? What exactly is that? Embodying a spirit of inquiry, Zhen Hao began to investigate. Upon discovering the effects of the reinforcement elixir, he was both astonished and intrigued. This elixir possesses the power to enhance one's abilities. Furthermore, it allows for an unwavering spirit, even without rest. As he absorbed this information, Zhen Hao felt increasingly overwhelmed by the magnitude of what lay before him. Nevertheless, these matters were not the crux of the issue at hand. After contemplating this, Zhen Hao swiftly opted to consume the elixir. Such a remarkable item should, of course, be utilized by oneself. It would be unthinkable to relinquish it to another. Good things are meant to be kept for oneself, a notion that is beyond dispute. At that moment, Zhen Hao's gaze shifted slightly, directing itself towards the distance. Suddenly, he recalled the situation concerning Tianhua Tower. Now, it appeared that someone intended to take action against it. And surely these individuals would not allow this opportunity to pass them by. However, I am eager to witness who they truly are, Zhen Hao declared, his fists clenched in anticipation. In that instant, an indescribable thrill coursed through his expression. After all, this was finally a chance to engage with them on equal footing. Although they were merely third-tier forces, they had once been figures of admiration for Zhen Hao. I wonder what thoughts occupy your minds now. Yet, I can only assert that encountering me is your misfortune. With no immediate destination in mind, Zhen Hao decided to return to the company first. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang had already arrived at the office. Upon seeing Zhen Hao, she appeared somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, she approached him and offered a sweet smile. "Good morning, Chairman." "Good morning." Zhen Hao replied with a nod, sensing that Qin Shuang seemed to have something to convey. However, upon reflection, he realized that discussing matters at the company entrance was not particularly advisable. "Let us proceed to my office," he suggested with a slight smile. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement and called a few others to join them. This led Zhen Hao to feel that the situation was more complex than he had initially anticipated. Setting aside other matters for the moment, he would soon ascertain how to address this issue. "All right, let us discuss what we need to." Zhen Hao gestured as the others gathered. Following his lead, Qin Shuang handed him a document. "Chairman, this details the actions taken by the Zhao family against our group yesterday evening. We now suspect they will continue their maneuvers." As Qin Shuang spoke, Zhen Hao examined the document with care. Indeed, there was nothing problematic about what Qin Shuang had relayed. He recognized this entirely. However, he felt no sense of concern regarding the present circumstances. "Is that all?" Zhen Hao chuckled, realizing that after all the commotion, it amounted to merely this. Initially, he had regarded their actions with seriousness, but the outcome had turned out to be rather underwhelming. Better late than never, he mused, recognizing that it was time to arrange a few things properly. "Chairman, what should we do next?" Qin Shuang inquired. The others chimed in, expressing their concerns about the situation. "We cannot afford to be so defeatist. Now that they have made their move, we must confront them head-on. We cannot retreat. As the Zhao family's aim is Tianhua Tower." After these declarations, Zhen Hao suddenly grasped Qin Shuang's intentions. The individuals present in the office genuinely wished for the well-being of Tianhua Tower, in stark contrast to previous associates. However, Zhen Hao was curious about Qin Shuang's perspective on the matter. "Qin Shuang, what are your thoughts on this situation?" As soon as he posed this question, it was evident that Qin Shuang had already formulated a plan. "Chairman, everyone, I had discussions with our distributors before leaving work yesterday. They will come directly to collect our products, so we need not worry." Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, while Zhen Hao applauded. "Excellent. This way, they may find it impossible to thwart us." With this revelation, the surrounding individuals finally understood the situation. Reflecting on it, Zhen Hao realized that such a proactive approach was entirely justifiable. In this context, he instinctively surveyed the area around him. However, this was still insufficient. The Zhao family would undoubtedly devise ways to create chaos for them. During this time, everyone must remain vigilant. As Zhen Hao spoke, he had already considered various countermeasures. With everything arranged, there would be no opportunity for the opposition to exploit. Manager Qin, you have done exceptionally well. I am confident in entrusting Qianhua Tower to you and the others. Zhen Hao reaffirmed with a nod to those present. His praise brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction among the group. Nonetheless, Zhen Hao sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Chairman, the Zhao family has arrived. They wish to speak with you. Chapter 26. The outcome remains uncertain. Then I shall meet with them properly, Zhen Hao replied, rising to head outside. Qin Shuang, witnessing his resolve, felt a pang of urgency. This is unacceptable. The more she thought about it, the more she felt an escalating sense of anxiety within her. Slowly, as she gazed ahead, she realized that with the Zhao family's arrival, the situation had become perilous. Yet, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. Rest assured, even in the face of the gravest dangers, I remain impervious to any threats. Moreover, do you truly believe I would fear them? In Zhen Hao's eyes, a true man should confront challenges head-on. Why are they not here yet? Could it be that they have retreated like turtles, too afraid to show themselves? At the entrance of Qianhua Building, Zhao Youji grew increasingly fervent in his speech. Surrounding him, a cadre of subordinates echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this Qianhua Building will eventually fall into our grasp. It goes without saying that they are utterly incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Why should we even bother with them? In my opinion, there is no need for excessive dialogue. Since the decision has been made, we should act decisively. Yet, the individuals nearby continued to express their thoughts. Clearly, this notion was not lost on others either. Just as Zhao Youji prepared to elaborate further, one of his subordinates reminded him, "Young master, he has arrived." Zhao Youji turned to gaze into the distance, where he spotted Zhen Hao approaching at a deliberate pace. This caught Zhao Youji off guard, for he had not anticipated that Zhen Hao was, in fact, a senior executive of the company. However, this revelation was not entirely shocking. "So it's you? I requested the highest authority of your company to speak with me. Why have you come?" Zhao Youji remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing Zhao Youji's words, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. "I am indeed the chairman of Qianhua Building. Is that not sufficient?" In truth, Zhen Hao felt no compulsion to appear here. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent for him to address the situation directly. Upon Zhen Hao's declaration, Zhao Youji was taken aback. "What? You are the chairman?" Clearly, this was a revelation he had not foreseen. Yet as Zhao Youji instinctively lifted his gaze to meet Zhen Hao's, he regained his composure. "No matter. Since you are the chairman, discussing this matter with you is acceptable." Zhao Youji's words sparked amusement in Zhen Hao. "Very well, speak your mind. I have little time to waste on your theatrics." Zhen Hao's response felt like a sharp slap to the face. In that moment, Zhao Youji nodded. "Excellent. Then I shall be direct. I wish for you to lead the people of Qianhua Building to join our Zhao family." Standing tall, Zhao Youji exuded an air of arrogance as he spoke. However, his words resembled a patronizing offer. Yet, the more he pressed, the more Zhen Hao found the situation intriguing. "Join your Zhao family? On what grounds?" Zhen Hao retorted, and Zhao Youji found the question laughable. "Is it not evident? Have you not noticed that your Qianhua Building is out of options? If you persist in this stalemate, how long do you think you can endure?" Zhao Youji waved his hand dismissively as he addressed Zhen Hao. For Zhen Hao, a sense of resignation washed over him. Was the Zhao family truly composed of such individuals? If that were the case, Zhen Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The more he observed Zhao Youji, the more he felt compelled to speak. "The outcome is yet undetermined. What is there to boast about?" Zhen Hao stated matter-of-factly, for the situation was indeed as such. Yet, the more he contemplated, the clearer his understanding became. "How laughable. Do you still believe you can turn the tide?" Zhen Youji declared, standing firm. After all, the Zhao family had meticulously arranged their plans. They had anticipated nearly every contingency for Qianhua Building. If a confrontation were to occur, it was unlikely they would hesitate. Yet now, with Qianhua Building undergoing significant changes, the Zhao family saw an opportunity too valuable to ignore. "Humph, your security personnel are absent, are they not?" Zhao Youji remarked with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Zhen Hao questioned, "What do you mean?" For some reason, he found himself perplexed by Zhao Youji's words. However, in the next moment, Zhao Youji gestured to his companions. "Go, teach him a lesson." Following his command, a bodyguard clenched his fists and charged toward Zhen Hao. The leading bodyguard, brimming with confidence, aimed a punch directly at Zhen Hao, convinced it would incapacitate him. Yet, even before the blow landed, Zhen Hao stood there, seemingly aware of every move. Even he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Could it be the effects of the enhancement pill? Zhen Hao pondered this, increasingly convinced of its likelihood. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, Zhen Hao was determined to resolve the situation swiftly. "Humph, mere trifles." With that, Zhen Hao delivered a decisive punch to the bodyguard's chest. A sound akin to shattering bones echoed through the air, and the once menacing bodyguard now lay on the ground, spitting blood, while Zhen Hao remained unscathed. Even Zhao Yoji found himself momentarily stunned. How could he possess such strength? Zhao Yoji had never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Humph, why are you still standing there? Attack him. Zhao Yoji intended to seize this moment to deliver a severe reprimand to Zhen Hao, especially since Zhen Hao had stolen his woman. However, at that moment, a group of security personnel rushed to Zhen Hao's side, forming a protective barrier around him. Chairman, are you unharmed? They inquired as they positioned themselves in front of him. Zhao Yoji stood there, gritting his teeth, pointing menacingly in their direction. Deep within, a fiery fury consumed him. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao maintained his composure. I'm fine, but as for their well-being, I cannot say. Zhen Hao's words only served to further infuriate Zhao Yoji. Yet, through gritted teeth, he managed to say, you may be formidable, but I assure you, I will not let this matter rest. We are leaving. With that, Zhao Yoji departed, taking his entourage with him. As he left, many within the company eagerly emerged, for they had already learned of the unfolding events. However, at present, Zhen Hao's prowess is undeniably formidable. Chairman, are you all right? Qin Shuang gazed at Zhen Hao, her face etched with concern. Yet, Zhen Hao merely waved his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. What a joke. How could anything be amiss? If that were the case, I might as well abandon this endeavor. Nevertheless, this very demeanor reinforced Zhen Hao's belief in the efficacy of the enhancement elixir. Others, however, were left astonished. They could hardly fathom the chairman's sheer combat capability. The man just moments ago had appeared to be a retired Special Forces soldier. Yet he was no match for the chairman. Need I even say more? Just look at who the chairman is. These individuals realized they had inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable opponent. The surrounding onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. In truth, Zhen Hao had previously employed various means to eliminate the detrimental elements within the company, which had proven immensely beneficial. He could feel this shift keenly, at the very least. There was now a greater sense of unity. However, these matters were trivial in comparison to what weighed heavily on Zhen Hao's mind. The resolution of the issue Qin Shuang had previously mentioned. By the way, Qin Shuang, how is the situation progressing? Some matters were too delicate to be discussed in detail, yet Zhen Hao's implications had been abundantly clear. At this juncture, Qin Shuang blinked at Zhen Hao and replied softly, do not worry. Everything is unfolding as I anticipated. With Qin Shuang's assurance, Zhen Hao felt a sense of relief. At least this issue could be resolved, providing a much-needed boost to the Qianhua building. However, what he had acquired today appeared to merely augment his own strength. While it sufficed for self-preservation, it was evidently insufficient for any further endeavors. Zhen Hao was acutely aware of this. Thus, he merely contemplated without taking any action, fully cognizant that even his best efforts would yield little. Perhaps it is best to refrain from fixating on these quandaries for now, he mused. In light of this, I believe it prudent to develop steadily before taking decisive action. Zhen Hao had meticulously charted a long-term plan, though he remained uncertain about how the various factions would proceed next. Setting aside those concerns for the moment, he was certain that the Zhao family must now be in a state of disarray. At that very moment, within the Zhao family, the head, Zhao Hongyan, furrowed his brow. Is this truly happening? Initially, Zhao Hongyan had merely instructed his family members to probe Qianhua building. If they could seize it, they would undoubtedly exert every effort. However, if it proved unattainable, they would not suffer losses unnecessarily. Yet now, the situation had become quite perplexing for Zhao Hongyan. Head, what should we do now? Zhao Yoji, visibly anxious, turned to Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Hongyan slowly raised his head to survey the room. What are your thoughts on this matter? In truth, there had always been a disparity between the Zhao family and Qianhua building. If it had been in the past, the Zhao family would never have dared to provoke Qianhua building. But now, the landscape had shifted dramatically. Contemplating this, the Zhao family members began to adopt a different mindset. What's the worst that could happen? It's just a confrontation. Do they really believe they can intimidate us? There was little to fear. The situation had already transpired, and they might as well go all in. Need I even mention it? Given the current circumstances, do they genuinely believe they have any leverage? Head, I believe if we confront Qianhua building, we can seize control within 3 days and drive them out. Initially, Zhao Hongyan did not support this notion, as Qianhua building had previously been an impregnable fortress. However, this new chairman was a different story. Regardless of his abilities, one thing was clear: he was formidable. To act rashly would not bode well for them. Yet, Zhao Hongyan began to see the merit in his subordinate's words. If possible, testing the waters here might not be a bad idea. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest, Zhao Hongyan declared through gritted teeth. After all, the Zhao family possessed numerous tactics. Should they succeed in sealing off Qianhua Building's resources, it would undoubtedly spell doom for them. Understood, head. I will make the necessary arrangements. Zhao Yoji, who had already been managing these affairs, immediately took charge. He was well versed in such matters. Zhao Hongyan nodded. The moment of truth had arrived, and their success hinged upon this endeavor. Everyone must exert their utmost effort in this undertaking. Should Qianhua Building regain its footing, the Zhao family would find itself in dire straits. Zhao Hongyan spoke gravely, and everyone present felt the weight of his seriousness. They nodded in agreement, vowing to handle the situation with utmost diligence. Observing their resolve, Zhao Hongyan felt a measure of reassurance. However, he still harbored concerns and intended to voice them. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. Head, we have a crisis. Goods from Qianhua Building have been sold. Our blockade has proven ineffective. Everyone was taken aback. What on earth is happening? If our plan fails, does this not mean they will retaliate against us? Chapter 28. Spending money, no matter how much. Head, what shall we do? A subordinate inquired anxiously. This was indeed a precarious situation. They had intended to sever Qianhua Building's escape routes. Yet before they could even act, Qianhua had already made its move. Prepare yourselves. We shall confront them head-on. I want this young man to understand the consequences of crossing us. As Zhao Hongyan spoke, his determination was palpable to those around him. However, if this plan succeeded, the ramifications would be significant, and they were acutely aware of this. Observing their reactions, Zhao Hongyan waved dismissively. Enough talk. You may leave for now. Remember, handle this matter with finesse. As he spoke, the others nodded earnestly. They understood without needing further explanation. Zhao Hongyan, the head of the Zhao family, was truly prepared to take risks this time. Should their previous plan fail, the Zhao family could very well face total collapse. If they could not resolve the issue with Zhen Hao economically, they would have no choice but to resort to action to manage the situation effectively. Thus, within the hearts of these individuals, anticipation surged. In this context, Zhao Hongyan became increasingly exhilarated. I hope Zhen Hao does not disappoint me. The elite of the Zhao family are prepared and ready. Should you truly take this step, my people will undoubtedly make you regret it. Upon reaching this conclusion, an ineffable fervor ignited in Zhao Hongyan's eyes. Meanwhile, those around him inhaled deeply, fully aware of Zhao Hongyan's likely course of action. However, at this juncture, further discussion seemed futile. In the office of the chairman at Qianhua Tower, Zhen Hao exhibited no signs of anxiety, unlike others. In fact, he even engaged in conversation with the campus beauty and the newly acquainted Zhao Nana. Qin Shuang found Zhen Hao's demeanor amusing. Chairman, she called out, bringing Zhen Hao back to attention. You've arrived? In truth, Zhen Hao felt no trepidation. Initially, he had been uncertain about the situation, which had caused him some concern over potential complications. However, now he was increasingly cognizant that matters were not as straightforward as he had imagined. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced his lips. Given your demeanor, it seems the situation has been resolved? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang nodded vigorously. Indeed, Chairman. This is the plan I prepared earlier. Please take a look. As Zhen Hao perused the document, he couldn't help but admire Qin Shuang's remarkable capabilities. If previously, Qianhua Tower struggled to achieve full departmental coordination after a period of turbulence, Qin Shuang's arrival had facilitated a seamless integration among the teams, accelerating their collaboration. Under such circumstances, how could Qianhua Tower possibly falter? Indeed, we can afford to spend lavishly. Qianhua Tower, after all, is nearing the ranks of the second tier of power. We cannot allow these third-tier factions to disrupt our progress. Zhen Hao brimmed with confidence, and indeed, the reality corroborated his belief. Chairman, are we truly going to proceed this way? Qin Shuang expressed her uncertainty. Typically, most business leaders focus solely on cost-cutting, yet Zhen Hao seemed preoccupied with spending. This mindset left her increasingly perplexed. Observing her thoughts, Zhen Hao perceived her hesitation. Rest assured, I am quite aware of your concerns. The primary reason for my approach is my unwavering confidence in this endeavor, and I have faith in you. Zhen Hao's words resonated deeply with Qin Shuang, warming her heart. Since he placed such trust in her, she felt compelled to deliver results worthy of his confidence. By the way, there is just over 100 million on the books. Please manage it. I doubt the Zhao family could possibly come up with that amount. Zhen Hao remarked nonchalantly, nearly causing Qin Shuang to choke in disbelief. How much does the Zhao family truly possess? While their market value might suggest a fortune, the reality is that such assets cannot be liquidated swiftly. Even if they attempted to do so, the resulting panic would lead to a drastic devaluation. Only those lacking foresight would entertain such foolishness. Anyone with a modicum of sense in the Zhao family would understand the impossibility of such a move. Zhen Hao, noticing Qin Shuang's reaction, added, by the way, we're practically allies now. There's no need to call me chairman. You may address me by my name, and I will do the same for you. This formality feels rather distant. Zhen Hao regarded Qin Shuang as a friend, recognizing that having a wholly devoted subordinate is far less advantageous than having a true ally. This notion grew ever stronger in his mind. With a nod, Qin Shuang acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. As she spoke, Zhen Hao smiled. Externally, the Zhao family appeared to be in good standing, yet underneath, their situation was dire. You can expedite the recruitment of skilled individuals now. Once our experts are assembled, we can take decisive action. Zhen Hao understood that the Zhao family might struggle in economic warfare against him. However, they had numbers on their side. Should they manage to eliminate him, his organization would be left leaderless, allowing them to act with impunity. Such unsettling thoughts prompted Zhen Hao to refrain from becoming overly involved, preferring to remain informed while delegating the task to others. All right, Zhen Hao, exercise caution. I suspect they may have already placed operatives within Junlin Tower. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao was somewhat taken aback. Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied, rest assured, I know how to navigate this. Qin Shuang, be vigilant, keep a few bodyguards close. Once we have dealt with the Zhao family, I shall reward you handsomely. If we are successful in subduing them, merely tidying up will yield several tens of millions, rendering bonuses trivial. Chapter 29, A Desperate Struggle, the Zhao family's tactics. The true extent of Zhen Hao's strategies remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the swiftness with which he executed his plans caught the Zhao family off guard. Now, they found themselves in a state of disarray. Zhao Hongan, the head of the Zhao family, stared at the data report, still unwilling to accept the reality. What is the current situation? Has there been any improvement? Upon his inquiry, the individuals present sighed in unison. Such matters were never straightforward. If only it were so simple. Head of the family, the situation is deteriorating rapidly. The personnel at Junlin Tower are on the brink of madness, relentlessly burning through resources to capture market share. After this pronouncement, even Zhao Hongan furrowed his brow in concern. He realized that he could no longer afford to remain passive. Have you prepared everything I instructed? Zhao Hongan inquired sharply, aware that time was of the essence. He was increasingly convinced that decisive action was imperative. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Hongan felt a growing sense of triumph. Meanwhile, those around him grappled with their dilemma. It was not merely the difficulty of the task at hand that troubled them, but the realization that taking such action would mean a relentless confrontation with the opponent. Head of the family, if we proceed this way, there will be no room for negotiation. The individuals surrounding Zhao Hongan, upon witnessing his demeanor, instinctively began to speak. After all, it was indeed necessary to clarify this matter beforehand. However, as soon as they finished, Zhao Hongan suddenly emitted a cold chuckle. Did you all genuinely believe that we still have a chance? His words left everyone momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Though they articulated their thoughts, a lingering sense of unease pervaded the atmosphere, yet they could not pinpoint the source of their discomfort. At that moment, Zhao Hongan lifted his gaze towards the horizon. It was imperative to act. Only by eliminating Zhen Hao could they hope to turn the tide. As he spoke, a fervent glimmer ignited in his eyes, and even those around him found themselves captivated by his passionate resolve. They were all in the same boat, and this was a course they had to undertake. In the chairman's office of Junlin Tower, Zhen Hao sat languidly, a sense of ennui enveloping him. It wasn't due to excessive worry. Rather, he felt an inexplicable foreboding that something was amiss. Chairman, what troubles you? In response to Zhen Hao's demeanor, Qin Shuang instinctively inquired. The current situation was ostensibly favorable, and logically, Zhen Hao should not have felt anxious. Yet, he could not shake off the sensation. Gradually raising his head, Zhen Hao suddenly smiled. Do you believe the Zhao family will simply relent? Had he kept this thought to himself, it might have gone unnoticed. However, his words now served as a subtle warning to Qin Shuang. Could it be that they have infiltrated our ranks? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang abruptly looked up at Zhen Hao, her voice laced with urgency. Indeed, this notion held merit. Just as Qin Shuang finished speaking, a security guard rushed in, appearing quite flustered. Chairman, President, we have a serious problem. Someone has infiltrated. What? How could this happen? Qin Shuang struggled to maintain her composure. Yet her efforts only intensified her anxiety. At that moment, she glanced at Zhen Hao, her expressive eyes silently pleading for guidance on their next course of action. Zhen Hao assessed the situation carefully. The circumstances were undeniably precarious. We must leave quickly. Regardless of the situation, we need to find a place to hide. Zhen Hao's assertion took Qin Shuang by surprise. Shouldn't they prioritize evacuating the premises? Why was Zhen Hao suggesting they seek refuge instead? Sensing her confusion, Zhen Hao offered a reassuring smile. We have no idea how many people are out there or the nature of the threat. If we foolishly venture out, we would be sitting ducks. His words were direct, yet upon reflection, they made perfect sense. At that moment, realization dawned upon Qin Shuang. Very well. Where shall we go next? She inquired, curiosity etched on her face. Zhen Hao remained composed. Let us head to the conference room. Room 3. It's more spacious. As he spoke, Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. The nearby security guard took out a walkie-talkie, instructing, send a few people to the chairman's office to ensure his safety. Soon, several individuals arrived. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, they exuded an air of competence. Upon counting, there were approximately 10 of them. Approaching Zhen Hao, they greeted him with utmost respect. Chairman. Yes, let us proceed to conference room 3, Zhen Hao replied, leading the group. As they moved, he glanced at the security personnel and instructed, half of you should enter conference room 3. The rest will accompany me elsewhere. The lead guard, anxious, protested, Chairman. We should all stay together. It's dangerous outside. I understand, but I need you to remain here and await my orders. Zhen Hao took a walkie-talkie and led the others away. The security guards, though reluctant, ultimately filed into conference room 3. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao guided his group through the building until they reached another conference room. Finally, we are safe, Qin Shuang sighed in relief. Reflecting on the ordeal she never wished to endure again. It had been a harrowing experience. Yet, Zhen Hao commanded, lock the door. The guards nodded in agreement. Once they secured the door, Zhen Hao chuckled. Should we call your secretive boss and inform them that you've apprehended me? His words caught the guards off guard. Exchanging furtive glances, unbeknownst to them, Zhen Hao had seen through their ruse. Hurry, let us act. Chapter 30. These individuals are all undercover agents. What on earth is happening? Qin Shuang was utterly astonished by the rapid developments. The situation had unfolded too swiftly for her to process. At that moment, Zhen Hao appeared unfazed. In fact, they are all undercover agents. His declaration left Qin Shuang even more bewildered. Were all these security guards infiltrators? Zhen Hao shrugged, laughing heartily. Indeed, this batch of recruits are all spies. As for our own people, I had arranged everything long ago. Gradually, as Zhen Hao spoke, it became clear he found the situation increasingly amusing. He casually surveyed the surroundings, his amusement growing. You all believe you've performed admirably. Little do you know, I have seen through everything from the very beginning. With each word, the guards' anger simmered beneath the surface. They understood that this was no mere jest. Zhen Hao's sincerity was palpable. Humph, Zhen Hao, you are indeed formidable. You've seen through us. But what of it? Once we capture you, we will await our reward. With that, the leader brandished a stun baton and charged at Zhen Hao. Qin Shuang panicked, bewildered by the unfolding events. Do not approach. If you come any closer, I will call the police. As she spoke, she fumbled for her phone, ready to dial for help. However, as Qin Shuang took action, the situation continued to escalate. The individuals before me, however, appear utterly indifferent. In fact, the more they observe, the more they seem to find Qin Shuang rather amusing. Feel free to make your call. This is our domain, they assert. Indeed, not only here but also beyond, there are many more of us. They are remarkably naive. Dealing with them poses no challenge whatsoever. As the surrounding crowd engages in a cacophony of chatter, it undeniably creates a distinct atmosphere. Observing this, Zhen Hao remains remarkably nonchalant. Why say so much? Just come at me, he declares, for he knows that confrontation is inevitable. As Zhen Hao finishes speaking, the leading security guard, wielding a stun baton, swings it towards Zhen Hao's head. Just as the baton is about to make contact, Zhen Hao deftly retrieves a metal rod from beneath the table and strikes the guard's wrist with considerable force. The outcome is immediate. The guard drops the baton, clutching his wrist in agony. Ah, my hand, he exclaims, displaying a visage of immense pain. Unbeknownst to Qin Shuang, who stands momentarily transfixed, Zhen Hao instinctively raises his gaze. In this scenario, he asserts, in truth, I have long sensed that these individuals were up to no good. Thus, I have concealed numerous weapons within this company. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly feels a sense of betrayal. Qin Shuang stands there in a daze, at a loss for words. However, she instinctively looks towards the distance. Zhen Hao chuckles, so, feel free to come at me. To me, you are hardly a concern. He waves his hand dismissively, projecting an air of effortless confidence. The security guards before him, however, appear resolute, fully prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation. It is evident that this time, they are genuinely committed to the fight. After all, the consequences of inaction are all too clear. Observing the scene, Zhen Hao merely shrugs. In truth, he regards these matters with little seriousness. They are merely 6 security guards. Under Zhen Hao's sudden onslaught, they swiftly find themselves incapacitated. Assessing the situation, Zhen Hao raises his chin. Is this all you can muster? At this moment, the guards before him are all wincing in pain, having been targeted specifically at their wrists and calves during Zhen Hao's assault, rendering them incapable of resistance. As Zhen Hao continues to speak, a loud bang resonates as the door suddenly swings open. The leader among the guards, a burly figure whom Zhen Hao recognizes as one of his own, steps in. Chairman, President, are you unharmed? The guard inquires urgently. Zhen Hao nods, then gestures. You may take care of these individuals. After hearing Zhen Hao's command, the guards promptly nod and swiftly apprehend the assailants without a moment's hesitation. As for the ensuing matters, Zhen Hao feels no further obligation. Zhen Hao, I cannot thank you enough. Qin Shuang expresses her gratitude. In truth, had it not been for Zhen Hao's intervention, this situation would never have been resolved. Consequently, Qin Shuang holds a deep admiration for him, as she had never anticipated such a turn of events. Zhen Hao waves his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. We all strive together. However, with the situation here resolved, it is now your turn to take the lead. Zhen Hao understands that it is essential for Qin Shuang to manage the aftermath, while he himself is perhaps not suited to remain in this setting. Yet, this incident serves as a wake-up call for Zhen Hao. It appears he had previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. Since the matter requires resolution, it is time for him to take decisive action. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination ignites in his eyes. This is the first time Zhen Hao has felt such anger. This incident has indeed reminded him that his prior considerations were overly simplistic. Zhao Hongyan, you have long been the one in control. Now, it is time for you to witness my true prowess. Zhen Hao's gaze sharpens as he looks into the distance, suddenly proclaiming. As Zhen Hao's words resonate, those around him collectively inhale sharply, aware that Zhao Hongyan's downfall is imminent. Chapter 31. Now it is my turn. Zhen Hao swiftly resolves the immediate crisis, which indeed proved to be quite a daunting task. It was a narrow escape from disaster. Thankfully, most of the issues have now been addressed, and the direction taken appears promising. Gradually surveying Qin Shuang by his side, Zhen Hao smiles. What is it? Why do you look at me like that? To him, Qin Shuang's gaze feels akin to that of someone observing an oddity. In the next moment, unable to restrain herself, Qin Shuang comments, Zhen Hao, you truly are a peculiar individual. Perhaps due to their prior interactions, Qin Shuang has grown quite familiar with Zhen Hao. Otherwise, she would never have dared to jest in such a manner. At this moment, Zhen Hao pays little mind. Haha, it is merely a minor skill. A man must always be prepared to protect himself. Well, Zhen Hao has valid points. After all, who could argue with someone so handsome? Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Shuang's cheeks inexplicably flush. Observing this, she instinctively inquires, Zhen Hao, what shall we do next? Although Zhen Hao has only hinted at what lies ahead, Qin Shuang feels there is still much left unsaid. Noticing her expression, Zhen Hao continues, in truth, this matter should not be understated. The Qianhua building is entrusted to you, while the Zhao family is now my responsibility. With this declaration, he fixes his gaze on the horizon. Such matters prove to be quite favorable for Zhen Hao. However, he does not dwell on these concerns, for he recognizes that there remains a pressing issue that requires his attention. As he surveys the scene, Zhen Hao wears a faint smile. Zhen Hao, your actions are exceedingly reckless, Qin Shuang suddenly remarks, sensing something amiss. After all, this time, Zhen Hao was essentially embarking on a solitary quest to confront the opponent. Therefore, in this situation, Qin Shuang firmly believed that it was essential for her to resolve this matter thoroughly. As Qin Shuang contemplated this, she observed Zhen Hao maintaining an air of composure. Haha, it's all right. In fact, some things warrant a bit of risk. It's not a significant concern. Fortune favors the bold. Without taking risks, how can one achieve greatness? Upon finishing his statement, Zhen Hao resolutely rose and set forth. Witnessing his determination left Qin Shuang at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but say, Zhen Hao, rest assured, I will ensure that nothing happens at Qianhua building. However, do exercise caution. After expressing this, her heart fluttered inexplicably. Even she couldn't comprehend why such a thought had suddenly surfaced within her. Gradually lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Zhen Hao, who smiled gently in return. Don't worry. I'll be fine. What a jest. In such circumstances, how could the one to encounter misfortune possibly be Zhen Hao? Quite the contrary. He believed that it would be the other party who would face the repercussions. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyan of the Zhao family paced restlessly, uncertain of what would transpire next. However, an ominous thought began to fester in his mind. He sensed that trouble had already struck. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over. Master, trouble has arisen. All our men are in distress. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyan abruptly lifted his head, his expression revealing the unexpected weight of the news. As he gazed into the distance, his jaw clenched in frustration. Damn it, but now is not the time to dwell on that. From this moment forth, if Zhen Hao dares to approach, I shall ensure he learns the consequences of crossing us. As Zhao Hongyan spoke, he gritted his teeth, appearing resolute. His subordinates exchanged glances, sensing that the situation could indeed escalate. What the master says is true. Our Zhao family is a fortress. Even if Zhen Hao possesses great skill, he will not leave here unscathed. As his subordinates voiced their agreement, Zhao Hongyan felt increasingly validated in his thoughts. They were correct. He too believed this wholeheartedly. Consequently, His subordinates began to understand the course of action they should take. Indeed, you have spoken wisely, but now it remains to be seen if Zhen Hao dares to come. Zhao Hongin's confidence grew, convinced that he had not yet lost. A little more patience, and once the third tier of families responded, they would strike together. Even if Zhen Hao were formidable, he could never withstand the onslaught of so many. This was beyond doubt. Observing these developments, Zhao Hongin maintained an air of nonchalance. However, from this point on, these matters were no longer what they needed to ponder, as their next course of action was quite clear. Upon Zhao Hongin's declaration, his companions nodded in unison. The situation was as they had envisioned. They believed that such a splendid opportunity lay before them, and how to handle it was indeed a chance for significant action. The more Zhao Hongin considered it, the more exhilarated he became. Given that everything was now firmly in place, he could start contemplating direct action. Just as Zhao Hongin was about to voice his thoughts, one individual suddenly removed his hat and spoke. Zhao Hongin, your words are quite commendable. However, before you proceed, perhaps you should first recognize who I am. Following this declaration, Zhen Hao began to approach. At this moment, Zhao Hongin's pupils constricted. Zhen Hao, how could it be you? Chapter 32. I told you, you are not capable. With a focused gaze, Zhen Hao instinctively surveyed the scene before him. As he took in the surroundings, he remained utterly composed. As I mentioned before, you are not capable. Now that I have arrived, I reiterate, you still remain incapable. Zhen Hao's words struck like a thunderous slap, catching everyone off guard. Though Zhao Hongin felt a surge of fear, one truth lingered in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to address this situation decisively. What are you all waiting for? Seize him at once. Whoever can eliminate him will earn a reward of 10 million. The prospect of 10 million for Zhen Hao's head was undeniably tempting. Yet, it was clear to them that while Zhen Hao was formidable, he was merely one man against the multitude they presented. They could easily overpower him together. With that thought, the reality of their advantage became increasingly evident. As Zhen Hao regarded the situation, he remained calm. Oh, you think 10 million can buy my life? Surely, you underestimate my worth. Upon uttering this, the guards of the Zhao family surged forward. Indeed, if we can eliminate Zhen Hao, the reward is 10 million. Although he is formidable, he is but one person. They believed that with their collective strength, capturing him would be a straightforward endeavor. The implications of this were apparent. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao gazed into the distance. Very well. This is quite amusing. However, let us not dwell on other matters. This is indeed of great significance. At that moment, as Zhen Hao's words resonated, Zhao Hongin felt as though he had been completely outmaneuvered. This realization was far from pleasing. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, no matter the cost. He must resolve this issue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongin furrowed his brow. Zhen Hao, you must understand that this is my Zhao family, not your Qianhua building. Refrain from your theatrics. They bear no significance here. As Zhao Hongin uttered these words, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. In Zhen Hao's perspective, Zhao Hongin's willingness to speak in such a manner merely presented an opportunity for him to demonstrate his resolve. Very well. If you are so intent on courting your own demise, I shall oblige you. At this moment, Zhen Hao's speed began to escalate, surging forward with increasing momentum. Observing this, Zhao Hongin gritted his teeth in frustration, for he harbored a profound desire to see Zhen Hao utterly obliterated. I refuse to believe that, with so many of us, we cannot subdue you. The more Zhao Hongin insisted on this notion, the more his demeanor appeared grotesque. Yet, to Zhen Hao, such bravado only seemed increasingly ludicrous. Huh. This is intriguing. You wish to vanquish me? I am eager to witness how you and your inept subordinates plan to accomplish that. Zhen Hao surveyed the individuals before him, his tone remarkably unperturbed. Nevertheless, the reactions of these people varied significantly. They began to feel a mounting headache, for the implications of this confrontation became all too evident. Gradually, Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. This is hardly a challenge. Now, you may either surrender outright, or I will ensure that the Zhao family is left in ruins. He pointed directly at Zhao Hongin, delivering his words without an ounce of courtesy. Upon hearing this, those surrounding them found the situation increasingly amusing, as they perceived Zhen Hao's intentions as nearly impossible to realize. Humph, the guards of the Zhao family are still en route. And you stand alone. What makes you think you can contend with me? Zhao Hongin's proclamation reverberated like a thunderous drum. Even though Zhen Hao had anticipated such a declaration, he remained unfazed by the ominous tone. After a brief pause, Zhen Hao responded casually. It appears you are overly confident. In light of your misplaced assurance, allow me to enlighten you. As Zhen Hao spoke, an inexplicable unease washed over Zhao Hongin. His brow furrowed as he inquired, what do you intend to convey? Zhen Hao's demeanor remained flat and unperturbed. He regarded the matter with indifference. Your reinforcements are unlikely to arrive. Prior to this confrontation, I dispatched forces to ambush them, and they have since been neutralized. As these words left Zhen Hao's lips, Zhao Hongin's expression darkened considerably. How can this be? The more he pondered, the more he sensed an unsettling shift in circumstances. What on earth has transpired? How did everything change so abruptly? As Zhao Hongin gradually lifted his gaze, his phone rang, disrupting his thoughts. Upon answering, he was met with a voice on the line that he had not anticipated. How is this possible? Zhao Hongin's mind raced with disbelief. The unforeseen nature of the situation left him reeling. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao remained composed. Is something amiss? Have I not spoken the truth? Zhen Hao's observations were not only accurate, but merely a fraction of the reality. The Zhao family's enterprises lay in ruins, all orchestrated by Zhen Hao himself. Realizing this, Zhao Hongin glared at Zhen Hao, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Humph, Zhen Hao, you have triumphed." Chapter 33. Thus, you are left with no choice but to surrender. In that moment, Zhen Hao had seized control of the entire situation. He raised his head to survey the scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. The unfolding events only grew more intriguing. Thus, you are left with no option but to yield. His words effectively severed any remaining escape routes for Zhao Hongin, affording him no respite. Should Zhao Hongin refuse to acquiesce, the consequences would be dire and readily apparent. Zhen Hao appeared unfazed, exhibiting no concern that the situation could devolve in any manner. Zhao Hongin, seething with frustration, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Yet inaction would render him vulnerable to annihilation. Humph, if you possess the capability, then eradicate the Zhao family. We shall part ways, and no one shall emerge victorious. To Zhen Hao, this proclamation seemed utterly absurd. Was this truly a threat? Had it been the Zhen Hao of the past, he might have struggled against Zhao Hongin. However, the present circumstances were entirely different. Observing this exchange, Zhen Hao recognized that Zhao Hongin's actions were unnecessary. Standing his ground, Zhen Hao maintained an air of nonchalance. Then let the battle commence. The Zhao family will endure. Do not presume that without you, Zhao Hongin, I cannot thrive. Even a mere pig could flourish in your absence. Zhen Hao's words, though seemingly casual, were unmistakably clear. The next move lay squarely in Zhao Hongin's hands. Yet, Zhen Hao felt no apprehension. For he knew Zhao Hongin to be a clever man. A smart individual would inevitably discern the prudent course of action. Thus, Zhen Hao perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. So, will you choose to surrender, or shall I expedite your departure? The choice lay entirely with Zhao Hongin. Upon uttering these words, Zhen Hao's declaration struck Zhao Hongin with the force of a devastating blow. Even as Zhao Hongin weighed his options, he recognized the veracity of Zhen Hao's assertions. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, the appropriate course of action was glaringly obvious. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Hongin conceded, I choose to surrender. The admission felt as though it had drained him of all strength. The implications of this decision were painfully clear, and Zhen Hao, surprisingly, had not anticipated such a turn of events. Indeed, this was no easy feat. Zhen Hao let out a subtle sigh of relief, contemplating inwardly. However, in this moment, he could not afford to grant his counterpart any opportunity for leniency. The phrase to strike with one hand and reward with the other aptly describes Zhen Hao's approach. Thus, at that juncture, he addressed the individual before him directly, stating, in truth, it is quite simple. As for the Zhao family, you shall continue to manage it. However, I require 30% of their holdings. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's declaration, Zhao Hongin and the other members of the Zhao family were utterly incredulous, struggling to grasp the authenticity of his words. Was this not excessively extravagant? Had Zhen Hao misspoken, or had they misheard? As these thoughts swirled in their minds, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Zhen Hao, eager to discern any insight from his demeanor. Yet, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. Do not regard me with such intensity. Whether you agree or not is merely a matter of a single phrase. I am pressed for time. His words further eased Zhao Hongin's apprehensions. Thank heavens. Zhen Hao had made such a decision. As long as it ensured the survival of the Zhao family, he would concede to anything. Very well, I agree. Zhao Hongin nodded earnestly, eager to express his gratitude. Observing Zhao Hongin's reaction, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's lips. The surrounding members of the Zhao family chimed in, expressing their profound relief. They had initially believed their demise was inevitable. Indeed, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Was this not a case of finding light amidst the shadows? They could not say for certain, but now they could continue to remain with the Zhao family. And even if it meant conceding 30%, it seemed a small price to pay. At that moment, the crowd continued to murmur in agreement. Zhen Hao then gestured to those nearby, instructing, lawyers, we may proceed with the signing of the agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongin felt it was only as it should be. The contract had been meticulously prepared in advance. Zhao Hongin glanced at it, disbelief etched across his face. Wait, this contract was drafted beforehand. Does that imply? He instinctively turned to Zhen Hao, his expression reflecting incredulity. After all, prior to this, No one had anticipated that events would transpire in such a manner. Yet, Zhen Hao appeared unfazed. Well, the contract is in hand. If everything is in order, we should be on our way. With these words, Zhen Hao seemed intent on resolving matters expediently. As he surveyed the scene, a gentle smile illuminated his face. From this point onward, it was imperative to address the forthcoming affairs. He wondered how things were progressing at Qianhua Building. With that thought, Zhen Hao retrieved his phone and made a call. Once connected, Qin Shuang greeted him with a smile. Perfect timing. I was just about to call you. Oh, is there a problem with our arrangement? Zhen Hao pondered, curiosity piqued. However, Qin Shuang continued. It's all sorted. They have surrendered. Zhen Hao remained composed. Understood, thank you. You need not thank me. Rather, I owe you my gratitude. Without the opportunity you provided, I could not have accomplished this, Qin Shuang remarked. Zhen Hao found her words increasingly intriguing. Let's postpone further discussion until I return. Chapter 34. The Growth of Qianhua Building. Zhen Hao had a general understanding of the situation. Yet upon reviewing the development report for Qianhua Building, he found himself utterly astonished by the veracity of the information presented. Is this truly the developmental structure of Qianhua Building? How could the pace of growth be so rapid? Zhen Hao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, such developments were entirely unforeseen. Nevertheless, it was crucial to address these matters with due diligence. As he took in the scene before him, Qin Shuang smiled. Is it not due to the news of your successful acquisition of the Zhao family? More advertisers are now eager to collaborate with us. With this revelation, Zhen Hao began to understand. So that is the case, how fascinating. Yet, he felt a sense of amusement at the unfolding circumstances. For now, let us not dwell on trivialities. The growth of Qianhua Building is a collective effort. After Zhen Hao spoke, those around him gazed at him with fervent admiration. Indeed, it was a collective endeavor, but they were not oblivious to the fact that it was Zhen Hao who had forged the path through adversity. Chairman, without your guidance, how could Qianhua Building have thrived so swiftly? They exclaimed. Indeed, it is all thanks to you. The chairman is the true hero. The chorus of admiration resonated, underscoring the significance of these developments. Zhen Hao waved his hand. Enough with the flattery. It may very well explode. He jested lightly, eliciting laughter that eased the atmosphere. However, the transformation of this team from internal strife to unified collaboration was largely attributable to Qin Shuang's remarkable leadership. Zhen Hao felt an inclination to arrange another matter in the wake of this success. As he contemplated the implications of the situation, he declared, Qin Shuang, you may confidently manage Qianhua Building from here on. Thank you, Chairman. May I inquire about our future development direction? Qin Shuang sought clarity, a sentiment echoed by others. For instance, they might first secure their position in Sioux City before contemplating further ventures. This strategy was indeed the most prudent. Zhen Hao then looked at Qin Shuang and added, our direction will be determined by all of you. Qianhua Building shall not fear anyone. With a triumphant smile, Zhen Hao proclaimed. As Zhen Hao's words echoed through the air, the surrounding crowd turned their gaze towards him in unison. It was evident what this matter signified. Gradually, as Qin Shuang stood there, a sense of understanding washed over her. I comprehend now. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently. The others, too, felt the flames of ambition ignite within their hearts. Chairman, you can count on us. We shall also exert ourselves. Indeed, the plan was to first seize the market in Sioux City and then develop further step by step. Haha, our aspirations reach the entire globe. I am overwhelmed with an indescribable excitement. As the crowd continued to express their enthusiasm, it was clear that they viewed this endeavor positively. Should it truly require such actions? The next steps were well understood by everyone involved. I have said what needed to be said. From here on, it is up to all of you. Noticing the late hour, Qin Shuang suggested, let us tidy up, and I will arrange for everyone to unwind. Zhen Hao's words took the crowd by surprise. Are we going out to celebrate? However, given the magnitude of the occasion, it seemed fitting to host a celebratory feast. This thought was indeed a delightful prospect. Curiously, Qin Shuang inquired, Zhen Hao, want you to join us? To this, Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to at home. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities for gatherings in the future. With Zhen Hao's statement, the others nodded in agreement. It was not that Zhen Hao was unwilling to join, but rather, he felt the need to return home for some much-needed rest. After all, who knows what remarkable opportunities might arise by tomorrow? Pondering this, Zhen Hao felt a surge of joy within. Thus, at this moment, he recognized the necessity of returning home. Although daily attendance was possible, wouldn't a better state of mind yield greater rewards? This thought suddenly emerged in Zhen Hao's mind, leaving an indelible impression. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his phone rang. It was Su Bingyu, the campus belle, calling, and he felt compelled to answer. Hello, campus belle. What brings you to call me? Zhen Hao maintained a cordial relationship with his classmates, as he was, after all, the most handsome boy in school. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that his class was predominantly female, with barely a handful of male students, making the dynamics quite intriguing. Well, my job has stabilized, so I would like to invite you to dinner. Dinner, you say? Su Bingyu had extended the invitation, but should Zhen Hao accept? At this moment, he was not particularly inclined to go. Perhaps next time. I have some matters to take care of. Upon hearing this, Su Bingyu expressed her disappointment. Oh, I see. Then it will have to be another time. After hanging up, Zhen Hao promptly retrieved his phone to engage in online gaming. Haha, the important matters I refer to, of course, involve gaming. What could possibly be more exhilarating than a beautiful woman or an enjoyable game? Is not gaming delightful? Chapter 35, Fourth Day of Attendance. Mastery in Martial Arts. Last night, Zhen Hao had lost track of time and was unaware of when he fell asleep. Upon awakening, he discovered that daylight had broken. This, however, signified a momentous occasion. He could now sign in. Undeniably, this was exhilarating news. Excellent. Since that is the case, I shall proceed with the sign-in. As he spoke, Zhen Hao selected the option. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed in his mind. Fourth day of attendance, mastery in martial arts. Seeing such words left Zhen Hao somewhat astonished. Are they serious? Yet, after careful consideration, he found no discrepancies. If that were indeed the case, it was splendid. Very well. Let me explore the benefits of this martial arts mastery. Mastery was insufficient. One must achieve proficiency. This was Zhen Hao's thought process. As he surveyed his surroundings, an intriguing notion struck him. So, I can instantly learn any martial arts I desire? Splendid. Let me start with karate, taekwondo, muay thai, wing chun, and jeet kune do. Zhen Hao confirmed his choices in his mind, and soon, he felt several long bars manifest within his consciousness, akin to downloading movies or files, complete with progress indicators. Before long, a notification informed him that the karate segment had been successfully downloaded. Let me take a look. Zhen Hao executed the techniques he had learned, and he couldn't help but notice how impressive they appeared. Strikes and kicks flowed seamlessly, exuding an aura of confidence. He had no doubt that even 7 or 8 burly men would be unable to thwart him now. Previously, acquiring such martial skills would have been unthinkable due to his physical limitations, but the enhancement from the strengthening elixir had significantly elevated his capabilities. Now, Zhen Hao felt adept in karate. Let me check my karate proficiency. This was something Zhen Hao was keenly interested in, as no man is indifferent to his strength. Thus, he awaited the results with eager anticipation. Your karate rank, 4th Dan black belt. What? Such strength? Zhen Hao had not anticipated reaching such a level. As he absorbed this revelation, excitement surged within him. Just yesterday, he had to employ strategies to deal with a handful of security guards. Now he thought to himself, next time such a situation arises, I will take on 10. Such thoughts were indeed quite remarkable. Zhen Hao glanced at the other martial arts he had selected and found them equally impressive. This discovery brought him a sense of unexpected delight. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this outcome was entirely within the realm of expectation. With this realization, Zhen Hao decided to stretch his limbs. All right, let us set aside these thoughts for now. Having mastered such formidable techniques, it is time to venture out. As for work, that is a non-issue. The Grand Xinhua building is my enterprise. Even if I were to recline at home, I could still earn money. Thus, there is no need for me to toil away unnecessarily. These things are utterly non-existent. A wealthy individual must lead a life befitting their status. And now, this is indeed a splendid opportunity for me to relish life. In fact, from Zhen Hao's perspective, this matter seems rather favorable. However, at present, these issues are not the crux of the matter. For Zhen Hao, the demeanor he displays is one of remarkable calmness. Very well, let us set forth immediately. As Zhen Hao gazes into the distance, he contemplates silently. Yet, after a brief exploration, he cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Alas, one might wonder, how can it be that in broad daylight, the streets are devoid of any activity? What purpose does this serve? As practitioners of martial arts, we aspire to uphold justice and aid the weak, yet it seems that even the opportunity to demonstrate our prowess is lacking. Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Zhen Hao muses to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as he ponders whether to change locations, a sudden voice pierces the air. Stop! Don't run! The abruptness of this call invigorates Zhen Hao. Where there are people, there exists a world of martial arts. This voice does not bode well. How fortuitous. For with their arrival, it is now Zhen Hao's moment to showcase his abilities and champion the oppressed. As for the display of prowess, that is merely a secondary consideration. There is no need to rush. Before him, a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing an allure exceeding 90 points, races toward him. Clad in a uniform that is quite pleasing to the eye. An officer, perhaps? The individuals trailing behind her must surely be nefarious characters. Zhen Hao stretches his limbs, feeling rather pleased. Excellent, since they have all arrived. It is clear to Zhen Hao what he must do next. With that thought, he strides forward, declaring, "Beauty, step back. These individuals are my responsibility." Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Qian Lulu gazes at him with immense gratitude. She had merely come to fulfill a task, only to find herself facing a rather daunting number of adversaries. Even Qian Lulu cannot help but feel a surge of anxiety. Yet, Zhen Hao's declaration instills a warm glow within her heart. Moreover, he is rather handsome. Behind Qian Lulu, a group of burly men pursues her. The leader, wielding a club thicker than Zhen Hao's arm, bellows, "Kid, get lost. This is none of your business." Zhen Hao finds this amusing. If he were not present, perhaps this situation would not concern him. Yet now, having witnessed it, he feels it is imperative to intervene. "You lack the qualifications to order me away," Zhen Hao retorts. Upon hearing this, Qian Lulu's eyes shimmer with tears of excitement. What a dashing young man. He is truly impressive. At this moment, Qian Lulu fervently cheers for Zhen Hao in her heart. The imposing man before them, seeing Zhen Hao's composure, grits his teeth and states, "Since you seek death so earnestly, I shall gladly oblige." Chapter 36. A martial artist should care for the world. Be careful. Qian Lulu anxiously calls out to Zhen Hao. She knows the strength of these individuals. Their power is formidable. Yet, Zhen Hao remains unperturbed. "It's fine. They do not possess the qualifications to challenge me." With that, Zhen Hao delivers a powerful kick to one of the black-clad thugs. The man has no chance to react, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. This spectacle leaves everyone in utter shock. How could anyone be this powerful? If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they might assume it was a scene from a film. Such incredible feats are rarely depicted even in the most dramatic of productions. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao, unfazed, turns to face the remaining thugs. The leader furrows his brow, recognizing Zhen Hao's martial arts style as karate, and realizes that Zhen Hao's skill is far from trivial. Such an opponent is one he would prefer to avoid. "Kid, this matter does not concern you. Let us end it here. Let us maintain our distance from one another, shall we?" Upon the leader's words, the others nod in agreement. Qian Lulu, however, is distressed, shouting, "No, they are ruthless criminals. We cannot let them go unpunished." Zhen Hao understands her sentiments well. Furthermore, he sees this as an opportunity to hone his skills. Withdrawing now is simply not an option. As martial artists, we must be mindful of the world around us. Thus, the thought of retreating is utterly out of the question. Pointing at the thug in front of him, Zhen Hao declares with righteous conviction, "Do you jest? Such a splendid opportunity cannot be squandered. With so many witnesses, how could I not seize the moment to shine? Humph, it's merely karate. Do you think I cannot handle you?" The leader of the thugs exchanges glances with his comrades. Karate and Taekwondo are renowned for their powerful kicks. If they close the distance, they can deny Zhen Hao any chance to retaliate. Yet, their plan is overly simplistic. Zhen Hao is not limited to a single martial art. Ding! Wing Chun has been successfully acquired. At this juncture, the thug's expression turns ominous as he realizes the gravity of the situation. How could this be? As the thug's incredulous words leave his lips, Zhen Hao suddenly makes his move. Undeniably, Zhen Hao's prowess is formidable. In the blink of an eye, his speed is such that his adversaries scarcely have a moment to contemplate defense. Nevertheless, Zhen Hao maintains an air of nonchalance. "You actually know Wing Chun?" The leader is increasingly astonished. This is simply unfathomable. The onlookers are at a loss for words. Karate, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, what else is he capable of? This young man appears to be in his 20s. Even if he had begun training in the womb, it would be impossible for him to master these arts to such a degree. It is simply unbelievable. His strength is truly extraordinary. Surrounding him, the onlookers were engaged in hushed conversations. Yet, as their words faded, it became evident that only the formidable figure of the burly man possessed the prowess to contend with Zhen Hao. "Humph, your strength is indeed impressive. Granting you the privilege to battle me, allow me to showcase my might." With that declaration, the giant suddenly advanced towards Zhen Hao. Is that the unified combat technique? The moment the burly man's move was unleashed, Qian Lulu recognized it instantly. Such a technique was undeniably formidable. Even she had only glimpsed it once in the archives of the Public Affairs Bureau. Yet, witnessing its application in reality was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. Now, however, a wave of concern washed over her for Zhen Hao. What should this young man do? Qian Lulu instinctively voiced her worries. Before her, the burly man's expression grew increasingly menacing. "Huh, do you see that? Do you truly believe you still stand a chance?" From Qian Lulu's perspective, the answer to that question was glaringly obvious. Meanwhile, as she silently assessed the situation, Zhen Hao, in contrast, discerned that these opponents were somewhat lacking. "Is that all you have? If this constitutes your full arsenal, I dare say you stand no chance. I, too, am familiar with your techniques. What is happening? The burly man was left utterly dumbfounded. At first, Zhen Hao had not anticipated this turn of events. However, it was clear to him what needed to be done. He had initially thought the execution of his moves would require a bit more time, yet the speed with which he was able to act now surpassed his expectations. As Zhen Hao surveyed the scene, a slight arch of his brow revealed his contemplation. The burly man, gritting his teeth, glared back at him. Clearly, he felt compelled to go all out in this confrontation. Amidst this tension, Zhen Hao suddenly smiled. Let me show you what the unified combat technique truly entails. With those words, Zhen Hao struck decisively. A crisp sound echoed through the air, and upon looking closer, it became evident that the burly man's face contorted in agony. Oh, my arm. Zhen Hao's blow had shattered the man's arm. Perhaps it was the sheer force exerted by Zhen Hao that had taken everyone by surprise, leaving them incapable of reacting in time to the swift conclusion of the encounter. Zhen Hao casually pointed at the fallen giant, a relaxed smile gracing his face. I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you've already gone down. The burly man, for reasons unknown, felt an impulse to curse at him. Before long, Qian Lulu's team arrived. Captain, they reported to her, while she gestured towards the downed men. What are you waiting for? Take them all away. Chapter 37, an obligation fulfilled. You thought you could run? This time, let's see where you can escape. Qian Lulu's excitement grew with each word she spoke. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao stood beside her, shaking his head in exasperation at the unfolding scene. Nevertheless, as a good citizen, he felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to assist with such matters. However, as he observed closely, Zhen Hao noticed one of the officers speaking to Qian Lulu. Her expression shifted slightly. Really? How could things have turned out this way? After her inquiry, the officer nodded gravely. Indeed, it is beyond doubt. What shall we do now? Hesitating at the officer's words, Qian Lulu glanced into the distance, her face taking on an expression of profound seriousness. All right, given the circumstances, I believe it is imperative to resolve this matter thoroughly. As she spoke, those around her seemed eager to act, recognizing the significance of the situation. However, concerns arose among the officers present. But they are all ruthless individuals. If we proceed, I worry about the consequences. Though unspoken, the implications of their words were clear. Yet, Qian Lulu merely smiled. No need to worry. I have my ways of dealing with them. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Zhen Hao. Observing the unfolding situation, Zhen Hao found it rather intriguing. Gradually, he raised an eyebrow, contemplating the possibility that the method she referred to might involve him. It wasn't merely a hasty assumption. At that moment, Qian Lulu began to approach him. Zhen Hao felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Although he was unsure of Qian Lulu's intentions, he sensed a lack of clarity in his own mind. With a gentle smile, Qian Lulu addressed him. Sir, I truly appreciate your assistance earlier. Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. It was nothing, merely a matter of duty. To him, such actions were hardly noteworthy. Yet, as Zhen Hao finished speaking, Qian Lulu maintained her bright smile. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind helping me with something? At her request, Zhen Hao couldn't shake the feeling that he was being led into a trap. However, given that he had no pressing matters at hand, he saw no harm in cooperating with the officers. Certainly, it is within my duties. With a wave of his hand, he responded calmly. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's acceptance, Qian Lulu nearly leaped for joy. Initially, she had been anxious about whether he would agree, but now that he had, she felt a wave of relief. All right, you all take the prisoners back. The rest of you, follow me. With that, Qian Lulu led a large group to their vehicles. Zhen Hao contemplated driving his flashy Koenigsegg, but considering the nature of their mission, he feared it might draw unwanted attention. After some thought, he decided to accompany them instead. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, he resolved to take each step as it came. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, a clearing revealed a large tent, within which stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the distance. How have matters been resolved? He inquired, and as his words fell, an underling unexpectedly approached him. The subordinate clasped his fists in respect and replied, Boss, rest assured, it was Second Brother who took action this time. Could it be that those individuals are still a match for Second Brother? As the words echoed around him, Chao Anlin nodded. On the surface, this seemed to be the case, yet inexplicably, a twinge of unease lingered in his heart. In truth, Chao Anlin himself was unaware of the source of this discomfort. Why did I constantly feel a sense of foreboding, as if something were about to transpire? Upon finishing his statement, the others exchanged puzzled glances, turning their attention to Chao Anlin. What was the meaning of this? Why would he suddenly utter such words? In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. One of the subordinates remarked, Boss, surely you're overthinking it. Besides, no matter how formidable that individual may be, how could they possibly compare to Second Brother? After all, These people are all experts. Chao Anlin merely stood there, gazing calmly without uttering a word. Before long, the wind chime tinkled, prompting a frown to crease Chao Anlin's brow. This matter, it appeared, was far from simple. Someone has arrived. Step outside and ascertain the situation, he commanded, gesturing for those beside him to proceed toward the distance. To them, this was indeed an issue, for if it were one of their own returning, the chime would not have been triggered. Yet it had been, indicating only one possibility. Someone from outside had come. Chao Anlin did not dwell on this for long, for in his view, regardless of who dared intrude upon this place, the outcome would be unequivocal, certain death. If my conjecture is correct, the appearance of these individuals is likely aimed at me. However, their strength is commendable, as they have managed to reach this place. Instinctively, Chao Anlin raised his head to gaze into the distance, a knowing smile gracing his features. In this scenario, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. However, at that moment, it seemed he had discerned something alarming. It's them, the public officials. Everyone, prepare yourselves and take action. Upon hearing his command, the others sprang into action. Chapter 38, Perils Abound, Traps Await. Do not proceed any further. Zhen Hao gestured for those around him to halt. The individuals by his side looked at him with curiosity. Why? They queried, bewildered by the sudden restriction. Zhen Hao, however, responded with stark clarity. You wish to know why? Very well, I shall explain. You have already triggered a trap. Zhen Hao considered whether these public officials were truly oblivious. Did they not grasp the gravity of the situation? Yet, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, these individuals lacked his acumen and thus could not perceive the nuances as he did. Nevertheless, Zhen Hao believed that the matter at hand was secondary. In comparison, they needed to act swiftly, otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Qian Lulu turned to Zhen Hao, her curiosity piqued. Sir, what do you suggest we do? Her humility was apparent, as she recognized Zhen Hao's extraordinary capabilities. Zhen Hao pondered for a moment, clearly having a profound grasp of the circumstances. He pointed toward the distance. It is quite simple. We must leave this place, otherwise, none of us will survive. No sooner had Zhen Hao spoken than an explosion reverberated nearby. I cannot believe they detonated that here. Qian Lulu exclaimed, visibly startled. Had they delayed, even slightly, they would have been caught in the blast. Fortunately, Zhen Hao's experience was undeniable. However, now that the incident had occurred, how should they proceed? The very thought seemed daunting. Qian Lulu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, what should we do? We don't even know where they are, and now this has suddenly happened. Should we take action? As she inquired directly. Zhen Hao felt an unusual calm wash over him. Such events no longer fazed him. Let us move, he replied, prompting puzzled expressions from the others. Yet they followed him nonetheless. Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. The situation was perilous, but he retained control. In that case, let us strike. With his declaration, he made his move, having identified his adversaries. Before him stood those individuals, who had initially contemplated how to engage. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they appeared taken aback. Enough of this, let us seize him. One among them suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Zhen Hao. Following this command, the surrounding individuals lunged toward him. To challenge me? Your naivete is quite amusing, Zhen Hao retorted, swiftly employing a dragon claw technique to subdue his opponents. His mind was now a repository of martial arts techniques, and these individuals had presented themselves to him. Thus, Zhen Hao harbored no concerns. With that thought, he stepped forward, initiating his assault. The adversaries before him had no opportunity to react, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Although Qian Lulu was aware of Zhen Hao's prowess, witnessing his actions firsthand revealed the full extent of his capabilities. Not a single flaw was discernible in his techniques, a testament to his remarkable skill. Captain, where did you find such a master? He is truly extraordinary, someone remarked in awe. Even Qian Lulu found herself momentarily dumbfounded, for the scene before them had caught many off guard. However, as these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Lulu abruptly regained her composure. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and take action. Upon her urging, the others finally snapped back to reality. Indeed, we are here on official duty. Let us surrender at once, or else we shall not be held accountable for our actions. The captain interjected, it's futile to negotiate with them. No, we must act swiftly, otherwise, we will lose control entirely. At that moment, they truly felt an unprecedented pressure, far more intense than any previous situation they had encountered. Consequently, they all turned their gazes toward Qian Lulu. Meanwhile, Qian Lulu gritted her teeth and exclaimed, why are you all staring at me? Capture them. If the enthusiastic citizens are fighting so valiantly, can we merely sit back and enjoy the spoils? Her words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. She's right. At worst, we'll confront them head on. Who's afraid? With this resolve, the officials gathered their strength and launched their assault. Yet, Zhen Hao waved his hand, don't approach. There are traps here. What is going on? The onlookers, filled with curiosity, observed the unfolding scene. In truth, they were not entirely clear about what was transpiring before them. Standing there, Zhen Hao tilted his head back, wearing a smug expression. But what if there are traps? Even if you unveil them, do you truly believe you can escape? After Zhen Hao's declaration, footsteps echoed from a distance. Turning his gaze, he saw an individual striding toward them with purpose. Nearby, Chao Anlin, witnessing Zhen Hao's demeanor, immediately sensed an air of arrogance. Yet, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. If this person truly possessed confidence, the situation could become quite perilous. Regardless, he resolved that he must eliminate Zhen Hao first. As these thoughts swirled within Chao Anlin, Zhen Hao perceived his intentions. Are you eager to eliminate me? He mused. But since you are so self-assured, come at me. To Zhen Hao, this entire situation was utterly unremarkable. In response, Chao Anlin stepped forward. Since you've seen through me, you cannot blame me. With that, Chao Anlin quickened his pace and suddenly attacked. Chapter 39. Chao Anlin is in danger. At this moment, as Zhen Hao slowly lifted his head to survey the scene, he felt an unusual calmness. In stark contrast, Qian Lulu's heart raced with anxiety. After all, the circumstances had become glaringly apparent. The arrangement of events now required meticulous planning, and these questions weighed heavily, far more intense than previously anticipated. Seeing the unfolding drama, Qian Lulu was taken aback. This is bad. It's Chao Anlin, and we're in danger. Chao Anlin. Zhen Hao found this name unfamiliar. What kind of danger could possibly lurk here? The strangeness of the situation only deepened in Zhen Hao's mind. Meanwhile, Qian Lulu began to explain. Chao Anlin is a notorious wanted thief, and he possesses considerable strength. Initially, I didn't recognize him. I only deduced it from his earlier actions. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao finally grasped the caliber of opponent he was facing. Yet, the more he considered it, the more he wondered what repercussions this would entail. It was undeniable that this revelation was significant. Gradually, the onlookers turned their attention toward the imminent confrontation as the implications of the situation became increasingly evident. After observing for a while, Zhen Hao remained unfazed, while the other officials grew anxious. What now? How do we proceed? Indeed, they felt utterly outmatched in their efforts against him. But now that it had come to this, they resolved to confront him head-on. As the surrounding individuals continued to voice their concerns, it was clear that they were wholly shaken by the gravity of the situation. Zhen Hao, however, remained unperturbed. Fear not. I will handle this. What is happening? Just as Zhen Hao finished speaking, Chao Anlin suddenly launched his attack. The officials before him were no match for him. In an instant, a sweeping kick sent them hurtling away. You, be careful. Qian Lulu regretted not bringing more reinforcements, realizing too late how formidable Chao Anlin was. They were outnumbered, and the most crucial factor was that Chao Anlin's strength was overwhelming. In this state, it seemed to signal to Qian Lulu that defeat was merely a matter of time. Alas, I can only hope he can turn the tide, she thought, silently praying. However, deep down, Qian Lulu recognized that the odds were not in their favor. After all, Zhen Hao's prowess was exceedingly formidable. Even now, as she witnessed the unfolding scene, she couldn't help but gasp in dismay. I was so foolish. Although his strength is not insignificant, how could I place all my hopes on a well-meaning citizen? This realization filled Qian Lulu with a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, what mattered now was not her previous miscalculations, but rather what actions should be taken next. This concern had become paramount. Standing there, Zhen Hao spoke gravely. Listen, I advise you to stay focused. If you do not take this seriously, defeating me will be exceedingly difficult. Zhen Hao's words struck like a sudden slap, catching Chao Anlin off guard despite his earlier preparations. The sheer ferocity of this moment was daunting. Humph, you arrogant brat, Chao Anlin retorted, charging forward with speed. In his eyes, defeating Zhen Hao would be a trivial task. Moreover, Zhen Hao articulated the very thoughts Chao Anlin harbored. Tiger form fist, he noted. Observing the steadiness of his opponent, it was evident he had honed his skills for over a decade. Qian Lulu, witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Even if Zhen Hao is remarkable, how could he possibly contend with someone who has trained in tiger form fist for so long? As the attack barreled toward him, Zhen Hao silently focused his thoughts. Tiger form fist. In his mind, a progress bar steadily advanced. Then, Zhen Hao cast a sidelong glance at Chao Anlin and smiled suddenly. It is merely the tiger form fist, a skill I am also proficient in. Upon hearing this, Chao Anlin found it amusing. Despite Zhen Hao's claimed mastery of the tiger form fist, how could he possibly rival Chao Anlin, who possessed over a decade of experience? The other officials dared not even glance in their direction. Alas, this time, they were utterly unable to maintain their composure. Indeed, what shall we do now? The matter has presented itself before us, and it is beyond our control. As the onlookers murmured among themselves, the implications of the situation became increasingly evident. This was an undeniable reality. Concurrently, Lulu couldn't suppress a smile. The scene before her bore a striking resemblance to a previous occurrence. Her mind immediately recalled that earlier moment, when, caught unprepared, everyone had deemed Zhen Hao incapable. Yet, in that instance, Zhen Hao had swiftly seized control of the battle. Such developments were anything but trivial. Observing the unfolding events, Lulu felt a surge of excitement. No, we have already triumphed. What? The onlookers looked on with curiosity. What was transpiring here? For reasons unknown, they suddenly felt perplexed. What was the situation? Why were they uncertain about what to do next? At that moment, Zhen Hao stood resolutely before the suddenly arrived Chao Anlin, a smile breaking upon his face. Having already declared my intent, do you truly believe you still have any chance? With these words, Zhen Hao clearly understood his course of action. Both men practiced the tiger form fist, yet one had over a decade of mastery, while the other's technique appeared somewhat unrefined. The disparity was unmistakable. Captain, we may be in for a dire outcome this time, one of the officials anxiously remarked. But in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed from a distance, as if something had been forcefully struck. Upon looking again, the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 40. The defeated one is Chao Anlin. Prior to this, everyone's hearts had been in their throats. Although they had no inkling of who would emerge victorious, they had long since formed an answer in their minds. Yet now, the spectacle before them was entirely unforeseen. What was happening? Lulu did not look on, but spoke to those beside her. The nearby individuals exchanged glances with Lulu and replied, Captain, if you take a look for yourself, you will understand. I dare not look, it is better if you do. Lulu covered her eyes with one hand, urging the others to look. Those around her shared her sentiment, having confidently concluded that the defeated would be Zhen Hao. Thus, there was no need to witness further. The surrounding officials gradually turned their gazes to the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, it was clear that they collectively gasped in astonishment. After all, the significance of such an event was glaringly apparent. No way, how could this be possible? Am I hallucinating, or is this all an illusion? Indeed, this is outrageously exaggerated. The one who has fallen is Chao Anlin. What? As the nearby official spoke, it was Lulu who was most profoundly shocked. She had only vaguely suspected as much before. Yet now, upon hearing from those around her, even Lulu found it hard to believe. Looking once more, the scene indeed confirmed her initial impressions. Zhen Hao stood imperiously, gazing down at Chao Anlin with an air of indifference, while Chao Anlin, gritting his teeth, displayed evident distress. How could I possibly be defeated by you? This is inconceivable. In Chao Anlin's mind, he had anticipated an assured victory. How had everything devolved into this? Now that these events had transpired, what should follow? Merely contemplating these questions, it seemed imperative to address them thoroughly. You have not merely lost to me, but to your own arrogance. From the outset, your pride has blinded you, rendering you dismissive of everything around you. Zhen Hao arched an eyebrow, surveying the scene before him as he spoke candidly. His words struck like a thunderclap. Even Chao Anlin found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, he uttered, the victor and the vanquished are determined. Having lost, I will accompany you. At this moment, Zhen Hao appeared remarkably composed. In truth, he had not taken this matter too seriously. To Zhen Hao, the entire situation had become increasingly trivial. He had not been perturbed by these developments. Yet, as Zhen Hao pondered internally, Chao Anlin suddenly drew a knife, his expression fierce as he glared at Zhen Hao. How could I, Chao Anlin, bow to someone like you? This time, I shall end your life. Gradually, as Chao Anlin finished speaking, he lunged at Zhen Hao without hesitation. However, for Zhen Hao, such an action posed no concern whatsoever. He had been prepared for this eventuality. Thus, as Chao Anlin's strike approached, Zhen Hao swiftly countered, delivering a precise blow to Chao Anlin's arm. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. Ah, my hand. Chao Anlin's expression contorted in agony, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, a smile crept across Zhen Hao's face. Did you think I was unaware of your intentions? He has been subdued. You may proceed to apprehend him. Zhen Hao turned to Lulu, addressing her directly. Lulu nodded firmly, signaling the nearby officials to apprehend the perpetrator. Zhen Hao then approached Lulu. Beautiful officer, I acted in self-defense. You all witnessed it clearly. I trust one shall face no repercussions. Upon hearing this, Lulu snapped back to reality. If this situation were directed at another, perhaps others might harbor some trepidation. However, Lulu felt that Zhen Hao should not have resorted to such tactics. In a moment, it dawned on her. Zhen Hao was jesting with her. Fear not. We are well aware of how to proceed. You have nothing to worry about, and furthermore, we will bestow upon you a certificate of commendation for your bravery in the face of danger. Upon hearing Lulu's words, the others nodded in agreement. After all, at first glance, such an occurrence seemed rather fortuitous. Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable skills. How splendid it would be if you were to join our public affairs bureau. That's true. Given the circumstances, it would be best for you to become a part of our team. Who could disagree? In fact, joining us in such matters offers numerous advantages. The surrounding officials began to persuade Zhen Hao with both emotional appeals and rational arguments. However, Zhen Hao appeared remarkably composed. I'm afraid I won't be able to join. My company has many pressing matters to attend to, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Qian Lulu, filled with curiosity, inquired, how appealing could the benefits at your company be? By joining us, you would receive comprehensive insurance and housing benefits, and with your skills, you would quickly rise through the ranks. Moreover, a position in the Public Affairs Bureau is essentially a secure job, isn't it? As Qian Lulu spoke, Zhen Hao felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, such insistence from Qian Lulu was likely just an excuse on his part. Yet, in the next moment, Zhen Hao pulled out his phone and made a call. All right, I understand what needs to be done. Wait for me. I'll return to the company shortly. He hung up and produced the key to his Koenigsegg, pressing a button lightly. The luxury car emitted a sound not far away. At that moment, Qian Lulu and the others stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. I must take my leave. We shall converse again when time permits. Chapter 41. No need for investigation. It will happen eventually. This assignment proved to be exceedingly tricky. Had they not been prepared in advance, they would likely still be stranded here. Now, all the officials gazed at Qian Lulu with admiration. Captain, how did you manage to find such an expert? One of the officials approached Qian Lulu, curious to inquire. At that moment, Qian Lulu snapped back to reality. I'm not quite sure. However, we owe a debt of gratitude to Zhen Hao for the successful completion of this task. Had he not stepped up, we would not have been so fortunate. The officials, witnessing Qian Lulu's demeanor, grew curious. Should we investigate this young man's identity? After all, many uncertainties linger. Given the circumstances, it was understandable for them to express concern. After all, he was not only handsome but also remarkably skilled and affluent. In the absence of clarity regarding his true identity, everything remained uncertain. Thus, they held such sentiments. However, Qian Lulu waved her hand dismissively. No need. We will encounter him sooner or later. Moreover, do you truly believe that an investigation would yield results? Her words sent shivers down the spines of those present. After all, no one had anticipated such events would transpire, making everything seem beyond comprehension. The others, still somewhat apprehensive, felt relieved they had not pursued such inquiries. Indeed, we would have unwittingly offended a formidable expert. Let us heed the captain's advice. I believe her judgment is sound. For now, let us return, for we have achieved a significant accomplishment this time. They chuckled among themselves. Why did Qian Lulu express herself this way? It was because she had just entered the term Koenigsegg limited edition supercar into the archive, yet found that it yielded no results. Qian Lulu was acutely aware of the implications of those words. The individual's identity was shrouded in mystery. Even if one attempted to investigate, they would likely find nothing. Thus, in this scenario, doing nothing seemed to be the most intriguing course of action. As she contemplated these events, Qian Lulu reflected on the characteristics of a person skilled in various martial arts, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. Such an individual was truly flawless. She believed that someone of this caliber could not be an obscure figure. Nevertheless, she decided to prioritize the pressing matters at hand, as the tasks before her would undoubtedly require considerable time to resolve. Zhen Hao returned to Jinhua Tower. At present, most matters had been adequately addressed. In truth, Zhen Hao was quite content to be there. However, time was not on his side, and determining how to manage these affairs became his foremost concern. Zhen Hao, you're back? Qin Shuang, now adept at her role, had managed the tower with remarkable success. Yet, Zhen Hao noticed that her expression seemed somewhat off. What is the matter? Has something happened? He asked instinctively, noticing her demeanor. Seeing Zhen Hao's concern, Qin Shuang nodded. Yes. Initially hesitant about how to communicate the matter to Zhen Hao, she realized that there was no longer any room for hesitation. Thus, she decided it was necessary to address the issue at hand. Who is it? Zhen Hao's gaze sharpened as he directly inquired. Upon hearing his question, Qin Shuang proceeded to explain the situation. Apparently, Jinhua Tower intended to take advantage of this period for growth, yet it had encountered a dilemma. Goods were continuously going missing. Initially, this did not pose a significant problem, which is why Qin Shuang had refrained from informing Zhen Hao. However, the situation had escalated into a considerable challenge. Thus, addressing this issue was indeed a pressing matter for Zhen Hao. Very well, since that is the case, I shall take charge of this matter, Zhen Hao replied calmly, waving his hand dismissively. In truth, he felt no apprehension regarding potential complications. On the contrary, he suspected that these issues might be orchestrated by rival families targeting him. If Zhen Hao failed to address them, the consequences could be dire. Yet, at present, the exact nature of the situation remained unclear. If we act recklessly, one t that. Qin Shuang hesitated, as she was not particularly adept in handling such matters. If it were a commercial rivalry, she would have known how to deal with it. However, at this moment, it has entirely transcended the realm of mere commercial competition. Given that it has, the subsequent actions of the opposing party remain uncertain, and indeed, at this juncture, one cannot readily ascertain the course of events. Thus, such matters presently appear quite formidable. After a brief contemplation, Zhen Hao perceived that these issues were, in fact, not overly concerning. Perhaps, in matters of commerce, I may not possess your level of expertise. However, you must have faith in me, at least in these affairs. I am quite proficient. Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he spoke. Following Zhen Hao's remarks, Qin Shuang offered a subtle smile. Very well. Yet you must act within your means. Should any difficulties arise, let us deliberate together. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's words, Zhen Hao did not object. Ultimately, they were in this together. There was no need for Qin Shuang to elaborate. Zhen Hao would readily agree. Just as he was pondering, a security guard from Junlin Tower hurried over. Chairman, President, a group of individuals is outside, specifically requesting to see you. The guard appeared somewhat flustered. Zhen Hao understood that the situation outside was evidently not optimistic. Nevertheless, this presented Zhen Hao with a significant opportunity. Take me out to sea, he commanded, despite being unaware of the exact circumstances. However, this ignorance did not alter his determination to address the matter. Qin Shuang nodded. Very well, I will accompany you. Chapter 42. What makes you think I would agree? At the entrance of Junlin Tower, Cheng Yong stood with his chin raised, exuding an air of arrogant triumph. I must ask, do you lack sincerity? We have been here for quite some time, yet your chairman has yet to make an appearance. What are your intentions? Upon Cheng Yong's words, the surrounding security guards wore expressions of silent indignation. Cheng Yong held a formidable position as the owner of a local security company, a status that granted him considerable influence, rendering him virtually untouchable. This empowered him to act with impunity, even setting his sights on various companies, including Junlin Tower. Before long, Zhen Hao emerged. He had witnessed the scene unfold and now wore a faint smile on his face. I am Zhen Hao, the chairman here. I hear you have matters to discuss with me? Zhen Hao remarked, his tone a blend of amusement and challenge. However, for reasons unknown, Cheng Yong was far from pleased. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to address him in such a manner. Thus, Cheng Yong, with a cold demeanor, retorted, What? Are you not going to invite us in to sit? Cheng Yong's tone suggested he dismissed those present entirely. Yet, Zhen Hao showed no inclination to acquiesce. There's no need. I am quite busy. We can discuss matters right here, Zhen Hao replied coolly, making the implications of his words abundantly clear. Cheng Yong fell silent, though his subordinates were visibly discontent. You insolent brat, who do you think you are to speak to my brother in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao swiftly retaliated, sending the speaker sprawling. You. Cheng Yong glared at Zhen Hao, his brow furrowed. Yet Zhen Hao remained unfazed. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a tone? State your business, or leave. Zhen Hao's words were blunt and direct, igniting a simmering fury within Cheng Yong. After a brief pause, Cheng Yong composed himself and declared, It's simple. From now on, you are to pay a security fee of 200,000 each month. In return, I will ensure your safety. Cheng Yong raised his chin as he spoke, his expression brimming with arrogance. Zhen Hao found this proposition quite amusing. Very well, this turn of events is rather unexpected, he mused, recognizing that Cheng Yong believed he had Zhen Hao cornered. Zhen Hao, however, wore a bemused smile. What makes you think I would agree? Zhen Hao had security in place, and their capabilities were not to be underestimated. In this tense atmosphere, Cheng Yong seethed with anger. You dare challenge me? Before he could finish, Zhen Hao struck him squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Cheng Yong was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite whose string had been severed. With a thud, he landed on the ground, nearly losing consciousness. You dare lay a hand on our boss. We will not let this go. At that moment, Cheng Yong's subordinates, fueled by anger, charged at Zhen Hao. Yet, Zhen Hao remained unperturbed, his expression revealing no trace of fear. Do you really think this is sufficient? With that, Zhen Hao launched into action. Initially, those surrounding him appeared to be in control, but now they could not withstand his onslaught. Zhen Hao shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips as he found the situation increasingly amusing. This is getting interesting, but do you truly believe this is enough? Undeniably. Their actions were laughably inadequate. As Zhen Hao's words lingered in the air, he began to strike with swift precision. The onlookers, including Qin Shuang, had intended to intervene. Yet the unfolding scene caught them off guard. Raising an eyebrow, Zhen Hao inquired, So what now? Shall we continue? As his words settled, the crowd glanced at Zhen Hao, their expressions filled with frustration. They had intended to profit but instead found themselves embroiled in this chaotic encounter. Cheng Yong clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. Consider yourself fortunate this time, but I will not let this slide. We are leaving. With that, Cheng Yong led his entourage away, seething with indignation. However, just as Cheng Yong reached this juncture, Zhen Hao exhibited remarkable composure. Wait a moment, did I ever instruct you to leave? With the utterance of Zhen Hao's words, Cheng Yong's visage became drenched with perspiration. Nonetheless, he feigned calmness on the surface. What is the matter? Is there anything else? Upon hearing this from Cheng Yong, Zhen Hao found the situation increasingly amusing. Who exactly sent you to confront me? Zhen Hao was not convinced that this matter was merely as straightforward as it appeared. If there were no hidden hands orchestrating these events, he would categorically refuse to believe it. Yet, even so, what was the underlying connection? This was precisely what Zhen Hao sought to clarify. Cheng Yong furrowed his brow before asserting, "This is solely my doing, and no one has directed me." The moment these words left his lips, Zhen Hao scoffed. Huh, you claim it's all your own doing. Do you truly believe that? Following Zhen Hao's retort, Cheng Yong felt a surge of murderous intent rise within him. Humph, you seek death. In a swift motion, Cheng Yong drew a knife and lunged toward Zhen Hao. Chapter 43, Investigating the Huang Family. Cheng Yong let out a pained cry, collapsing to the floor. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao regarded him with a glint of disdain in his eyes. Now it's your turn. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Zhen Hao's words rendered the individuals before him utterly devoid of resistance. What a joke. Having come this far, what options did they have? It would be far better to surrender now, as doing so might yield a more favorable outcome. We surrender, they replied, recognizing that failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Zhen Hao had initially contemplated whether to dispatch his associates to deal with them, but upon witnessing their capitulation, he lost all interest. Very well, since you choose to surrender, let it be. Qin Shuang, you will handle this. Zhen Hao's declaration jolted Qin Shuang from her thoughts. Understood. Rest assured, I will take care of everything without issue. Now, where are you headed, Zhen Hao? Qin Shuang's eyes sparkled as she instinctively turned to Zhen Hao, not forgetting to inquire. In truth, Zhen Hao found himself at a loss for a destination. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that it would be best to remain here for the time being. If any issues arose, he would be positioned to address them directly. Let us return to the office. I suspect those individuals will have gathered sufficient information by now. Zhen Hao believed this was the most prudent course of action. Qin Shuang nodded repeatedly, following Zhen Hao into the office. Upon reflection, a sense of urgency brewed within her, given the unusual nature of the visitors they had received. What occupies your thoughts? Zhen Hao inquired, noticing Qin Shuang's distraction. She abruptly looked up, surprised that Zhen Hao had discerned her preoccupation. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to explain. I was pondering who exactly sent those individuals. Indeed, this matter is quite intricate. If not handled properly, it could escalate into a significant dilemma. Zhen Hao gazed into the distance, his intrigue growing. Rest assured, the truth will eventually surface, and our people are already investigating. Such matters cannot be rushed. For now, we must exercise patience. Presently, Zhen Hao had an abundance of time, and he felt no urgency whatsoever. After a brief pause, a knock resounded at the door. See, I told you it wouldn't be long. Come in, Zhen Hao called out. Upon entering, a sharply dressed man appeared, one of the bodyguards Zhen Hao had previously assigned. His arrival piqued Zhen Hao's curiosity. What is the update? Have the investigations yielded results? The bodyguard nodded vigorously. Chairman, it has been confirmed. It's the Huang family. The Huang family? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang was taken aback, for she had not anticipated that the matter would involve them. Being part of the third tier, she was well aware of the Huang family's formidable influence. However, now that they had set their sights directly on Zhen Hao, the situation felt exceedingly complex. Zhen Hao, as though he had anticipated this revelation, turned to face the bodyguard with a smile. It appears their intentions are solely to target me. Now, please recount every detail. He gestured for the bodyguard to elaborate. The bodyguard proceeded to relay the information in its entirety. As Zhen Hao absorbed the details, he found the unfolding events increasingly fascinating. So it's a professional endeavor, he mused. If that is the case, everything aligns perfectly. The Huang family had evidently learned of Zhen Hao's recent undertakings, particularly the significant groundwork laid for Junlin Tower. Even if they wished to remain oblivious, it would be nearly impossible to overlook. Hence, the Huang family resolved to discreetly eliminate Zhen Hao, believing that once he was out of the way, they could effortlessly seize Junlin Tower for themselves. How intriguing. If this were merely a matter of commercial competition, I would remain silent. However, the lengths they are willing to go to achieve their objectives, employing such underhanded tactics, is rather telling. It seems I ought to pay the Huang family a visit. As Zhen Hao spoke, his tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating a fact. Yet Qin Shuang understood him well. She recognized that if Zhen Hao was expressing such sentiments, the situation was far from straightforward. Consequently, as she contemplated their next steps, she felt a sense of urgency. What troubles you? Are you deep in thought? Zhen Hao's curiosity was piqued upon observing her demeanor. As he spoke, Qin Shuang snapped back to reality. In truth, she had been mulling over these very matters. However, she was uncertain how to articulate her thoughts to Zhen Hao. After a moment, Zhen Hao glanced at her and then suddenly broke into a smile. It's all right. You need not say anything. I understand what you're thinking. In this moment, Qin Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity as she gazed at Zhen Hao. Was he speaking the truth or jesting? Did Zhen Hao genuinely possess such knowledge? Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating, in truth, I have never regarded the Huang family with any seriousness. However, I believe they will not easily relent. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shuang felt a spark of intrigue. Why had Zhen Hao suddenly made such a remark? At that moment, she instinctively lifted her gaze to him, while Zhen Hao appeared remarkably nonchalant. If my conjecture is correct, the Huang family will undoubtedly seek alliances. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. We shall confront whatever comes our way. If they dare to approach, we shall meet them head-on. After all, Zhen Hao had encountered such situations before and was far from phased. Should they choose to come, he welcomed their challenge. Chapter 44. The Huang family's tactics and alliance strategies. At this juncture, within the Huang family, the patriarch Huang Zhejiang wore a furrowed brow. So still no news? He inquired. Upon hearing his words, those nearby shook their heads in response. Not yet. Besides, it has only been a short while since we dispatched them. Why the urgency? It wasn't merely impatience that troubled Huang Zhejiang. Rather, an ominous premonition had taken root in his heart moments ago, prompting his eagerness. Just then, a Huang family guard hurried in, exclaiming, Patriarch, we have a grave situation. What has happened? Huang Zhejiang felt a surge of tension wash over him. It was evident what such news could signify. Our dispatch personnel have been utterly annihilated. The words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Exchanging bewildered glances. How could this be possible? Even now, many found it hard to believe the reality of the situation. As they stared, Huang Zhejiang pressed. Who was responsible for this? At this point, he had yet to consider Zhen Hao as the culprit. Perhaps they had inadvertently offended another faction along the way, leading to this calamity. However, the next moment, the guard replied, it was Zhen Hao. He personally killed Cheng Yong. What? The revelation left many in a state of shock. How had matters escalated to this? Even now, countless individuals struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Gradually, as they lifted their gazes to Huang Zhejiang, he too felt a gnawing anxiety. Wait, do not panic. Let me think of a solution. As he spoke, those around him anxiously awaited his words. What could they possibly do? Zhen Hao was flourishing, and should he become aware of their predicament, he would surely seek vengeance. Relying solely on the Huang family's strength might not suffice to prevail in this confrontation. Yet, as these thoughts raced through his mind, Huang Zhejiang suddenly smiled. We may not withstand this, but we can seek alliances. Alliances? This was indeed a clever notion, yet whom should they approach? At this moment, everyone felt a sense of perplexity. How to navigate this situation was a considerable headache. Slowly, Huang Zhejiang remarked with a sudden grin. We could reach out to the Wang family. They are likely very interested in Qianhua Tower, and an alliance with them would be foolproof. Upon hearing these words, those around him exchanged knowing glances. The implications of such a move were unmistakable. Huang Zhejiang himself saw no reason for concern. As others witnessed this, they eagerly praised him. Patriarch, that strategy is truly brilliant. Indeed, if the Wang family joins forces with us, dealing with Qianhua Tower will be a mere formality. With this realization, the urgency among the group grew palpable. They felt an insatiable eagerness to commence their plans. At that moment, Huang Zhejiang raised his hand. Everyone, please remain calm. We need not rush. Perhaps the Wang family is also eager to collaborate with us. As he concluded this statement, others appeared somewhat perplexed. Just then, Huang Zhejiang's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, a smile spread across his face. Hello, old Wang, what brings you to call? An alliance to confront Qianhua Tower? Absolutely, rest assured. I will handle this matter. After a brief exchange, he hung up with a beaming expression. Those around him looked on, uncertain of Huang Zhejiang's true thoughts. Yet he offered no riddles. As you have heard, they wish to ally with us. And once we deal with Qianhua Tower, the benefits will be shared equally. With these words, excitement surged through the group. This is splendid news. We cannot possibly let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, they felt an anticipatory thrill deep within. Patriarch, this is a tremendous opportunity. Let us act swiftly. Indeed, time is of the essence. Our objective now is to deliver a surprise strike against Zhen Hao. At this moment, the fervor among the group intensified. As they spoke, Huang Zhejiang raised his hand for silence. For now, hold off on any hasty actions. Begin by declaring that all dealings related to Qianhua Tower and Zhen Hao are off limits. We shall first stifle them economically before addressing other fronts. This was Huang Zhejiang's strategy. Upon hearing this, others nodded in admiration, astounding, truly ingenious. Such a perspective had not crossed their minds before. Yet, witnessing Huang Zhejiang's poise, they felt a surge of eagerness to resolve the matter. As for Huang Zhejiang, he remained unperturbed. Now, it was a test of who could maintain their composure amidst the brewing storm. However, it matters not. In truth, we have already secured our victory this time. So there is no need for concern. Huang Zhejiang, with unwavering confidence, perceives these matters as fundamentally inconsequential. Hence, in his view, such occurrences evoke a rather intriguing sensation. Beside him, one of his subordinates continues, "Master, good news. The Wang family has commenced their actions. They seem to be actively searching for Zhen Hao's whereabouts." "Excellent." Huang Zhejiang replies, "It appears the Wang family intends to take action against Zhen Hao. In that case, the Huang family must not be outdone." Chapter 45. Such individuals must be courted. Unlike the Huang family, the Wang family is indeed fervently seeking Zhen Hao. However, their purpose in doing so is not to settle scores, but rather to pursue collaboration. At present, the circumstances remain unclear. Nonetheless, I believe the truth will reveal itself in due time. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhan, the head of the Wang family, sees a glimmer of hope. One of his subordinates asks, "Master, why do we seek to collaborate with Zhen Hao? Would it not be better to seize this opportunity to take him down?" Although the question is posed, Wang Taizhan perceives the situation to be far more complex than it appears. He waves his hand dismissively. "You are overthinking it. But before we proceed, what do you all think of Huang Zhejiang, the head of the Huang family?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals fall silent, for they regard Huang Zhejiang as a cunning strategist, a man who considers every angle and possesses a profoundly intricate mind. Typical tactics are futile against such a person. At that moment, Wang Tieshan's demeanor becomes remarkably straightforward as he contemplates, "If we must choose between Huang Zhejiang and Zhen Hao, who do you think would be easier to persuade?" Without a moment's hesitation, the others respond, "It is undoubtedly Zhen Hao. After all, given Zhen Hao's youth, persuading him would be significantly simpler from any perspective." Wang Taizhan, upon witnessing their unanimous agreement, cannot help but smile. Such a person must be courted. Furthermore, we can allow Zhen Hao and the Huang family to engage in a fierce struggle while we stand back and reap the benefits. With Wang Tieshan's remarks concluded, the others nod in agreement, fully grasping the implications of his words. Thus, they are now acutely aware of the actions they must undertake. At this moment, those around him are visibly excited. "Wonderful. The Huang family seeks to outmaneuver us, unaware that we are equally scheming against them." They express their delight, recognizing that if a fierce conflict arises, they need only watch from the sidelines. Unbeknownst to them, this moment is fraught with irony, as they have unwittingly fallen into their own trap. As the conversation unfolds, it is evident that they see great potential in this plan. If feasible, they could indeed begin addressing the situation from this angle, for only through such means can these matters be thoroughly resolved. Upon reflection, it seems this approach holds considerable promise. Observing the scene, Wang Taizhan gestures, "Since that is the case, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take action." The others, upon hearing this, nod vigorously. With such directives, they can now proceed to manage the matter at hand. At Qianhua Tower, Zhen Hao sits in his office, pondering. Something feels amiss. He begins clicking on his computer, initially harboring mere suspicions. However, upon further inspection, he discovers that someone has indeed taken action against them, and it is unmistakably the Huang family's doing. This thoroughness surprises him, eliciting a faint smile on his face. The more he contemplates, the clearer it becomes how to address the situation. Just considering these factors is no trivial matter. As he observes, he notices Qin Shuang standing nearby, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" she inquires. Zhen Hao, maintaining his composure, replies, "It's nothing, merely mulling over the Huang family's affairs." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang sighs. "It seems you are already aware." Her words leave Zhen Hao somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean? Is it good or bad that I know?" As he reflects, Zhen Hao finds the situation increasingly intriguing. "So, have you come to discuss how to resolve this matter?" he asks. Qin Shuang nods eagerly, confirming, "Indeed, but how should we proceed?" These questions, while seemingly straightforward, have become quite complicated. Zhen Hao, however, responds with a calm smile. "They have struck at Qianhua Tower. Should we not retaliate?" At this, Qin Shuang's eyes brighten. "I see what you plan to do. Rest assured, I will handle this." Qin Shuang feels reassured. The dilemma that had troubled her has been effortlessly addressed by Zhen Hao. Upon deeper reflection, she realizes that this approach may indeed be quite advantageous. At this moment, Zhen Hao instinctively raises his gaze towards the distance. However, wasn't it said that the two families would join forces? Who, then, is the other party? His curiosity piqued. Zhen Hao acknowledges that now is not the time for such thoughts. Upon further contemplation, he recognizes that, thus far, these matters are not of paramount importance. In comparison, identifying the ally that the Huang family has enlisted is far more crucial. Just as he is deep in thought, his phone rings. Noticing the caller ID, he sees that it is Zhao Nana reaching out. Hello, Zhen Hao, where are you? Zhao Nana's voice sounds somewhat peculiar. What is the matter? Have you encountered any trouble? After Zhen Hao poses his question, Zhao Nana on the other end nods in acknowledgement. Yes, indeed. You should come over. Someone is looking for you. Zhen Hao, upon receiving this news, feels a twinge of surprise. What is the true nature of this situation? Zhen Hao felt that pondering aimlessly here would prove futile. Once he arrives at the destination, clarity would surely ensue. Well, rest assured, I shall hurry over immediately. Chapter 46. The Wang family has arrived, and they seek you. How are you? Is everything all right? Zhen Hao barged in, expressing his concern to Zhao Nana. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Nana turned to him and gently shook her head. Yes, I'm fine. Although she uttered these words, her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to sipping honey. After all, Zhen Hao's caring demeanor made her feel like a pampered little princess. Yet, thoughts of those individuals still weighed heavily on her mind. Zhen Hao, I'm sorry. It's them. Zhao Nana gestured towards the distance, her lips parting to speak. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhen Hao nodded, smiling slightly. It's all right. I am already aware of this matter. Do not worry, I know what to do. At that moment, as Zhen Hao's words hung in the air, a group of individuals stormed in from a distance, exuding an intimidating aura. Their target was none other than Zhen Hao. Are you Zhen Hao? The leader inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao, however, remained remarkably composed. Such occurrences were rather trivial for him. Indeed, I am. And you are? He replied with a hint of curiosity. After Zhen Hao finished speaking, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh, listen closely, we are from the Wang family. The mention of the Wang family left Zhen Hao pondering their relevance to him. His gaze subtly shifted, landing directly on them. Upon realizing this, Zhen Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. You are from the Wang family. What do you wish to discuss with me? He remarked, intending to leave with Zhao Nana. However, the leader continued, we are looking for you. Our family head requests your presence. Please come with us. Following this declaration, Zhen Hao stood there, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. And what if I refuse to go? His words elicited displeasure among the group. Humph, you have no say in this matter. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame us for being impolite. With that, the others stood tall, confronting Zhen Hao with an air of arrogance. Yet, would Zhen Hao be intimidated by them? Clearly, he did not regard them with any seriousness. At that moment, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's lips. Very well, since it has come to this, I am quite eager to see how you intend to be impolite. He raised an eyebrow and directly addressed them. His words only fueled their anger further. You, young man, are courting disaster. Brothers, attack. The leader gestured to his companions, signaling them to strike at Zhen Hao. Zhao Nana, witnessing this, instinctively warned, Zhen Hao, be careful. However, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. Do not worry, they are no match for me. He spoke with utmost ease, treating them as inconsequential. After all, he already had a clear understanding of what actions to take next. Observing the scene, Zhen Hao found their threats amusing. You are seeking your own demise, the leader declared, stepping forward, intent on subduing Zhen Hao. Yet, before he could lay a hand on him, Zhen Hao decisively delivered a powerful punch, sending the man crashing to the ground. Rolling several times before coming to a halt, Zhen Hao, now standing tall, gazed into the distance. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? If so, I advise you not to waste my time. As he spoke, the Wang family members seethed with rage. This brat is insufferably arrogant. We must show him the consequences of his insolence. There was no doubt. They felt compelled to teach him a lesson. As they prepared to attack, Zhen Hao remained unperturbed. Are you finally unable to restrain yourselves? Very well, if that is your desire, I shall indulge you. To Zhen Hao, these individuals were no match for him. Thus, he faced them with effortless grace. In mere moments, cries of anguish erupted around him. Zhen Hao moved with lightning speed, employing a blend of karate, taekwondo, muay thai, and sanda. Every technique at his disposal was unleashed upon his adversaries without reservation. Before long, they lay defeated, their faces swollen like pigs. After all, no matter how formidable they considered themselves, they could not possibly contend with someone as skilled as Zhen Hao. Soon, all of them were incapacitated. At this juncture, Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall take my leave. He stood up, preparing to depart. But then, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from a distance. Wait. As his words echoed, every gaze turned toward him. The fallen adversaries wore expressions of disbelief. For the man before them was none other than Wang Taizhan, the head of the Wang family. Initially, he had merely intended for his subordinates to invite Zhen Hao. never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. I sincerely apologize. My subordinates acted without understanding. I am Wang Taizhan, the head of the Wang family, and I hope this young brother can show some leniency. Upon hearing Wang Taizhan's words, Zhen Hao remained indifferent. It's quite all right. They have already received a thorough lesson from me, so this matter is hardly significant. He waved his hand nonchalantly. With that, Wang Taizhan decided to be forthright. Since that is the case, I will not keep you in the dark. I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 47. However, I have no desire to engage in conversation with you. Wang Tieshan's declaration was, in fact, quite a concession. The surrounding onlookers all turned their gazes toward Zhen Hao. Nevertheless, Zhen Hao was fully cognizant of the reason behind Wang Tieshan's apparent generosity. Just because the other party extended a courtesy did not obligate Zhen Hao to reciprocate. I simply do not wish to converse with you. Zhen Hao lifted his head to meet Wang Tieshan's gaze, unabashedly articulating his sentiment. In that moment, upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, a surge of fury erupted within Wang Taizhan. After all, he had never encountered a youth quite like this one, who completely disregarded the conventional rules of engagement. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Taizhan waved his hand dismissively toward those around him, commanding, "What are you all standing around for? Move quickly." Since friendship was unattainable, enmity would have to suffice. However, after Wang Tieshan's pronouncement, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. "Are you intent on a confrontation? Very well, if you are so resolute, I shall oblige you fully." Zhen Hao slowly raised his head to meet Wang Tieshan's eyes, his voice cold and unwavering. As Zhen Hao's retort echoed in the air, Wang Taizhan soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. His tone softened slightly. "I was merely jesting." "Is that so?" "In truth, I was jesting as well." Zhen Hao mimicked Wang Tieshan's demeanor, responding with a wry smile. This provocation left Wang Tieshan's expression fluctuating between anger and incredulity. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Brother Zhen, the reason I sought you out today is of utmost importance." With this, Wang Taizhan prepared to divulge the matter at hand. Seeing Wang Tieshan's earnestness, Zhen Hao's countenance remained notably unperturbed. "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." Following Zhen Hao's prompt, Wang Taizhan began to outline the current situation, intending to appeal to Zhen Hao's sense of reason and compassion. Wang Taizhan was confident that such an approach would compel Zhen Hao to reconsider and ultimately arrive at a judicious conclusion. Yet, Wang Taizhan was naively simplistic in his assumptions. Zhen Hao raised his head to regard Wang Taizhan, shaking it gently in response. "I regret to inform you that I have no intention of acquiescing to this matter." Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhan refrained from further comment. However, one of his subordinates, unable to contain himself, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhen Hao. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you have the courage, repeat that." In response, Zhen Hao merely shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. Repeating it would yield the same outcome. "What brings the Wang and Huang families here to me? Are you attempting to form a triad alliance?" Zhen Hao's words effectively stripped Wang Taizhan of his last vestige of dignity. Even Wang Taizhan, deep down, felt a seething rage as he acknowledged the truth in Zhen Hao's statement. Nonetheless, it was time to address these matters appropriately. Observing the situation, Zhen Hao felt no sense of discomfort or disquiet. "In light of this, I must insist. Go ahead. I came to seek you out, Zhen Hao. However, should you encounter any difficulties down the line, I sincerely hope you do not come to regret this choice." Wang Tieshan's words were tinged with an unexpected gravity. Yet, Zhen Hao appeared unfazed by the implication. For him, these concerns seemed trivial, almost inconsequential. "Thank you, but there is no need for your concern. I shall return your words to you, unaltered." Zhen Hao's retort was a direct affront, causing even Wang Taizhan to fidget uncomfortably. "Humph, I take my leave." With that, Wang Taizhan departed, his followers in tow, leaving without a backward glance. When the dialogue becomes strained, it is often futile to persist. Some matters are simply irreconcilable. Given this reality, there was no need for further discourse. Thus, the question remained, how would these issues be resolved going forward? As Wang Taizhan exited, Zhao Nana turned to Zhen Hao with concern etched on her face. "Zhen Hao, are you all right?" Upon hearing her words, Zhen Hao quickly waved his hand dismissively. "I am perfectly fine. What a jest. Am I the sort to suffer losses so easily? Certainly not." Therefore, while it appeared that the confrontation had ended in a stalemate, a closer examination would reveal that Zhen Hao had, in fact, emerged with the upper hand. Yet, he found the entire situation rather amusing. Be cautious. He is the head of the Wang family. They are a powerful clan within the third tier. If he truly intends to act against you, it could be detrimental. At this moment, Zhao Nana spoke earnestly, her concern palpable. Zhen Hao, however, was utterly indifferent to such matters. Are these concerns truly significant? Perhaps to those who genuinely care. But I remain unfazed. Whether it be the Wang or Huang families, they hold little weight in my eyes. even if they have decided to ally. It changes nothing for me. Now is not the time to dwell on such issues. Have you eaten? Allow me to join you for a meal, and afterward, we can go shopping together. Zhen Hao turned to Zhao Nana, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made this suggestion. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Nana felt a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Excellent. This is precisely how it should be. The current atmosphere held a hint of romantic allure. Had they continued on the previous trajectory, it would have been decidedly unfortunate. Yet, as she entertained such thoughts, Zhao Nana began to understand Zhen Hao's confidence. It appears you possess significant assurance, and I eagerly await your endeavors. Chapter 48. Let us strategize and take decisive action. Wang Taizhan had not strayed far, yet his heart seethed with unrelenting fury. In truth, he had long contemplated how to address this predicament. Master, what should we do now? One of his subordinates, noticing Wang Tieshan's agitation, could not help but inquire. As the individuals around him concluded their conversation, Wang Tieshan's gaze subtly shifted, instinctively glancing ahead. The more this unfolded, the more it appeared to Wang Taizhan as a blatant display of intent. I initially intended to discuss matters of collaboration with this young man. Since it has come to this, let us deliberate with the Huang family and take decisive action. In truth, Wang Taizhan had not originally planned this course of action. However, the developments had completely surpassed his expectations. Thus, the question of how to arrange the ensuing matters had become increasingly complex. Yet, deep down, Wang Taizhan understood that this situation could no longer be postponed. A swift resolution was imperative. He dialed a number directly, and the call was quickly connected. On the other end, Huang Zhijiang was still engaged in discussions with his subordinates when the phone rang. Wang Taizhan, what brings you to call me at this moment? Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhan found the situation increasingly intriguing. He remarked, I have just conducted an investigation and discovered Zhen Hao's whereabouts. Are you interested? Upon hearing Wang Tieshan's words, Huang Zhijiang found the proposition quite engaging. Is that for real? If such an opportunity arises, will you extend it to me? Clearly, Huang Zhijiang perceived the situation as ever more fascinating. At this juncture, Wang Taizhan did not wish to dwell on the matter. Believe it or not, that's your prerogative. But let me inform you, once he departs, this opportunity will vanish. If you are hesitant, disregard my words. If you wish to proceed, it's best to act swiftly. Following Wang Tieshan's statement, Huang Zhijiang found himself in a state of indecision. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity lay plainly before them. As for the next steps, the course of action was quite clear. Send me the address. I will mobilize my team immediately. Huang Zhijiang understood the wisdom of acting swiftly. Moreover, should both parties resolve the Zhen Hao issue, all the threats he posed would dissipate entirely. Thus, they were determined to seize this advantageous moment. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhan remained remarkably composed. You see, they are already on their way, aren't they? With our combined efforts against Zhen Hao, how much chance do you believe he stands? Upon hearing this, those present were struck with newfound clarity. If indeed that were the case, it was undeniably good news. Consequently, they felt it was essential to explore this opportunity further. Observing the unfolding events, the onlookers were left in awe. Truly, our esteemed leader is remarkable for notifying the Huang family in advance. Indeed, with the Wang and Huang families joining forces against Wang Tong, even if he were formidable, his demise was inevitable. Is there any need to say more? He certainly has no chance. The surrounding individuals eagerly chimed in. Clearly, they perceived this opportunity as exceptionally promising. Well then, hasten your preparations. In Wang Tieshan's eyes, there was an air of peculiarity. Initially, progress had not been so rapid. Yet now, he was taken aback by how swiftly events had unfolded. Understood, esteemed leader. We shall make arrangements at once. Wang Tieshan's subordinates nodded in agreement and proceeded to handle the matter. Concurrently, Zhen Hao, despite being surrounded by numerous beautiful women, found himself lacking appetite. Zhen Hao, what troubles you? With so many lovely companions, how can you not eat? Zhao Nana inquired, to which Zhen Hao merely waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Have you not heard that beauty can serve as sustenance? Merely gazing upon so many enchanting faces is enough to satiate me. Do I still need to eat? Zhen Hao's words elicited laughter from the women. However, they continued to express their concern. But Zhen Hao, you truly need not worry. Everything will turn out fine. Indeed, even if the Wang family is formidable, would they dare to act openly against us? Upon reflection, they marveled at the speed with which the situation had escalated. Nonetheless, Zhen Hao did not share their sentiments. You are all underestimating the situation. His gaze subtly shifted, instinctively landing on the scene before him, and he spoke with sudden clarity. The others, noticing this shift, became curious. What is occurring here? As the onlookers turned their attention to him, Zhen Hao remained composed. If my instincts are correct, there are already many people lying in wait below. They are poised to act, and should we act recklessly, we risk total annihilation. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, The others were taken aback. So that is the case? However, if it unfolds this way, what should our next step be? This question was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Observing the situation, Zhen Hao stated decisively, "Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. I just came up with a plan. Give me a moment. I need to make a call." Zhen Hao deemed it prudent to communicate with the other side before proceeding. As he dialed the number, he simply relayed, "Hello? The Wang and Huang families have decided to unite against us. Prepare to create some chaos at either the Wang or Huang branch." Zhen Hao's tone was as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The others were left feeling quite agitated. Chapter 49. I advise you not to act recklessly. As Zhen Hao stepped outside, he encountered a multitude of individuals on the street, effectively blocking his path and leaving him with no escape. Yet, upon seeing them, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's face. "Wang Taizhan, are you still unwilling to concede?" Standing there, Wang Taizhan nodded emphatically. "Indeed, why would I give up? Once I eliminate you, all your enterprises will inevitably fall into my hands." Wang Taizhan felt no urgency regarding this matter, and as he concluded his statement, Zhen Hao was acutely aware of the implications. Moreover, it appears that Zhen Hao had already anticipated this scenario. However, now that he is aware of the situation, he will naturally refrain from granting the other party any opportunities. Thus, Zhen Hao instinctively surveyed his surroundings and suddenly declared, "I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." As Zhen Hao spoke, he maintained an air of nonchalance. In contrast, Wang Taizhan found the situation increasingly amusing. To him, Zhen Hao's words seemed utterly devoid of any intimidation. Observing this exchange, the guards of the Wang family could not help but interject, "Is this supposed to be a threat?" Yet, such a threat lacks any real deterrent. Indeed, they mused, otherwise, would one truly believe this would be effective? If it were up to me. There is nothing further to discuss with him. As the onlookers voiced their thoughts, their gazes radiated an unmistakable disdain. In contemplating the scene before him, Zhen Hao wore a bemused expression. Judging by the passage of time, it seemed that the moment had nearly arrived. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhan remained oblivious. At this moment, he coldly remarked, "I had previously afforded you an opportunity, but you failed to appreciate it. Given this, whatever I choose to do next, you shall have no cause to blame me." Upon the conclusion of Wang Taizhan's statement, it felt as though a sharp blade had been drawn, swiftly approaching with alarming speed. As Wang Taizhan advanced, Zhen Hao cast a sidelong glance in his direction. Faced with the unfolding events, Zhen Hao could not help but sigh. "Ah, you are truly foolish. Do you not find it curious why I am here alone?" Had Zhen Hao not made such a remark earlier, the circumstances would likely have felt different. However, with his words now spoken, the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. "What are you doing here?" Unbeknownst to him, Wang Taizhan continued to follow Zhen Hao's rhythm. Yet, at this juncture, Zhen Hao unexpectedly smiled. "I suggest you make a call home first and verify the situation before deciding whether to take action against me." After delivering this suggestion, Wang Taizhan promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. On the other end, an excited voice responded, "Master, it's wonderful that you finally called. Our branch is under attack, and it is on the verge of destruction. They are advancing towards our Wang family." Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhan's heart sank. How could such a calamity befall them? As this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly raised his gaze to Zhen Hao. Could it be that all this was orchestrated by him? Wang Taizhan's focus sharpened, fixating intently on Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao merely shrugged slightly. "In truth, I have merely engaged in a trivial act. These are minor matters, hardly worth mentioning." While Zhen Hao's actions might seem insignificant for Wang Taizhan and the Wang family, this was a catastrophic blow. Gritting his teeth, Wang Taizhan glared at Zhen Hao. "You despicable scoundrel. I never imagined you would dare to scheme against me." Following his declaration, those surrounding Wang Taizhan began to panic. "Master, what should we do now? Indeed, should we not retaliate? My family is at risk in the Wang compound. Master, make a swift decision." As the collective gaze turned towards him, it was evident that the gravity of the situation had struck them deeply. Wang Taizhan, in anguish, contemplated the implications. Indeed, striking at Zhen Hao now might not guarantee success. Yet, failing to return could result in the annihilation of the Wang family. Thus, the course of action became painfully clear. "We must retreat," Wang Taizhan declared through gritted teeth. After uttering this command, he led his entourage in a hasty departure. Following their exit, the Huang family's guards, who had arrived in response, were left in a state of bewilderment. "What is happening? What should we do next?" Observing this chaos, Zhen Hao raised an eyebrow. "What will you do now?" Upon hearing his words, one of the Huang guards boldly retorted, "Zhen Hao, you have only attacked the Wang family, not us. The Wang family may fear you, but that does not mean the Huang family will cower before you." After their proclamation, Zhen Hao felt a wave of ennui wash over him. What were they babbling about for so long? Their words sounded akin to a tongue twister. If they truly possessed such talent, why would they be here serving the Huang family? Nonetheless, there was little more to be said. Noticing the situation, Zhen Hao instinctively scanned his surroundings. Given their obstinate ignorance, he had no choice but to take action. You may emerge now, as Zhen Hao's words echoed. A large group of his subordinates advanced from a distance. They had long been lying in wait, ready to strike at this opportune moment. It was fortuitous, as eliminating them would allow Zhen Hao to return and rest. Chapter 50, Fifth Day Sign-In, Penguin Group Shares. The resolution of yesterday's events was entirely within Zhen Hao's expectations. Nevertheless, his spirits remained high, as it was time once again for the daily ritual, sign-in. Excellent. Let us commence the sign-in process, Zhen Hao remarked, stretching his limbs in anticipation. As he prepared for this essential task, he felt a sense of eagerness. On the 5th day of sign-in, he would receive shares in the Penguin Group. Wait, what had he just received? Shares in Penguin Company? That seemed rather extravagant. As he processed this information, disbelief washed over Zhen Hao's features. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered he had acquired 10% of Penguin Group S shares, a significant sum indeed. With the Penguin Group's market value at 20 trillion, Zhen Hao now held shares worth 2 trillion. Such wealth would undoubtedly elevate him to become the richest individual in Sioux City. However, the pressing issue at hand is that the revelation of such news is far from favorable for Zhen Hao. After all, he is still grappling with unresolved matters concerning the third tier. Therefore, it would be prudent for him to proceed with caution, advancing steadily and gradually. To Zhen Hao, it seems as if he possesses control over all affairs. Yet, now is not the moment for contemplation. Just as he was ruminating over these matters, his phone abruptly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, Zhen Hao answered the call. Hello, Zhen Hao, have you seen the news? The Penguin Group has acquired 10% of the shares. Upon hearing Qin Shuang's words, Zhen Hao's heart skipped a beat. What could this mean? Had Qin Shuang discovered his involvement? As this thought crossed his mind, he slowly raised his gaze to the distance. At that moment, he found the situation rather intriguing. Are you aware of your newfound identity as a wealthy individual? Zhen Hao spoke into the phone, though inwardly, his heart raced with anxiety. Currently, he was uncertain about the situation at hand. Ultimately, it seemed he could only take one step at a time. As Zhen Hao contemplated, Qin Shuang shook her head. How would I know? I merely believe this is a splendid opportunity, and we must seize it without fail. Clearly, the implications of her statement were quite significant. Observing this, Qin Shuang continued. If we can secure this affluent individual to join our camp, dealing with other groups will become a trivial matter. Upon hearing her words, Zhen Hao could only smile wryly. Her statement was rather amusing. Nevertheless, despite this, he was increasingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Rest assured, the other groups cannot compete with us. That is a given. For I am indeed this new shareholder. Hence, deciding with whom to collaborate will ultimately rest on my discretion. Zhen Hao's assertion held its merit, yet Qin Shuang remained unaware, mistaking his words as mere consolation. I know you're trying to comfort me, but it brings me joy nonetheless. Zhen Hao, you must strive onward. I hope your future developments lead you to a fortune of 200 billion. As Qin Shuang expressed her hopes, Zhen Hao felt an overwhelming desire to reveal that he already possessed such wealth, yet he deemed it prudent to hold his tongue. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the appropriate moment to disclose such information. All right, I shall let you go now, hoping you continue to put forth your best efforts. Just look at others. They have become shareholders of the Penguin Group, holding 10% of its shares. With Qin Shuang's remark, Zhen Hao was left speechless, realizing that she was speaking of him. After all, that individual was indeed him. Zhen Hao concluded that it was time to lay his cards on the table. However, just as he finished speaking, Qin Shuang acknowledged, all right, I understand. You carry on with your tasks. We shall talk later. Yet, despite her words, Zhen Hao felt a distinct lack of trust in her tone. Where was the faith that should exist between people? Why did he sense none at all? As he pondered this, Zhen Hao felt a tinge of resignation. Never mind. In light of this, he decided it was best not to dwell on such matters for the time being. Contemplating this, he unexpectedly chuckled. Perhaps this situation wasn't so bad after all. It simply required some adjustment. However, if his assumptions were correct, the Penguin Group would soon be eager to reach out to him. At that moment, as Zhen Hao addressed the air around him, he found the unfolding events rather amusing. Well, I am now a shareholder of the Penguin Group. If my conjectures are accurate, they should be seeking me out soon, given my substantial shareholding. It is quite evident that Xiaoma might come looking for me. With this realization, Zhen Hao raised an eyebrow, instinctively focusing his gaze ahead. Never mind. I believe it is best not to overthink this for now. However, he increasingly sensed that certain arrangements needed to be made. Given his newfound wealth, it seemed only natural to consider expanding his business ventures. Lost in thought, Zhen Hao's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. It was a notification of his dividend, an astounding 100 billion. Surprised by such a generous return, he mused that it was indeed time to boldly pursue new endeavors. With such wealth at my disposal, I should expand the business as I see fit. This notion was undeniably clear to him. As Zhen Hao contemplated this, a smile crept across his face. What? 30 billion? That's merely pocket change. Let us allocate it immediately. Chapter 51. The importance of the Penguin Group. The Penguin Group convened a meeting regarding this new shareholder. At the meeting, Xiaoma expressed considerable concern over this development. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we have welcomed a new friend to the Penguin Group. Mr. Zhen, we must regard him with utmost seriousness. After all, he holds 10% of the company's shares, and such talent must be valued. Nearby, someone inquired, Chairman, what course of action should we take next? This was a pressing concern for everyone present, as they sought clarity on the forthcoming direction. Xiaoma had a clear vision. Any misstep could prove disastrous. Thus, it was imperative for Xiaoma to secure the support of the majority. The 10% stake held by Zhen Hao was crucial in this regard. I plan to assign an elite to work closely with Mr. Zhen to ensure he aligns with our overarching goals. Xiaoma's reasoning was sound, and others nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent, but the question remains, who shall we send? The attendees pondered this, casting glances towards one another, eager for a resolution. It is abundantly clear that such matters, to put it precisely, are far more straightforward than one might initially conceive. In this context, Brother Xiao glanced toward the enchanting beauty in the corner. Su, this time, it is you who shall take the lead. Upon hearing these words, the lovely lady seated there was momentarily taken aback. What? You want me to go? But I do not even have a boyfriend yet. What if that Director Zhen turns out to be an old and unattractive man? This thought instinctively made Su want to decline the proposition. However, Brother Xiao swiftly interjected. If you agree to go, your salary will double, and your bonuses will also double. Moreover, the amount eligible for reimbursement each month will be doubled. What? Initially, Su harbored some apprehension. Yet, upon hearing Brother Xiao's assurances, she nodded vigorously. All right, I accept. As she uttered these words, those surrounding them could not help but exhale in exasperation. I never anticipated it would unfold this way. Indeed, I also wished to participate. Even if Director Zhen were an old and unattractive man, I would still be willing. As these sentiments circulated among the onlookers, Brother Xiao felt an exhilarating thrill within. He secretly hoped that Director Zhen was indeed an old and unattractive man, for such a scenario would likely render his beauty strategy exceedingly effective. Consequently, his position within the Penguin Group would be all the more secure. With this matter now settled, Brother Xiao urged, let us hasten to resolve this. Although Su felt a twinge of reluctance, the thought of the enticing benefits convinced her to nod in agreement. Upon reflection, it seemed that this was, indeed, a fortuitous opportunity. Unbeknownst to Zhen Hao, Brother Xiao from the Penguin Group had orchestrated a beauty strategy, intending to embed himself within his proximity. At that moment, Zhen Hao sat there with an air of calm composure, while beside him, Qin Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that she found the unfolding events to be entirely at odds with her expectations. Even Qin Shuang felt a sense of bewilderment. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? At that moment, after Zhen Hao's remarks, Qin Shuang nodded, then shook her head, torn between her thoughts. The directness of the situation was undeniable. Yet, as she assessed the scene, Zhen Hao offered a faint smile. In our relationship, you may speak freely about anything. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang felt a flicker of reassurance. Still, she did not hesitate to inquire. What about the matter of the 3 billion? It was crucial to note that this was no trifling sum. The mere presence of such a considerable amount weighed heavily on her mind. As for Zhen Hao, he merely raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of nonchalance. You know that I run a company with numerous ventures. This amount is merely a fraction of my savings. Zhen Hao spoke with an untroubled demeanor. Clearly, he perceived such inquiries as inconsequential. However, Qin Shuang was left astounded. To casually produce 3 billion is no small feat. Even the second tier of competitors would likely lack such capability. Thus, it was evident that the question of how to navigate this situation was pressing. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang felt a pang of anxiety. I fear that if I do not perform well, it will result in losses. Losses? How could that even happen? With over 3 billion invested and various sales channels established, revenue will surely flow in abundantly. Upon reflection, it became clear that there was little to worry about. Consequently, Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need to fret. You handle this as you see fit. I have faith that you will excel. As Zhen Hao spoke with such ease, Qin Shuang's heart began to settle. Yes, rest assured. Since you trust me, I will strive diligently and not disappoint you. Hearing her affirm this, Zhen Hao nodded. If he could not place his trust in Qin Shuang, whom else could he rely on? Hence, he gestured for her to take the reins moving forward. Given the situation, I believe this approach poses no inherent issues. Zhen Hao mused, contemplating the audacity of third-tier individuals who dared to challenge him. However, he He recognized that addressing the matters of the third tier was indeed necessary. Chapter 52. The Huang family arrives with a 30 million investment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Zhejiang, the head of the Huang family, was seething with anger. How outrageous. This Zhen Hao is utterly disregarding us. As Huang Zhejiang's words concluded, those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, is it not time we took action? Otherwise, shall we merely linger idly? The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on the minds of others present. Yes, head, we have suffered significant losses. What course of action should we pursue? As these sentiments were voiced, a palpable sense of urgency permeated the room. Huang Zhejiang, however, raised his hand decisively. Let us proceed directly to Qianhua Tower. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged curious glances. What business do we have at Qianhua Tower? Confusion swept through their ranks. The abruptness of the situation left many perplexed. As they contemplated the unfolding events, Huang Zhejiang addressed his companions directly. What we need to do now is to seize the initiative. Qianhua Tower is a strategic location, and given that Zhen Hao has failed to act first, I am confident he knows what he ought to do. With that, Huang Zhejiang resolved to storm Qianhua Tower, only to be halted by the security personnel stationed at the entrance. Sir, this is Qianhua Tower. Please do not cause trouble here. As the security guard finished speaking, Huang Zhejiang found it increasingly amusing. Who was he? He was the head of the Huang family, and now he was being told that he was here to cause trouble? The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it felt. In fact, under such circumstances, this situation was rather interesting. Slowly, Huang Zhejiang looked at the guard and said coldly, "Humph. Do you know who I am? You say I'm here to cause trouble. Do you still want to survive in Sioux City?" As soon as Huang Zhejiang said this, it felt as though something heavy had slammed down. The impact of his words was undeniable. At this moment, the people behind Huang Zhejiang also spoke up one after another. What is going on? What do you mean? Are you planning to shut this place down? That's right. The people of Qianhua Tower dare speak to our family head like this. It's time to settle this account. Exactly. So what we should do next is already obvious. At this moment, the surrounding people grew more and more agitated and were clearly preparing to make a move. However, just as they were about to act, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and everyone seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. What is going on? Who dares cause trouble at my Qianhua Tower? The one who spoke was none other than Zhen Hao. Behind Zhen Hao, many others followed closely. With this development, what the situation represented became very clear. Zhen Hao looked over and said, "Head of the Huang family, what wind has blown you here?" After hearing this, Huang Zhejiang sneered coldly. However, he did not immediately speak and instead stared silently at Zhen Hao. "Zhen Hao, stop beating around the bush. You already know about the previous matter. So tell me, how are you going to give me an explanation?" As Huang Zhejiang spoke, Zhen Hao remained calm. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to dance around it." As Zhen Hao spoke, he waved his hand slightly. Seeing this, Huang Zhejiang felt that this approach was acceptable. Since that was the case, he might as well state his request clearly. "Fine. In that case, I want to invest 30 million and take a stake here. 30 million to buy in." As soon as Huang Zhejiang said this, the people around him almost burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, is this guy an idiot? I think so too. We've already invested 3 billion, and he wants to buy in with 30 million? How does that even work? That's why he is only a third-tier family head. There's a reason for that. Haha, are you saying he is just stupid?" At this moment, as the surrounding people spoke one after another, the implication of the situation became extremely clear. After watching for a moment, Huang Zhejiang took a sharp breath. 3 billion? He felt as though he had just heard a fairy tale. He had originally come with 30 million intending to take advantage of Qianhua Tower. But now, after learning the truth, Huang Zhejiang understood the situation very clearly. And under these circumstances, what he should do next became obvious. Seeing this, Zhen Hao waved his hand. "So investment is completely impossible. Please leave. There's no point in continuing to pester us." Zhen Hao's words struck directly at the core, leaving Huang Zhejiang standing awkwardly on the spot. At this moment, Huang Zhejiang felt deeply humiliated. However, he also knew that some issues could not be resolved in a short time. Rather than forcing the matter, it was better to wait and think of another solution later. With that in mind, Huang Zhejiang waved his hand. "Let us go." After he spoke, although the people beside him were angry, they followed him and left. Beside Zhen Hao, Qin Shuang looked anxious. "Zhen Hao, they definitely want to let this go. We have to come up with a plan as soon as possible." Hearing this, how could Zhen Hao not understand? But even though he understood clearly, he showed no concern at all. "It's fine. I already anticipated this." Chapter 53. Zhen Hao must be dealt with naturally. Huang Zhejiang was unwilling to give up so easily. I didn't expect Zhen Hao's background to be this strong. It seems that now, we really do need to bite down on this tough bone. As Huang Zhejiang spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. At present, setting aside other matters, Figuring out how to deal with this issue alone was already far from simple. After a pause, Huang Zhejiang asked, "The news hasn't leaked out, has it?" After all, Zhen Hao had invested 3 billion. If that information got out, not only third-tier families, but even second-tier families would definitely take interest. This piece of fat meat was already at their mouths. How could the Huang family not take a bite? A subordinate beside Huang Zhejiang shook his head. "Family head, rest assured. I've already instructed everyone. They absolutely will not leak this information." Hearing this, Huang Zhejiang nodded. Originally, he wasn't worried about their side. What concerned him was if Zhen Hao leaked the news, then the Huang family would not be able to monopolize it. But would Zhen Hao really be foolish enough to reveal such information? Huang Zhejiang muttered to himself. The others around him were momentarily stunned. Upon careful consideration, what Huang Zhejiang said did make sense. Earlier, they had worried about this and that. But now, it seemed nothing had happened at all. "Family head, what should we do next?" At this moment, a subordinate asked anxiously. After all, they needed to act quickly to avoid complications. From Huang Zhejiang's perspective, speed was essential. Discuss it with the Huang family. If necessary, we can leak the news to them. As soon as Huang Zhejiang said this, the people beside him were greatly surprised. But after thinking it over, this approach made sense. Now was the time for them to handle this matter together. Do not fret about this or that. As long as these matters are resolved, everything else will be inconsequential, Huang Zhejiang declared, prompting nods of agreement from those around him. The head of the family is right. Previously, our perspective was rather limited. Indeed, as a family, the challenge of encompassing everything is still quite formidable. Moreover, even if the two families collaborate, we can still secure a substantial share. The crowd gradually lifted their gazes, excitement palpable among them. Initially, these individuals may have harbored considerable anxiety regarding the situation at hand. However, with a shift in mindset, they began to perceive that perhaps such measures were indeed necessary. Observing this, Huang Zhejiang felt it was time to take action. "Hey, what did you say? You want to come over to my side?" Zhen Hao answered the phone, inquiring about the caller's intentions. Once certainty was established, Zhen Hao found the prospect increasingly intriguing. "Zhen Hao, what is going on?" Qin Shuang asked, curiosity piqued by Zhen Hao's demeanor. Despite her intrigue, she sensed that something significant was unfolding. Yet, as Zhen Hao contemplated the matter further, he felt a growing sense of optimism. "The Penguin Group has expressed a desire to send someone here to collaborate with us," Zhen Hao stated casually. However, he refrained from divulging certain critical details, as he remained deeply concerned about the implications of sharing too much information. What if revealing everything would frighten everyone? Yet, at that moment, Qin Shuang nodded in understanding. Suddenly, she looked up at Zhen Hao. "What did you just say? The Penguin Group?" she exclaimed, completely taken aback, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. In contrast, Zhen Hao maintained an air of nonchalance. "Yes, the Penguin Group. Why all the fuss?" He did not perceive any issue with it, considering he was, after all, a shareholder in the Penguin Group. Thus, their sending a representative seemed hardly remarkable. No, something was amiss. Zhen Hao had not shared this with the others. Yet he found it challenging to articulate the truth directly. "Why is it that I possess such wealth, yet cannot speak of it?" he lamented, feeling disheartened while others around him buzzed with excitement. "This is the Penguin Group. Should we be cautious about anything? Indeed, we must present our finest services. We cannot afford to let the Penguin Group look down upon us." The sentiments echoed among the group, resonating with Zhen Hao's own thoughts. At that moment, while others remained animated, Qin Shuang observed Zhen Hao's remarkable composure. Typically, such calmness suggested that Zhen Hao had everything under control. Curiosity compelled her to ask, "Zhen Hao, what are your plans moving forward?" With her words, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's face. "I intend to establish a new branch and personally welcome the representative from the Penguin Group." The declaration prompted nods of agreement from Qin Shuang and the others. It was indeed an uncontroversial course of action. While others accepted this without doubt, Zhen Hao hesitated to disclose his status as a shareholder in the Penguin Group. Revealing that information would render any competition futile, leading others to concede defeat immediately. After all, business is a gradual endeavor. The game must unfold slowly. If one were to unveil a trump card too soon, it would diminish the excitement of the journey. However, Qin Shuang remained concerned, imparting a reminder to Zhen Hao. "If you encounter representatives from the Penguin Group, ensure that you are exceedingly courteous. They are significant clients, and we must not treat them lightly." Chapter 54. Summon your superior. "You are not yet worthy." At this juncture, Zhen Hao exhibited a remarkable calmness. Was he unaware of these matters? Clearly, he possessed a thorough understanding of the situation. Thus, how to address it held little sway over him. "Rest assured, I am well aware of how to handle this. You all stay at the company. I shall go to receive our guest." What a preposterous notion that anyone from the Penguin Group would dare to put on airs with Zhen Hao. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Therefore, Zhen Hao found the unfolding events increasingly entertaining. The others, including Qin Shuang, comprehended the necessary actions. A branch office, is it? I shall promptly assign someone to scout and select talent. Presently, Zhen Hao's company already boasted a wealth of skilled individuals. Consequently, establishing a branch would naturally involve many capable hands to manage the endeavor. Very well, I shall head over immediately. Await my arrival there. Zhen Hao communicated via message before speeding towards the airport in his limited edition white Koenigsegg. At the airport, Su disembarked from her flight. She had only heard tales of Su City, a place renowned for its picturesque landscapes and remarkable individuals. Yet, the anticipation of meeting the older gentleman known as Zhen Hao diminished her excitement considerably. The implications of this encounter had become all too clear. As she pondered, a young man approached her. "Excuse me, are you here alone?" Su looked up at the well-dressed youth, who was not unpleasant to behold. However, she was no stranger to charming young men. She had encountered many. With one glance, she discerned that his family's wealth was hardly impressive. "What? Are you attempting to court me?" Su retorted directly. Huang Fei was taken aback, finding her response to be unexpected. In light of her unconventional approach, he felt little need to adhere to social norms. As Huang Fei contemplated these thoughts, he gazed once more at the surroundings, and deep within his heart, a flicker of anticipation ignited. "Indeed, I long to pursue you." As he uttered these words, Huang Fei's heart brimmed with expectation. The mere thought of potentially winning over this lady filled him with exhilaration. His heart raced at the prospect of the joy that awaited him. As for whether they would retreat to a home inn or a hanting, that was a matter to deliberate later. Meanwhile, Su, observing Huang Fei's expression, disdainfully remarked, "I'm sorry, our levels are incompatible. Thus, you have no chance." With that, Su rose, preparing to leave. Huang Fei was taken aback, bewildered by the abrupt shift in circumstances. How could the situation change so swiftly? Just moments before, he had envisioned the hotel arrangements, and now, confronted with this scene, he felt increasingly cornered. Was this not a sudden transition from a promising encounter to a grim predicament? "No, you have spoken. Moreover, no woman has ever escaped my grasp." As Huang Fei reiterated this, Su glanced at him, a hint of distaste flickering in her heart. Such a man was precisely the type she despised. Relying on his family's wealth, he acted with unrestrained arrogance. While Su pondered this quietly, not far away, a limited edition Koenigsegg hypercar came to a halt. From the vehicle emerged a tall, handsome youth in his 20s, Zhen Hao. After surveying the surroundings, Zhen Hao's gaze settled on Su, and he strode over with confidence. As he approached, he casually remarked, "Apologies for my tardiness." "No, it's quite all right," Su replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Though it was their first meeting, her heart raced inexplicably, as though she had known this young man for ages. At that moment, Zhen Hao added, "The hotel has been arranged. I'll take you there shortly." Huang Fei stood nearby, dumbfounded. Good heavens, he had merely been a bit straightforward, yet Zhen Hao had outright declared his intentions? The implications of this were glaringly obvious. The more one considered the situation, the clearer the ramifications became. Observing this, Su nodded, "Thank you, you're quite thoughtful." What was happening? If this continued, the two would head straight to the hotel. "Hey kid, do you have any idea who I am?" "I'm the young master of the Huang family. If you're wise, you'll know your place," Huang Fei declared, addressing Zhen Hao. Su's beautiful eyes flickered toward Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao, however, merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Huang family? Huang Zhejiang, call your elder, for you are unworthy to converse with me." With that, Zhen Hao took Su by the arm and departed without a backward glance. Huang Fei remained rooted in place, gritting his teeth, seething with anger. What was the meaning of this? For reasons unknown, he felt ridiculed. At that moment, he shouted after Zhen Hao, "If you have the guts, leave your name." Zhen Hao turned back, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Qianhua Building, Zhen Hao." "What? He is Zhen Hao?" Huang Fei could scarcely believe it, while Su was equally astonished. Zhen Hao? Could he be the son of Mr. Zhen, the esteemed Jin? It seemed plausible. Suddenly, Su felt a surge of excitement. Although she had little interest in Mr. Zhen, this young Zhen was quite impressive. She wondered if she might have the chance to strive for a place by his side as his consort. With these thoughts in mind, her anticipation grew. Chapter 55. I am Zhen Dong. Whom else would you seek? Zhen Hao escorted Su directly back to Qianhua Building. Su's heart brimmed with joy. Having such a striking companion was undeniably delightful. Yet, the thought of meeting Zhen Hao's father filled her with trepidation. If that were truly the case, how should she navigate this situation? This question was indeed worthy of careful consideration. In light of this, Su could not resist asking, "Zhen Dong, might I inquire where your father currently is?" She felt it was prudent to clarify this matter before proceeding further. Zhen Hao found the question somewhat peculiar. Why would she inquire about his father? However, it had been a while since he last visited home, so he promptly transferred 1 million back and sent a message to his father, pocket money. Men ought to be this audacious. Zhen Hao admired himself for it. What do you want with my father? Zhen Hao suspected Su Su's intentions were not entirely pure. Nevertheless, Su Su continued. I believe it would be best to discuss this with Zhendong. After all, he is, in any case, a shareholder in our Penguin Group. As Su Su regarded him, she reiterated her point. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao suddenly chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. So that's what this is about. You needn't worry, for I am Zhendong. Who else would you seek? At this moment, Su Su was taken aback, utterly unaware of the significance of his words. What did you say? You are Zhendong. It was not that Su Su doubted him. He simply appeared far too youthful. Moreover, for someone so young to be a shareholder in Penguin Group was indeed astonishing, which explained her skepticism. Zhen Hao then said, you might want to check and see if a shareholder is named Zhen Hao. Su Su felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing she hadn't conducted a thorough investigation. Now, hearing Zhen Hao's words, she felt quite awkward. However, conducting research was a simple task for her. With these thoughts in mind, Su Su took out her phone and made a call. Hello, you said the shareholder is named Zhen Hao? It's nothing serious, just checking. After relaying this message, Su Su lifted her gaze to Zhen Hao, her heart now filled with disbelief. After all, such matters only grow more intriguing the more one contemplates them. So, are you saying that everything you mentioned is indeed true? Upon hearing Su Su's words, Zhen Hao felt a twinge of frustration. Why is it that this issue is still being pondered over? Come, let us return to the office for a clearer understanding. Zhen Hao believed that by bringing her along to the company, the truth would soon reveal itself. Su Su, filled with anticipation, was eager to witness the prowess of this shareholder from the Penguin Group. As she accompanied Zhen Hao, the sight before her was nothing short of breathtaking. The Qianhua building, already grand in scale, evoked in her a sense that she was still within the realm of the Penguin Group. Come inside. This entire building belongs to me, Zhen Hao declared, directly addressing Su Su. Initially, she had felt indifferent, but upon hearing his words, a profound shock began to stir within her. After all, such a declaration was undeniably formidable. What? The entire building is yours. This edifice must be worth billions, Su Su exclaimed instinctively as she gazed around her. As her words hung in the air, Zhen Hao maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, 10 billion. Furthermore, many companies are housed within. Our building is currently leased out, Zhen Hao explained as he strolled, elaborating on the details. Su Su, initially sent by the Penguin Group to court Zhen Hao, now realized that if he possessed such strength, she needn't heed Xiao Ma's directives. Why not simply win over Zhen Hao and relish the life of a wealthy matron? However, after meeting Qin Shuang, Su Su sensed trouble brewing. Allow me to introduce, this is my company's general manager, Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, this is Su Su, sent by the Penguin Group. Zhen Hao began the introductions, and the two women were thus acquainted. For reasons unknown, Zhen Hao felt an underlying tension between them. What was the nature of their interaction? He sensed a cloud of confusion enveloping him. At the moment Qin Shuang laid eyes on Su Su, her beautiful gaze flickered slightly. For some reason, I perceive this woman as having ulterior motives. What is her connection to Zhen Hao? Qin Shuang pondered, baffled by her own thoughts. How had she suddenly arrived at such a conclusion? Meanwhile, Su Su was less than pleased. Initially, she had presumed that her capabilities would suffice to secure her objectives effortlessly. Yet, it became clear that this time, she had encountered a worthy adversary. If she truly aspired to become a wealthy matron, she would need to unveil her trump card. Determined, Su Su resolved to give her all, especially since the woman named Qin Shuang was anything but amicable in demeanor. As for Zhen Hao, he remained blissfully unaware of the brewing tension. All right, you two take your time. I have some matters to attend to, he remarked, sensing the discord between the two women, but deciding it was best to let them handle their own affairs. He had little concern for other matters and preferred to assess the situation before making any decisions. Qin Shuang waved her hand dismissively, assuring him, rest assured, Zhen Hao, I will ensure that Miss Su Su is well taken care of. Chapter 56. It was he who stole my woman. When Huang Fei returned home, he was in a rather gloomy mood. After all, he ought to have been enjoying a romantic evening with a lovely companion at a hotel like Hanting or Home Inn. Instead, he found himself dejectedly at the Huang residence. This matter, he felt, needed to be addressed, at the very least. He hoped the Huang family could assist him in resolving it. On Huang Zhijiang's desk lay a photograph, and the individual captured in it was none other than Zhen Hao. As he gazed at it, Huang Zhijiang's displeasure only deepened. This Zhen Hao had caused them considerable distress, and if this account was not settled, his resentment would only fester. Huang Zhijiang was no longer inclined to handle this situation with fairness. After all, Zhen Hao was a man who played by his own rules. Special measures were required to deal with such an individual. Dad, Huang Fei called out as he entered, catching Huang Zhijiang's attention. Ah, Fei, you've returned? Huang Zhijiang replied, nodding. Huang Fei acknowledged him, but soon found his gaze fixated on the photograph on the desk. Upon seeing it, a surge of anger ignited within him. The situation had become increasingly troublesome. "What is the matter, Fei?" Huang Zhejiang inquired, noting his son's agitation. Huang Fei pointed to the photograph on the desk. "Dad, it's him. He stole my woman." "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zhejiang's ire flared. What happened? While anger coursed through him, he recognized the necessity of understanding the full scope of events before acting recklessly. Huang Fei recounted the events in detail, and Huang Zhejiang quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that his son had lost a woman to Zhen Hao. Humph, this Zhen Hao possesses audacity. Daring to take the woman my son has set his sights on. It appears that if I do not teach him a lesson, he will not comprehend the gravity of his actions. As Huang Zhejiang spoke, Huang Fei was filled with anticipation. Based on past experiences, his father's tone indicated that Zhen Hao was about to face severe repercussions. "Dad, what should we do next?" Huang Fei asked eagerly, his heart racing with impatience. Huang Zhejiang had only begun to formulate a rough plan in his mind, but upon hearing his son's words, he felt emboldened. "In light of this, I believe we can prepare to take action. I refuse to believe that Zhen Hao will not find himself alone at some point." As he spoke, those around him displayed an unmistakable excitement. Upon careful reflection, it is indeed a commendable matter. If given the opportunity, they would not hesitate in the slightest to proceed with such actions. "Master of the house, why not allow us to take charge? We shall ensure that this young man finds himself in a predicament from which he cannot escape. Indeed, no matter how formidable he may be, can he truly stand on equal footing with us? Frankly speaking, this Zhen Hao, relying on a meager fortune, believes he can act with impunity, does he?" The surrounding individuals chimed in, each adding their thoughts. Meanwhile, Huang Zhejiang's face bore a hint of smug satisfaction. "Excellent. Since my subordinates express such sentiments, I can prepare to take action soon. Everyone, please return and make your preparations. As for subsequent developments, await my instructions." In Huang Zhejiang's eyes, this was no trivial matter. It required careful deliberation. Zhen Hao gazed at the two women before him, feeling a twinge of doubt. "Come now, you two, do hasten to engage." Zhen Hao had always assumed these two women would soon be at odds. However, he underestimated their composure. For now, they exchanged pleasantries. But Zhen Hao sensed an undercurrent of tension. One might ponder if these two women were well-versed in court intrigue dramas, given their familiarity with such situations. To an outsider, their banter would suggest a close camaraderie, yet only Zhen Hao knew the facade that lay beneath. "Well then, should the opportunity arise, I would like to accompany Miss Qin to take a look," Su Su remarked, glancing at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang nodded in agreement. "Certainly. The establishment I mentioned offers exceptional hydration for the skin. For issues of dullness and lackluster complexion, their products are unparalleled." Her words served as a veiled jab at Su Su's own skin condition. Su Su responded with a slight smile. "It seems Miss Qin has quite the experience. I shall indeed seek to learn some insights from you." The subtext of their exchange hinted at an ongoing rivalry, leaving Zhen Hao feeling rather disheartened. With two stunning beauties in his presence, it was inconceivable to think he harbored no thoughts at all. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that these two women were truly formidable. "Chairman, we have just received word that our subsidiaries have been adversely affected," one of his subordinates reported, handing over a document. Zhen Hao, caught in an awkward predicament, was relieved when the report arrived. "Well done, my young friend. Such matters are certainly within your expertise." He skimmed through the report. "What is this? The Huang family is up to something?" His brow furrowed as he processed the information. At that moment, Qin Shuang and Su Su ceased their banter, recognizing the gravity of Zhen Hao's dilemma. If they could assist him in resolving this issue, their significance in his eyes would undoubtedly increase. This was an opportunity they were keen to seize. Unbeknownst to Zhen Hao, as the two women reached an understanding, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 57, a performance by two women, especially beauties. Zhen Hao had arrived at a conclusion, yet he thought it prudent to consult with Qin Shuang and Su Su first. Both were formidable women in the workplace, and their experience in such matters would surely be invaluable. As Zhen Hao pondered, Qin Shuang spoke incisively. "I believe we should respond openly while simultaneously undermining them discreetly. In fact, this approach would yield numerous benefits." She articulated her analysis with clarity. To Zhen Hao, her strategy seemed particularly apparent. However, Su Su was not one to back down easily. "But is that enough? Their intent is to undermine our products, after all." Zhen Hao nodded in agreement with Su Su's assertion. "Indeed, what then?" She continued. "We need to ascertain the location of their suppliers and deliver our products directly. The suppliers may be pleased, but upon discovering any issues, how will they react? Their methods, one overt and one covert, each held merit." Zhen Hao could not help but admire their ingenuity. The other employees of Qianhua building watched in astonishment, utterly captivated. "Is this truly feasible?" They murmured in disbelief. Yet it sounded remarkably plausible. The onlookers were eager to test these strategies themselves. In truth, there was no need for such experimentation. Zhen Hao was confident the outcomes would be splendid. It is often said that 3 women can form a drama. Now, Zhen Hao mused that even 2 women could create quite the spectacle, especially when they were beautiful. Zhen Hao, how do you propose we proceed? Qin Shuang turned to him, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, inquiring earnestly. Zhen Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. How was he to respond to such a question? After some contemplation, he finally said, I believe both of your strategies are commendable. Let us proceed as you both suggest. Qin Shuang appeared somewhat displeased, yet upon recalling Su Su's affiliation with the Penguin Group, she realized it would be unwise to offend them. Very well, we shall proceed as you propose. Su Su, too, was in alignment. Considering Zhen Hao's stature as a shareholder of the Penguin Group and her aspirations to become his partner, she deemed this minor issue inconsequential. Understood, I also find it agreeable. She nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Zhen Hao felt increasingly compelled to expedite certain matters. He needed to resolve the subsidiary issues swiftly, otherwise, it seemed he might find himself rendered ineffective. The more he contemplated this, the more daunting it appeared. However, those around him were filled with admiration. Despite the presence of 2 stunning women, Zhen Hao had managed to command their respect and cooperation with remarkable ease, an ability that was nothing short of impressive. Huang's family, particularly Huang Zhijiang, was in high spirits. Moments ago, his subordinates relayed news that the business promotion for Qianhua Building had encountered issues. It was evident that Huang Zhijiang's scheme had succeeded. Father, your prowess is undeniable. This matter is entirely under your control. At that moment, Huang Fei approached, holding a report and speaking animatedly. For Huang Zhijiang, these affairs seemed as trivial as a mere sprinkle of water. Thus, he remained remarkably composed. Do not concern yourselves with such trifles. They are merely minor inconveniences. When the time comes for us to take over Qianhua Building, we shall address these matters then. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei nodded vigorously, especially recalling how arrogant Zhen Hao had been previously, which stirred his ire. Yet, he had not had the opportunity to retaliate until now. Indeed, father, had I sought your counsel sooner, I believe we would have already achieved success. After Huang Fei spoke, Huang Zhijiang lifted his chin. Of course, these are mere trifles. We must adopt a broader perspective. Once we secure Qianhua Building, will you still lack for female companionship? Huang Zhijiang's words prompted Huang Fei to nod emphatically, recognizing the wisdom in them. The rest of the Huang family was equally moved. Our patriarch is truly formidable. With a single maneuver, he has incapacitated Qianhua Building. If it collapses and goes bankrupt, everything there will belong to us, will it not? Just wait. Zhen Hao is merely a young upstart in his 20s. How long can he possibly endure? The surrounding individuals expressed their disdain for Zhen Hao, as the situation was glaringly obvious. Huang Zhijiang, however, wished to move past such entanglements. Enough, this is not the time for such discussions. Everyone, gather your things and relay the message to Qianhua Building. Urge them to surrender promptly. Otherwise, do not blame Huang Zhijiang for being ungracious. To Huang Zhijiang, it seemed certain that Qianhua Building's demise was inevitable. Thus, this course of action was deemed acceptable. Just then, a guard from the Huang family rushed in, breathless. Patriarch, we have grave news. Grave news? Not at all, Huang Zhijiang replied, feeling quite pleased, given that Qianhua Building was on the verge of collapse. He waved his hand decisively and said, Speak plainly. What has transpired? The guard hesitated momentarily before continuing. Patriarch, our enterprises have been adversely affected, and suppliers are complaining, stating that 50% of our products are defective. What? 50% defective? How can this be? Huang Zhijiang clenched his jaw, visibly enraged, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? Chapter 58, To Fight to the Death. Father, we have investigated thoroughly. Huang Fei approached Huang Zhijiang with a report in hand. As he took the report and scrutinized it carefully, Huang Zhijiang feared missing even the slightest detail. Nevertheless, seeing this news only fueled his anger. How can this be? The report indicated that the supply channels had been severed, and certain suppliers had delivered defective goods, yet upon re-examination, they were nowhere to be found. These individuals were clearly conspiring to frame them. Huang Zhijiang, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, How could 50% of our supply be defective? This is utterly incomprehensible. After all, he had previously stationed double the personnel to guard the warehouse. If there were issues with the warehouse, it seemed improbable. Thus, the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Meanwhile, Huang Fei was furious. Father, regarding this matter, I find it intolerable. Zhen Hao and his associates are producing identical products and directly supplying our clients, resulting in our 50% defect rate. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhijiang's understanding crystallized. So that was it. He had been duped all along. Zhen Hao, This time, it is either your demise or mine. As Huang Zhejiang declared this, those around him shared the sentiment. As observers, they could hardly bear to witness such treachery. Patriarch, this matter cannot be overlooked. When shall we take action? Indeed, we must employ measures to address this situation immediately. Yes, what is Zhen Hao to us? Let us join forces. The urgency among those present grew palpable. Clearly, the situation was laid bare. With newfound resolve, Huang Zhejiang declared, "Very well, since this is the consensus, we shall act." Gritting his teeth, he gazed into the distance, feeling a surge of excitement. Such matters required swift action. He promptly dialed the Wang family. Wang Taijun responded affirmatively, recognizing that without collaboration, they faced a dead end. In the office of the chairman at Qianhua Building, Zhen Hao stared at the intelligence report, bewildered. Has this been resolved so swiftly? This pace is astonishing. If not for the continuous stream of news, Zhen Hao would have been reluctant to believe it. Before him, Qin Shuang and Su Su exchanged glances, evidently vying for recognition. Zhen Hao found their antics amusing. Both of you have performed admirably. There is no need for further accolades. In my eyes, you are both exceptional. After Zhen Hao spoke, Qin Shuang remained indifferent, but Su Su was determined to outshine her. No, we must determine a victor in this matter. I have many merits to showcase. Shall I demonstrate them to you? As Qin Shuang addressed Zhen Hao, she playfully blinked. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao felt that there was an underlying implication in her words. Yet, he pondered why he felt so conflicted over these matters. Not far away, the staff of Qianhua Building continued to relay good news. The tone in which they spoke evoked a palpable sense of foreboding. It was as if, on Zhen Hao's side, a mere exertion of effort could extinguish the life of their adversaries. While it defied logic, this was the sentiment that enveloped Zhen Hao at that moment. Thus, he inquired directly, "Are you suggesting we take action?" Upon hearing his words, the onlookers nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. To remain idle would only serve to benefit others. You are absolutely correct, Chairman. We cannot afford to let this chance slip away. We must act decisively. Chairman, please issue the command. We could potentially obliterate the Huang family in one fell swoop. With the consensus of his companions, Zhen Hao felt it was indeed time to proceed. Very well, I know how to handle this. Prepare yourselves, we shall act shortly. Zhen Hao wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Lingering here was not a viable option. As he concluded, Qin Shuang clenched her fists and assured him, "Zhen Hao, you can trust me to guard this place in your absence." Her words were reassuring. Yet Zhen Hao couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. In contrast, Su Su was more gentle in her approach, saying, "Rest assured, Chairman, I will remain by your side." Such sentiments almost tempted Zhen Hao to reconsider his departure. In a world devoid of colors, should the ruler not forsake his morning court? Is that not preferable? Yet ultimately, he relinquished this enticing thought. These two women had truly revealed their intentions. At the heart of it all lay their desire for Zhen Hao himself. Thus, it became imperative for a young man to safeguard himself while out in the world. However, there was no time to waste. Are we prepared? Zhen Hao turned to those beside him. The response was unanimous. They nodded in affirmation. Chairman, you need not worry. We are already fully prepared. At your command. We can encircle the Huang family without delay. Excellent. This was precisely the assurance Zhen Hao sought. With this confirmation, it was time to act. The Huang family, obstinate and unyielding, would soon become a mere footnote in history. Zhen Hao's declaration was imbued with a commanding presence, stirring a flutter within Qin Shuang's heart. While Su Su beamed with pride, she had always thought highly of Zhen Hao, but witnessing his resolve only deepened her admiration. I adore this young man. My decision to support him was undoubtedly the right one. Chapter 59. Departing to resolve the Huang family issue. Sigh. If only my next attendance could grant me a cadre of loyal subordinates. As Zhen Hao pondered this, he felt a twinge of frustration. What could he possibly say regarding such matters? It seemed almost tragic that he found himself in this predicament. This was merely the third tier. What would he do when faced with the second or even the first tier in the future? If such were the case, he feared he might be utterly exhausted. Boss. Just ahead, one of his companions announced, prompting Zhen Hao to nod slightly as he gazed into the distance, where the Huang family resided. At that moment, the members of the Huang family appeared visibly alarmed, bracing themselves for an impending confrontation. After all, determining how to navigate such a situation was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao paid no heed to the quaking figures at the Huang family entrance. Halt! This is the Huang family. Intruders will face death. One of the guards shouted at Zhen Hao. He instinctively assessed the situation before him. Clearly, these individuals were not a significant threat. As he surveyed them, an air of tranquility washed over him, and he smiled faintly. Enough with the idle chatter. It is imperative that your family head emerges forth. As Zhen Hao's words echoed, the Huang family members exchanged uncertain glances. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, The family head has instructed that should they come, they are to be killed without mercy. With that, they lunged at Zhen Hao. He sighed in exasperation. Why must you insist on this? Assessing the attackers, Zhen Hao unleashed his martial prowess, effortlessly dispatching one or two with each confrontation. Such dazzling speed left the assailants in sheer astonishment. They exchanged fearful glances, clearly unnerved. What now? This is dire. Zhen Hao is too powerful. We must inform the family head. At this, an unknown voice urged, prompting the others to retreat in panic. Zhen Hao regarded their hasty retreat with bemusement. One of you could have delivered the message. Why the mass exodus? Despite this, he understood that such matters were far from simple. Meanwhile, those around him began to chuckle. Our boss is formidable. These individuals may possess strength, yet they are utterly powerless against him. Indeed, who would dare continue their antics here? They are merely courting their demise. Boss, what should we do next? The group turned to Zhen Hao, eager for guidance. In truth, the situation was quite complex in Zhen Hao's eyes. However, he resolved that the best course of action was to advance directly. Family head Huang Zhejiang stared blankly at the unfolding scene, particularly when his subordinates reported back. He found himself doubting the reality of the situation. Yet, as he observed the figures in the distance, he realized this matter was anything but trivial. Family head, what shall we do now? One of his anxious subordinates inquired. Huang Zhejiang felt exasperated. How could he possibly know the solution? Now that the situation had escalated, he needed to devise a strategy to resolve it swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, since they have dared to confront us, why wait? We must charge forth and confront them head-on. To Huang Zhejiang, this predicament was indeed formidable. However, Huang Zhejiang himself harbored no apprehension whatsoever. On the contrary, he was convinced that this time, victory was assured. Not far away, footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of all present. Emerging from the distance was none other than Zhen Hao. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhen Hao felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Alas, why must you all resort to this? What could have been resolved by mere surrender? You now believe you can evade through mere endurance? Hearing Zhen Hao's words, the Huang family members gritted their teeth. After all, this matter appeared to be exceedingly complicated. Meanwhile, Huang Zhejiang was seething with indignation within. Zhen Hao, do you truly believe you have triumphed? The Huang family will never capitulate to you under any circumstances. Observing the situation, Huang Zhejiang felt an intense urge to act. For the time being, other considerations could be set aside. However, the forthcoming issues must indeed be addressed thoroughly. Zhen Hao, meanwhile, waved his hand, commanding, did you hear that? Resolve this matter swiftly. Upon his directive, those beside him surged forward, fully aware of their responsibilities in such a crucial situation. With the circumstances now apparent, the course of action was unmistakably clear. As he surveyed the unfolding events, Zhen Hao found the entire situation increasingly intriguing. Yet, as the moments passed, it seemed the Huang family had begun to overestimate their own significance. Nonetheless, Zhen Hao was eager to witness how long they could endure in the standoff. After Zhen Hao's proclamation, the members of the Huang family appeared utterly resolute. Yet, in Zhen Hao's eyes, their defiance held little weight. Some matters, even if articulated by Zhen Hao, would ultimately yield no tangible results. Sighing, he resigned himself to their chaotic persistence. He gestured dismissively, addressing those before him. The Huang family recognized that this was their final opportunity. Chapter 60, The Dust Settles. The Huang family surrenders. To Zhen Hao, the Huang family was hardly a formidable adversary. He hardly intended to engage in the fray himself. Huang Zhejiang continued to fight valiantly, for he was the head of the Huang family, and while others might flee, he could not. Ultimately, after a short while, Huang Zhejiang, gravely injured, appeared on the verge of collapse. Will the Huang family not surrender? Zhen Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. This was not how he had envisioned this unfolding. Alas, the situation was spiraling in a direction he had hoped to avoid. Before him, Huang Zhejiang gritted his teeth and declared, Humph, Zhen Hao, dream on if you think I'll surrender. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao understood that persuading him would be futile. Besides, Huang Zhejiang was known for his endless tricks. Allowing him to continue would spell trouble for Zhen Hao. Thus, Zhen Hao's resolve crystallized. Huang Zhejiang must be eliminated. Fixating his gaze on the distant figure of Huang Zhejiang, he silently urged, take action, dispose of him. He gestured affirmatively, instructing his companions. They nodded in agreement. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed through the air, and Huang Zhejiang collapsed. In that instant, he had been vanquished. The surrounding members of the Huang family appeared as though their souls had been snatched away. How could this be? Their patriarch had perished just like that? What were they to do now? They murmured among themselves, for such an event was glaringly evident. As for Zhen Hao, he had no intention of indulging in idle chatter with them. If they were to surrender, it should be done promptly. Otherwise, words would prove futile. What say you, Huang family? Will you surrender, or continue fighting to the bitter end before capitulating? Regardless, the outcome remains unchanged. The only difference lies in the path taken. However, for Zhen Hao, the distinction was irrelevant. The members of the Huang family exchanged glances, contemplating Zhen Hao's words, which lingered vividly in their minds. After a moment, one finally suggested, "Perhaps we should surrender quickly. Continuing this struggle is futile." Following this remark, others exchanged knowing looks. Indeed, this situation was quite precarious. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that the matter was unmistakably pressing. Observing this, Zhen Hao nodded. A teachable child, indeed, this is the correct course of action. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Since they had chosen to surrender, they would be responsible for the transition of power here. Zhen Hao turned to his followers, who nodded in unison. Having heard his words, they understood perfectly. The Huang family had been dealt with, and the next target was the Wang family. Zhen Hao's declaration caused those around him to gasp in astonishment. Was he truly willing to escalate matters so grandly? Yet, Zhen Hao felt no trepidation regarding his actions. Today, let us rest. As for other matters, we shall address them tomorrow. Reflecting on the day's events, Zhen Hao felt a pang of anxiety. He had indeed ventured into perilous territory this time. However, upon deeper contemplation, he recognized that without taking such risks, resolution would remain elusive. I am destined to become the world's richest individual. Such minor obstacles shall not deter me. In Zhen Hao's view, his course of action was indisputable. Those surrounding him nodded vigorously, affirming, "Rest assured, boss, we shall not disappoint your expectations." Indeed, it was a privilege to follow a leader of your caliber. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. As the group continued to express their enthusiasm, their fervor only intensified. As for Zhen Hao, he observed the situation with remarkable calmness. "Rest assured, if something good happens, I will certainly not forget you all." Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, the others became increasingly excited. Zhen Hao needed to return quickly, as there were quite a few matters that required his attention. Moreover, after a good rest, perhaps the rewards awaiting him the next day would be even more splendid. Meanwhile, in the Wang family, Wang Taijun was observing the unfolding events. I believe it is high time we prepare to take action," Wang Taijun declared to those around him, and everyone nodded in agreement. To them, the course of action was patently clear. Just then, one of Wang Taijun's subordinates, brimming with excitement, reported, "Master, news has just come in that the head of the Huang family, Huang Zhijiang, has died. The Huang family has surrendered." "What? How could this happen?" In that moment, Wang Taijun's eyes widened, fixated on the news as if fearing he might miss even the slightest detail. This turn of events was indeed quite troublesome. The question now was how to address this situation. "Master, what should we do now?" one of Wang Taijun's companions inquired directly. Wang Taijun waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Do not rush. This matter has not yet reached its most dire point." Nonetheless, he understood that such circumstances would not be easily resolved. At that moment, a storm of anger surged within Wang Taijun. How could things have escalated so quickly? Even he had not fully grasped the situation. Now that Zhen Hao had dealt with the Huang family, was his next target the Wang family? No, he needed to devise a solid strategy quickly. It was imperative to take action against Zhen Hao. Chapter 61, Day 6 of Check-In, Divine Culinary Skills. Zhen Hao returned home and had a restful night. He woke up on time the following day. Perhaps motivated by a newfound goal, he surveyed his surroundings upon waking. Wonderful. This is not a dream. It all still belongs to me. However, Zhen Hao could not shake off a lingering sense of unease, fearing that one day he might awaken to find everything had slipped away from him. Fortunately, everything remained intact. With that in mind, he declared, "Let us proceed with the check-in." Day 6, Divine Culinary Skills. Upon seeing these words, Zhen Hao felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet, as he read the phrase divine culinary skills, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Shouldn't he have received some personnel assistance first? Why was he instead bestowed with culinary skills? It wasn't that culinary skills were undesirable, but given Zhen Hao's current capabilities, what purpose would such skills serve? While he pondered this, Zhen Hao received a phone call from Qin Shuang, who was discussing the establishment of a branch for Susu. "This matter has been handled quite well," Zhen Hao acknowledged, impressed by Qin Shuang's swift action. However, he couldn't help but feel a hint of mischief in her tone. "By the way, I'm curious about what type of company you are setting up for her," he instinctively asked. On the other end, Qin Shuang replied gleefully, "It's a catering company. I've considered that our company currently lacks strength in the culinary sector, so I decided to use catering as our breakthrough." Zhen Hao began to understand the situation. However, as he contemplated this, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. After a moment, he regained his focus. "But we don't have any talented chefs on our team, and the skilled ones are all with other families," he said to Qin Shuang, feeling somewhat frustrated. "Why didn't you discuss this with me first?" Yet, Zhen Hao realized that it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Regardless of the complications, this situation had already unfolded, and there was no turning back. Send me the address. I'll come over to take a look, Zhen Hao instructed. He was still uncertain about the circumstances, but knew he needed to investigate the newly established catering company. This would give him a better sense of confidence. All right. I've sent you the address, Qin Shuang confirmed. Thank you. I'll head over right away, Zhen Hao replied before hanging up. Initially, he had planned to rest a bit longer, but upon reflection, he decided it was better to set aside his concerns and take action. Zhen Hao intended to call Su Su to explain the situation, but he ultimately decided it was best to address everything in person. Oh well, I'll head over first. It's better to clarify things face to face. With that thought, he hurriedly prepared and set off. At that moment, in the restaurant Renjiani Pin, Su Su found herself feeling somewhat frustrated. Is it really possible to handle things this way? She mused. However, if she thought this approach would suffice to satisfy everyone, she was gravely mistaken. Suddenly lifting her head to survey the room, she began to make arrangements. Move the tables out a bit and ensure all the decor is in place. Although Su Su recognized the challenges of opening a restaurant, especially without a chef, she was nonetheless a member of the Penguin Company and found the task manageable. Many employees of Renjian Epin couldn't help but applaud her efforts, exclaiming, "She is truly remarkable." Yet, the pressing issue remained. Where could they find a talented chef in such a short time? This was indeed a daunting problem, and the staff felt anxious, unsure of how things would unfold. For now, they decided to wait for Zhen Hao to arrive before determining the next course of action. Sigh, that woman really thinks she can outsmart me with this? In Su Su's eyes, such matters were utterly non-existent. After all, her aspiration was to become Zhen Hao's woman. Thus, how should one go about resolving such issues? In truth, these matters indeed warranted careful handling. As she contemplated this, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's countenance. You've worked hard. The voice was undeniably familiar. Su Su turned and immediately beheld Zhen Hao behind her. At that moment, her delicate face flushed slightly. She had not anticipated that Zhen Hao would also be present. Mr. Zhen, Su Su greeted him, while Zhen Hao found the situation rather amusing. Did you arrange all of this? He asked, gesturing towards the scene before them. Su Su nodded repeatedly. Yes, since there was no head chef. I took it upon myself to make arrangements. While I could have found an ordinary chef, the standards here are exceedingly high, and a typical chef would likely fall short. This, indeed, was Zhen Hao's primary concern. As Zhen Hao pondered this, Su Su's beautiful eyes locked onto him. Mr. Zhen, I wonder if you have any means to find some exceptional chefs? At this point, Su Su felt quite at a loss. Zhen Hao shook his head. I can't find top-tier chefs at the moment. Oh, I see. Su Su lowered her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, Zhen Hao continued. However, my culinary skills are quite decent. Perhaps I could step in for a while. What? Su Su's eyes widened with surprise at Zhen Hao's declaration. Chapter 62. An abundance of fragrance, divine culinary skills. At this moment, surrounded by onlookers, anticipation filled the air. Su Su felt a surge of nervousness. Can he really cook? I wonder how well he does. If it were just the two of them, she would surely support him with a compliment. However, considering the multitude of spectators, the situation became increasingly intriguing. After a brief pause, Su Su suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. As she mused, Zhen Hao approached, a plate of food in hand. Since this is last minute, I wasn't sure what to prepare. Please, give it a try and let me know what you think. Upon hearing this, the others fixed their gazes intently on him. Subsequently, they began to sample the dish. As the flavors danced upon their palates, expressions of bliss illuminated their faces. What is happiness? In their eyes, this moment epitomized it. How is it? Zhen Hao, a novice in the kitchen, wondered, uncertain of the outcome. At that moment, he had simply executed the vision that formed in his mind. Thus, he had no real gauge of success. Su Su lifted her gaze to Zhen Hao, directly asking, would you prefer the truth or a white lie? Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao found it amusing. What could a lie be, and what constitutes the truth? Curiosity sparked within him as he inquired, while Su Su maintained a gentle smile. The white lie would be that it's delicious. What? So if the lie is that it's delicious, does that mean the truth is it's quite dreadful? Though Zhen Hao outwardly remained composed, a hint of disappointment lingered within him. He had not anticipated this outcome. Yet, in the next moment, Su Su declared, the truth is, it's exceptionally delicious. With her words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They had tasted it and felt it should not have been so terrible. Now, hearing Su Su's affirmation, excitement bubbled within them. I knew it couldn't possibly be bad. Indeed, I almost wished to devour it all. They were utterly thrilled, marveling at the extraordinary flavors. At that moment, the onlookers could no longer underestimate Zhen Hao. After all, The notion that a handsome man uninterested in being a chef couldn't cook was evidently misguided. However, Su Su felt a twinge of concern. Mr. Zhen, I can't help but feel that it's a bit unfair for you to serve as the chef here. After all, Zhen Hao was a man of considerable ambition. Hence, they could not shake their apprehensions. Yet, Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You all go ahead and make the necessary arrangements. However, we do need to find a head chef promptly. After his words, Su Su nodded earnestly. All right, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Initially, Su Su had been unfamiliar with this place, but now she felt a growing clarity within herself. Since Zhen Hao had bestowed this opportunity upon her, she was determined to exert herself doubly. Only then could she repay Zhen Hao's trust. At the very least, she could strive not to disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao was not preoccupied with such thoughts, for he had already entered the kitchen. Indeed, it was true that the place was well equipped with everything necessary. What more was there to worry about? As Zhen Hao surveyed the surroundings, he contemplated this. At that moment, orders began to flood in. Thus, Zhen Hao resumed his culinary endeavors. In truth, his culinary skills were commendable, and as he showcased them, disbelief washed over all present. Under these circumstances, Zhen Hao found the situation quite satisfactory. Outside, many satisfied customers were moved to tears. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. It's truly rare. Who can argue? Initially, I merely wanted to sample it, but now I cannot get enough. This is divine culinary artistry. Even five-star chefs can't achieve this level of satisfaction. The crowd buzzed with praise, each voice echoing the sentiment that such exquisite flavors were indeed a rarity. Su Su, overwhelmed with joy, had long recognized Zhen Hao's prowess. Yet she had never imagined him to be this remarkable. In light of this, she believed her establishment would soon flourish. Thus, a thought of Qin Shuang crossed her mind. Haha, I bet you never anticipated things would turn out this way when you brought me here. In Su Su's view, this turn of events was undeniably delightful. However, the more it unfolded in this manner, the more intriguing it became in Su Su's eyes. At this juncture, she continued to attend to her guests. Yet, before long, a towering figure, a man standing at nearly 6.5 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, strode in with an imposing presence. As he entered, every gaze in the vicinity gravitated towards him. Greetings, welcome. Su Su began her service, while the giant's attention was fixated on her. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. Yet that was not his primary concern. Bring forth your finest wines and dishes. However, should I find even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, do not blame me for my rudeness. His words, laden with authority, took everyone by surprise. The man then nonchalantly took a seat, causing the table before him to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the sturdy material held firm. Otherwise, it might have collapsed under his weight. Please hold on a moment. I shall consult the chef, Su Su replied, fully aware that such discerning patrons demanded nothing less than excellence. Upon entering the kitchen and relaying the situation to Zhen Hao, he unexpectedly chuckled. Ah, I see. Worry not. I know precisely what to do. With swift efficiency, Zhen Hao commenced his culinary preparations. Chapter 63. I am quite satisfied. Dare you accept the challenge? Everything is ready, Zhen Hao announced as he looked toward Su Su. The aroma of the delectable dishes wafted through the air, eliciting a smile from her. You truly are remarkable, my dear chef. This time, I cannot fathom how he could possibly be dissatisfied. Su Su brimmed with confidence, having never encountered a chef of such caliber in her experience. Thus, she directed the staff to serve the dishes. At that moment, Wang Xinhui sat at the table, assessing the meal before him. The taste is quite commendable, and the presentation is equally impressive, he began to critique, while onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Is there even a need for so much discussion? It is inherently delicious. This large fellow seems rather formidable. Let us refrain from conclusions until we ascertain the full situation. The spectators whispered, each expressing their opinions while waiting attentively. As Wang Xinhui began to taste the food, he was taken aback by the exquisite flavors. This is extraordinary. It evokes a sense of nostalgia for my homeland. He had not anticipated encountering such culinary brilliance in a foreign land. If he were to rate it, he would bestow a perfect score, finding no flaw whatsoever. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you are satisfied with our offerings? Su Su approached Wang Xinhui with a polite inquiry. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. The dishes here are indeed quite exceptional, surpassing even those served in some five-star establishments. Upon hearing this, the staff felt a swell of pride. Previously, they had regarded Zhen Hao as impressive, yet they had never imagined he could achieve such heights. As the atmosphere grew increasingly extraordinary, Wang Xinhui added, however at this moment, Su Su's heart fluttered with trepidation. The word, however, often heralded concerns. What did he intend to convey? Curiosity gnawed at her as she maintained her composure while inquiring further. Wang Xinhui, lifting his head, stated plainly, it is quite simple. I wish to meet the chef. I wonder if he would be willing to accept my challenge? His declaration left the surrounding patrons in stunned silence. What was his motive? Having already expressed admiration for the meal, why would he issue a challenge? As they pondered, their attention was drawn to the large bag slung over Wang Xinhui's shoulder. He gradually unzipped it, revealing an array of culinary tools. Su, taken aback, stuttered. You are a chef? It was uncommon for someone who was not a chef to possess such an extensive collection of equipment. Suddenly, the crowd murmured in realization. Heavens, could it be that he is the renowned master chef Wang Xinhui? Indeed, he was reputed to be an exceptionally talented chef who had gained fame at a young age. Known for wandering and challenging fellow chefs, it appeared the rumors were true. At this moment, as the spectators turned their attention towards him, an air of uncertainty filled the space. They were in the presence of a culinary giant. Please hold on. Su felt compelled to inform Zhen Hao of this development. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao, having prepared several dishes, wiped the sweat from his brow. This is genuinely exhausting. I had not anticipated it to be so demanding. He recognized the necessity of finding a replacement chef swiftly. Otherwise, dealing with such challenges would undoubtedly lead to frustration over time. As he contemplated this, Zhen Hao instinctively glanced towards the commotion. Upon seeing Su approach, a smile broke across his face. Su, what brings you here? It wasn't he that she wished to intrude. Rather, the situation was simply too extraordinary to ignore. She recounted the events outside, and Zhen Hao, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Someone wishes to challenge me? Though he was uncertain of his culinary prowess, it was clear he had garnered significant acclaim. What should we do now, dear chef? Su asked anxiously. The gravity of the situation was evident, and determining a resolution was far from straightforward. Yet, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. Do such matters truly hold significance? He had a different perspective. With a challenger in their midst, the opportunity was ripe for a culinary showdown. Surely, I cannot simply remain hidden away here, can I? Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Su nodded repeatedly. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a twinge of concern lingered in her heart. After all, what did such circumstances truly signify? The implications of these events were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. Observing the situation, Zhen Hao offered a faint smile. I know what you're thinking, but you must have a little faith in me, right? He said this directly to Su, who had indeed been feeling somewhat anxious. However, upon hearing Zhen Hao's reassurances, her worries began to dissipate. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that he was indeed correct. Thus, Su nodded earnestly. All right, dear brother, I understand what I must do. Regardless of the outcome, you must persevere. After all, things are beginning to improve here. A slight misstep now could significantly impact the progress we've made. Hence, I sincerely wish for nothing untoward to occur. Chapter 64. The Exceptional Chef's Mastery, the Proud Wang Xinhui. Were those dishes you prepared? Wang Xinhui suddenly inquired, casting a glance at Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao nodded slightly, having naturally observed the unfolding events. Yet, he felt no trepidation regarding the matter. Indeed, they were all crafted by me. Among the patrons, several attractive young women had been captivated by Zhen Hao at first glance. Now, with his admission, their enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. Wow, I can't believe it was truly him who prepared the dishes I just enjoyed. I feel utterly blissful. One exclaimed. Who could argue? Brother, you must keep up the good work. We shall always support you. At that moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in encouragement. Zhen Hao merely smiled, preferring to maintain a low profile. Why state it so plainly? Such directness made him feel somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, now that the conversation had progressed thus far, he pondered how to manage the situation ahead. All right, actually, there is little more to be said. How do you intend to compete? Today, Zhen Hao had just acquired this skill, so he was not particularly versed in the details. In contrast, Wang Xinhui appeared quite straightforward. It's simple. We shall each prepare a dish for everyone to sample. If you win, I shall grant you one favor. If you lose, you must close this place for good. Wang Xinhui declared, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Su, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. How can this be allowed? This seems excessively demanding. To her surprise, Zhen Hao remained unfazed. No worries. If he wishes to test his mettle, I shall oblige. He waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, the onlookers nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the only course of action. For fairness, let us proceed to the kitchen together, Zhen Hao suggested, arching an eyebrow at Wang Xinhui. Wang Xinhui surveyed the surroundings, realizing that once the dishes were prepared, patrons would undoubtedly flock to Zhen Hao's offerings if they were superior. Therefore, he concluded that competing alongside Zhen Hao would ensure fairness. Su, please maintain order and prevent anyone from interrupting our contest, Zhen Hao instructed, waving his hand towards her. Su nodded. Rest assured, I know what to do. She was well aware of how to handle such matters, Yet the current arrangement was not the most pressing concern. The question remained, how should the event be organized? Zhen Hao found the entire situation rather amusing, but it was merely a secondary consideration. Now let us begin. With that, the kitchen was left with only Zhen Hao and Wang Xinhui. Wang Xinhui swiftly maneuvered the kitchen tools with practiced ease. Kid, you may possess some skill, but now I shall show you the prowess of an exceptional chef. With those words, Zhen Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Is this really how it is? Nonetheless, he felt no sense of apprehension. Observing the scenario, Zhen Hao chuckled. An exceptional chef indeed has some talent. Wang Xinhui wore a smug expression. He had anticipated this moment from the instant he stepped in. With determination, Wang Xinhui aimed to showcase his culinary prowess, ensuring others recognized his abilities. As for Zhen Hao, he merely waved his hand, saying, "Feel free to showcase whatever skills you possess. Do not hold back." Zhen Hao's words were laced with a playful undertone. Wang Xinhui felt a stir of emotion. Why do I always sense that this kid carries an air of confidence? It was not merely Wang Xinhui's imagination. The current scene made it abundantly clear. Zhen Hao, on the other hand, remained unconcerned about the potential repercussions. As he glanced forward, a smile crossed his face. What's wrong? Are you feeling fearful? Wang Xinhui found the notion laughable. Fear? You shall soon see whether I am afraid. His expression twisted into a more menacing demeanor. Meanwhile, others in the hall anxiously awaited the outcome, their impatience palpable. I wonder how it's going. The suspense is unbearable. One remarked. Indeed, the aroma is quite tantalizing. They continued to speculate, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Su observed quietly, well aware that this was part of her strategy. It appeared that the plan was unfolding successfully. Given the current trajectory, she felt optimistic about the outcome. A subtle smile graced her lips as she reflected on the moment. However, as Su contemplated the events that lay ahead, a sense of trepidation began to stir within her. Yet, she was acutely aware that in her current state, she could offer no assistance whatsoever. All she could do was wait patiently for the outcome. As for what the final result would be, it was a matter of time. However, the question lingered. Would the young man emerge victorious? Judging by his demeanor, he must possess a secret weapon, did he not? With this thought, Su felt an even greater flutter of anxiety. Nevertheless, it was not the moment for such reflections. It would be far more prudent to simply remain here and await developments. The worst-case scenario would merely involve the doors closing. But what if a more favorable outcome awaited them? In the distance, someone called out, "It's ready now. We will commence the tasting shortly." Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly surged forward. Chapter 65. You lost. You must remain here. There are surveillance cameras that can capture every move outside. And there is absolutely no room for any form of cheating. Zhen Hao turned to Wang Xinhui and stated matter-of-factly. Wang Xinhui nodded. All right, I trust you. After all, he had observed the entire process with clarity. Now, all that remained was to await the final verdict. The waiting period felt interminable. Outside, however, the atmosphere was lively. Everyone, please don't rush. Take your time. There's plenty for all. Indeed, the portions prepared were abundant, ensuring that each individual was well catered for. Those patrons who had sampled the dishes were left with a lingering sense of satisfaction. For such an occasion, the impact of the experience was becoming increasingly pronounced. All right, everyone has now tasted the dishes. If you believe any of the dishes stand out, you may begin voting now. With this proclamation from Su, the others began to express their opinions in quick succession. I choose dish number 1. It is truly exceptional, and its flavors are magnificently showcased. I too select dish number 1. Dish number 2 feels somewhat ostentatious, whereas dish number 1 is far superior. In that case, I also choose dish number 1. Having tasted both, I felt dish number 2 lacked something essential. As these individuals voiced their choices, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through them. Although they had made their evaluations, the ultimate outcome remained unclear. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Zhen Hao turned to Wang Xinhui. Now, you must admit defeat, right? Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Wang Xinhui let out a resigned sigh. The results had become glaringly evident. Thus, it was abundantly clear to him that he had indeed lost. Alas, it appears I am the one defeated. I accept my fate. Please, tell me what you wish me to do. With a smirk that hinted at amusement, Zhen Hao noted Wang Xinhui's acceptance. It was truly unexpected for Zhen Hao to realize that his culinary skills had reached such a pinnacle. Initially, he had harbored some apprehensions, but now that the results were in, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Now that you have conceded, I shall state my demand. You must remain here. As Zhen Hao articulated this request, Wang Xinhui's pupils dilated in surprise. What did you say? You want me to stay here? It was important to note that Wang Xinhui was a wandering chef. Suddenly asking him to stay felt quite absurd. I understand your concerns. However, rest assured, our enterprise will flourish, and soon we shall expand across the nation. Thus, your joining us would not be a disadvantage. Zhen Hao spoke with conviction. having secured the benefits of a signing system. For him, this matter was trivial. Wang Xinhu had not anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall accept your proposal. His acquiescence was entirely within Zhen Hao's expectations. In the hall, many awaited the results with bated breath, uncertain of the situation unfolding inside. Su, more anxious than anyone else present, voiced her impatience. So, is there still no news from within? She longed to contribute to the outcome, particularly since she aspired to become the wife of Zhen Hao, the chairman of the enterprise. Thus, her dedication to this endeavor was unwavering. Just then, Zhen Hao and Wang Xinhu emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were filled with anticipation. So what was the result? Seeing their eagerness, Zhen Hao smiled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. From this day forth, Chef Wang Xinhu will officially join our establishment. With this declaration, the crowd fell momentarily silent, before processing the news. So, does this mean we have one? Haha, I thought the same. The young man's culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Moreover, having another great chef join us is undoubtedly a splendid development. The excitement among the crowd grew as they contemplated the implications. Su, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward and embraced Zhen Hao. I knew you could do it. Zhen Hao, taken aback by Su's exuberance, found himself pondering whether her actions were a spontaneous expression of joy or a calculated move to draw closer to him. For the moment, however, he chose not to dwell on this uncertainty, recognizing that the question lacked a definitive answer. As Zhen Hao gazed into the distance, he considered the possibility that the Wang family might soon make a significant move. Upon hearing Zhen Hao's thoughts, the crowd was left astonished. The Wang family from the third tier? If they truly intend to act, it would undoubtedly catch us off guard. Yet, the question remained, how should they proceed? This matter was far from straightforward. Nevertheless, Zhen Hao reminded them, let us not dwell on the Wang family for now. Remember how the Huang family once boasted of their power? Look at how things have turned out for them now. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Zhijiang, has been dealt with by Zhen Hao, and as for the others, they have surrendered one after another. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao, in high spirits, waved his hand grandly and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, today I find myself in excellent spirits, thus I wish to announce that everything is half price. The surrounding customers were electrified. Half price? Could today truly be their lucky day? Without hesitation, they hurriedly dialed their relatives and friends, eager to indulge in the delectable offerings that should not be missed. Chapter 66. All of this transpired because of Zhen Hao. The Wang family, in light of the recent events, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Wang Taijun, the head of the Wang family, gazed curiously at his companions. What do you think they intend to do? Why has there suddenly been a lull in their actions? The they Wang Taijun referred to was none other than Zhen Hao. The others in the Wang family wore expressions of confusion. How could they possibly know the inner workings of such matters? If they truly understood, they would not be here at all. Patriarch, could it be that they are concocting some grand scheme? Upon pondering the possibility, Wang Taijun found it to be the most plausible explanation. At this moment, he spoke with great seriousness. You have all witnessed the happenings with the Huang family. This is all due to Zhen Hao. His words elicited solemn nods from those around him. Indeed, they had all witnessed the unfolding events. However, the pressing issue was that these occurrences were not the most critical. Wang Taijun continued, regardless of the circumstances, we must ascertain the truth of this matter. I am eager to see what further cunning Zhen Hao may employ. Upon his declaration, the others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of the situation. Yet, the more they contemplated, the more they felt a surge of eagerness. Rest assured, Patriarch, this matter will be entrusted to us. Is it even worth mentioning? We have already seized the initiative. Should we still be anxious? They mused that, if necessary, they could reach out to other families to join forces against Zhen Hao. It was clear to these individuals that the feasibility of their plans was growing ever more promising. Wang Taijun nodded vigorously. Unlike the deceased Huang Zhijiang, he was adept at adapting to circumstances. Deep down, Wang Taijun recognized the implications of these events. Although they appeared favorable, he believed that once they understood the happenings surrounding Zhen Hao, they would be poised to strike. Shortly thereafter, a member of the Wang family approached. Patriarch, we have gathered intelligence. Such swiftness? Wang Taijun was delighted. Speed in warfare is paramount. The efficiency of his subordinates was commendable. As if even fate was displeased with Zhen Hao, he yearned to thoroughly dismantle Zhen Hao's presence in Sioux City. Such a course of action was one he could never refuse. With a glint of mockery in his eyes, he listened as his associate reported. Zhen Hao has opened a restaurant named Rinjin Iping. Currently, the establishment is thriving and has captured a significant portion of our business. What? Upon hearing this, the once self-satisfied Wang Taijun turned ashen. How could such a sudden turn of events transpire? Grinding his teeth, he muttered, I knew Zhen Hao would not remain idle. I never anticipated he would retaliate so swiftly. catching us completely off guard. As Wang Taijun spoke, the tension among the others escalated. Given the situation, what should they do next? After all, Zhen Hao had already laid his plans meticulously. At that moment, all eyes turned to Wang Taijun, seeking his guidance on how to proceed. Yet, he found the situation rather amusing. Interesting, but Zhen Hao underestimates us. You wish to venture into the dining business? Very well. I shall sever your supply lines and see how long you can last. As Wang Taijun articulated his thoughts, those surrounding him looked on with excitement. If this were indeed the case, it was undeniably a golden opportunity. Thus, for these individuals, it became an advantageous prospect. Observing the scene, those around Wang Taijun commented, "The patriarch is truly formidable. Even his casual strategies are so powerful. Indeed, Zhen Hao is merely a young upstart. Crushing him will be as easy as pie. Why overthink it? We have already secured victory." In that moment, while others spoke confidently, Wang Taijun felt it prudent to remain cautious and not speak too directly. Nevertheless, he too believed that victory was within their grasp. Business is booming. Let us all expedite our efforts. Zhen Hao addressed the crowd. Although the offerings were half price, there was still a margin of profit to be made. Furthermore, with the grand opening, it was only prudent to adopt a strategy of low profits for high sales. Only in this manner could he effectively navigate the challenges ahead. At that moment, Su Su rushed to Zhen Hao, exclaiming, "Boss, something's gone awry." Upon hearing her urgent tone, Zhen Hao felt a flicker of curiosity. What could possibly be happening? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed an instinctive unease at that moment. Su Su, looking intently at Zhen Hao, continued, "We have just received word that many suppliers are unwilling to provide us with goods any longer. If this persists, our stock of ingredients will not last much longer." Su Su had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, Zhen Hao was well aware of the implications. Clearly, someone was targeting them. Immediately investigate who is responsible for this. Zhen Hao clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Such matters were undeniably complex. As Zhen Hao made his declaration, those nearby responded with determination, "Do not worry, boss. We will uncover the entire chain of events." "Excellent. Since my companions have pledged their commitment, I shall await the outcome," Zhen Hao replied, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. However, in Zhen Hao's heart, he had already begun to contemplate a certain individual. Wait a moment. What industry does the Wang family operate in? Zhen Hao suddenly inquired of those nearby. The Wang family must also be involved in the catering business, right? Su Su, having conducted some research on the matter, instinctively remarked. Yet, as soon as Su Su uttered these words, she instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced at Zhen Hao. Although Zhen Hao said nothing, his demeanor spoke volumes. The others around him were equally astonished. It seemed my assumptions were not unfounded. This matter indeed pertained to the Wang family, and Zhen Hao was exceedingly irate. He had never encountered such a situation before. Nonetheless, to be precise, the occurrence of these events was entirely within Zhen Hao's expectations. If such circumstances had not arisen, that would have truly been peculiar. At this moment, Su Su appeared somewhat anxious before Zhen Hao. "Brother, what should we do next?" The others nearby echoed her sentiment, expressing their concern. "Indeed, should we not take some action?" "I feel the same. Such a golden opportunity cannot be squandered." However, the pressing question remained. What else could they possibly do? The employees surrounding them grew increasingly tense. The situation had barely begun to stabilize, yet now it seemed to have reverted to chaos. Who could accept such a turn of events? Despite this, Zhen Hao maintained an air of calm. "Let us wait a while. Perhaps this situation will present a turning point." Zhen Hao's words left those around him puzzled. A turning point? What could possibly change in this situation? Just as they pondered this, a voice rang out from a distance. "Mr. Zhen, I didn't expect to find you here." Following the sound, a stunningly beautiful woman stood before them. It was Qian Lulu, the strikingly lovely envoy. The moment Zhen Hao laid eyes on her, a gentle smile graced his face. He had anticipated her arrival, though he hadn't expected it to be so soon. "Mr. Zhen, I truly appreciate your assistance with the previous matters. Without your help, I doubt the resolution would have been so smooth," Qian Lulu remarked with a slight smile. Those around them were left bewildered. What was the nature of this situation? Why did it suddenly seem so perplexing? As they mulled over the circumstances, Su Su felt a twinge of discontent. She couldn't quite place it, but something about this woman felt unsettling. Was it possible that she harbored feelings for Zhen Hao? Recognizing a potential rivalry, Su Su resolved to intensify her efforts. Otherwise, she feared that such matters would not resolve themselves swiftly. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhen Hao introduced, "Allow me to present Miss Qian Lulu, the esteemed envoy with whom I have previously collaborated." He refrained from divulging the prior details, believing it unnecessary to be so overt. Meanwhile, Su Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. So, she was merely an envoy. How delightful. "I hope you will visit us often," Su Su remarked. attempting to appear gracious in hopes of impressing Qianlulu and showcasing her own merits to Zhen Hao. Thus, in her quest to become Zhen Hao's future partner, Su Su was determined to put forth her best efforts. Very well, I shall not hold back, Qianlulu replied, nodding in agreement. This arrangement was indeed advantageous for her. At that moment, Zhen Hao gestured for Su Su to attend to their guest. Su Su, please entertain our guest. I have some matters to discuss with Miss Qian. Su Su nodded repeatedly, arranging for a private room for them. Once seated, Qianlulu asked, Mr. Zhen, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Wang Taijun? Zhen Hao. Of course, recognized the name. I am familiar with him, but may I ask why you seek this information? As Zhen Hao raised his gaze, he felt a surge of excitement. After observing her for a moment, he noticed Qianlulu's demeanor had turned serious. We suspect that Wang Taijun and the Wang family are involved in a case of commercial crime. Therefore, we kindly request your cooperation when necessary. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao exhaled in relief. He had been curious about the situation, but now, he remained composed. After all, it turned out to be such a matter. It seemed the Wang family's attempts to isolate Zhen Hao were nothing short of a farce. Reflecting on this, Zhen Hao's spirits lifted. What are you thinking? Qianlulu inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, knowing Zhen Hao possessed a strong sense of justice. Consequently, she had chosen to approach him for collaboration without hesitation. Looking at Qianlulu, Zhen Hao assured her, rest assured, I will fulfill this task diligently. Furthermore, let us not dwell on other matters for now. I already have a plan in mind for how to address this. Upon hearing his words, Zhen Hao instinctively assessed the situation before him. He found the prospect quite exhilarating. Yet, Qianlulu's curiosity piqued. How do you intend to deal with the Wang family? Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhen Hao waved her off. Thank you, but there is no need for concern. I have it all figured out. Ultimately, he believed the matter was of little complexity. By the way, would you accompany me to a certain location? Zhen Hao inquired, prompting a slight turn of Qianlulu's head. Nevertheless, she readily agreed. As long as it aids in resolving your issues, I am more than willing. With a knowing smile, Zhen Hao felt a sense of anticipation. It was time to employ some strategies. Chapter 68. You may decline, but the consequences will be dire. In light of these developments, Han Diong held a starkly different perspective. As for the nature of the human experience, what relevance did it bear to him? Han Diong was primarily concerned with the potential benefits he could reap from this matter. It was evident that collaborating with the Wang family would yield greater advantages for him. Why should we acquiesce to the demands of a mere mortal? By prolonging this situation, as the largest supplier in Sioux City, would I really fear them? Han Diong lifted his chin, a look of smug satisfaction adorning his face as he spoke. His subordinates, witnessing Han Diong's demeanor, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the clarity of his assertions. Thus, the course of action became unequivocally apparent. However, one of his subordinates hesitantly interjected, expressing concern about Zhen Hao's formidable reputation and the potential repercussions of provoking him. Han Diong found this amusing. Would he truly be intimidated by them? Setting aside other matters for the moment, the prospect of this situation began to excite him further. Others, seeing Han Diong's confidence, chimed in, affirming his stance. Indeed, the sectors we encompass are vast. Who would dare oppose us? If that is the case, let them continue to flounder here. We have nothing to fear. In truth, I share the sentiment that even if Zhen Hao refuses, he must ultimately acquiesce to this situation. For the sake of claiming the lion's share of the benefits, Han Diong was prepared to take risks. Yet, shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Upon looking again, Han Diong noticed several of his subordinates being hurled through the air. This prompted a slight furrow of concern on his brow. What on earth was happening? As his gaze shifted towards the source of the commotion, he saw a young man in his 20s approaching with a deliberate stride. Who are you? Someone could not help but inquire. The young man was none other than Zhen Hao. As Zhen Hao approached, he directly questioned, "What is the matter? You've been discussing me for quite some time, yet you still don't know who I am?" With this proclamation, the implications of his words became glaringly clear to Han Diong. His brow furrowed further. "You are Zhen Hao?" Even with Han Diong's prowess, he had not anticipated this encounter. Zhen Hao was accompanied by a woman, Qianlulu. "Indeed, I am Zhen Hao. I've heard you previously refused to supply me. Now, I offer you another opportunity," Zhen Hao declared with an air of arrogance. This declaration left Qianlulu momentarily stunned. What could Zhen Hao possibly intend? She pondered silently, deciding to observe the situation unfold. Han Diong, however, remained unimpressed. "I thought it was something significant. I could have agreed to your request. But your previous actions displeased me. Why should I comply?" His words rang out clearly, revealing his disdain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhen Hao smiled. "Very well, allow me to introduce this individual. Qianlulu, an official. You may refuse, but the consequences will be severe." Upon hearing this, Han Diong was taken aback. He glanced at Qianlulu, a sense of trepidation creeping in. Such a beautiful woman was truly an official? If all this were indeed true, the ramifications were painfully clear. As he scrutinized the situation, his disdain grew. How can I be sure of the authenticity of this? What if you are merely deceiving me? Han Diang dismissed the notion, viewing it as nothing more than a tactic employed by Zhen Hao. However, upon uttering these words, Zhen Hao nodded to Qian Lulu. Understanding the cue, she stepped forward and produced her official identification. Here is my credential. If you doubt it, feel free to contact the Bureau for verification. At that moment, Han Diang's composure faltered. What he had initially dismissed as a ploy was now revealed to be undeniably genuine. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I, Han Diang, am a law-abiding citizen. He waved his hands in a flurry, attempting to placate the situation. Qian Lulu's expression remained one of disdain. Just because you claim it, does that make it so? Sir, I hope you cooperate fully moving forward. Otherwise, we will have to take you in for questioning. Questioning? How can that be allowed? Han Diang protested vehemently. After his protests, Zhen Hao calmly remarked, it's quite simple. Unless you agree to supply goods, the consequences will be yours to bear. Whether to supply or not was indeed a dilemma. However, should Han Diang refuse, it was highly likely that the Wang family's associates would intervene. Thus, how could he possibly refuse? Not only that, but he also had to comply with Zhen Hao's demand at the lowest possible price. Zhen Hao promptly contacted his staff to have everything relocated without delay. As Zhen Hao surveyed the scene, he addressed Han Diang directly. Boss Han, this is your personal commitment. I hope you won't retract it. Retract? How could I? It is an honor to collaborate with you, Boss Zhen. Han Diang chuckled nervously, fully aware of the potential consequences should he provoke Zhen Hao's wrath. Yet, Zhen Hao appeared unfazed. Did he truly believe these matters held any significance? Clearly, Zhen Hao did not share the same sentiment. Well then, the matter is settled. We shall take our leave. I trust you will act accordingly, Boss Han. Chapter 69. At this juncture, we can only take preemptive action. After Zhen Hao and Qian Lulu departed, Han Diang sighed in relief. Thank heavens, they have finally left. Boss. One of his subordinates approached him. How is it here? Is everything all right? Han Diang inquired. Rest assured, boss. We have made all necessary arrangements. And there will be no flaws, came the confident reply from his subordinate. This assurance ignited a flicker of excitement on Han Diang's face. Very well, in truth, this matter ought to be resolved in this manner. When Han Diang reached this point, he spoke directly. From this moment forth, it is prudent to refrain from discussing other matters for the time being. However, I believe that it is now time to take action. Upon finishing his statement, those around Han Diang were filled with anxiety, for they were inextricably tied to the Wang family. Should the Wang family encounter difficulties, they too would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, Han Diang's urgency was entirely justified. Nevertheless, he did not forget to place a call to Wang Taijun. Once the call connected, Han Diang briefed him on the situation. Is there such a development? What do you believe should be done now? Wang Taijun, taken aback by the unforeseen circumstances, inquired directly. After all, there remained uncertainty regarding how to address such a predicament. Meanwhile, in Han Diang's eyes, a fervent fire flickered. At this juncture, the only course of action was to act preemptively. Han Diang's words ignited a similar spark in Wang Taijun's gaze. In truth, Han Diang had not contemplated these matters previously. However, for both him and Wang Taijun, this was indeed the opportune moment. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus to initiate their plans that very evening. Zhen Hao and Qian Lulu stepped out, yet they did not depart. Instead, they settled at a nearby restaurant. Zhen Hao remarked, there is definitely something amiss with Han Diang. Why did you not let me take action earlier? Qian Lulu, visibly agitated, turned to Zhen Hao. After all, just moments ago had they acted, it would have been a splendid opportunity. Now, however, they had perfectly missed that chance, leaving Qian Lulu feeling somewhat regretful. Haha, how could I be unaware of their issues? However, once Han Diang notifies Wang Taijun, wouldn't it be better to capture them all at once? Zhen Hao's statement left Qian Lulu somewhat astonished, for such revelations had come rather abruptly. After pondering Zhen Hao's reasoning, Qian Lulu found it quite sound. Then, what do you intend to do? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhen Hao, having already formed his judgment on the situation, remained composed as he surveyed the surroundings. My approach is quite straightforward, to seize this opportunity and resolve both parties simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao's colleagues were filled with excitement. Wonderful. This is precisely what we should have done long ago. It goes without saying, we initially aimed to apprehend Wang Taijun, and unexpectedly, this has become a dual opportunity. Just as our captain suggested, collaborating with Mr. Zhen is indeed promising. The surrounding colleagues showered Zhen Hao with praise, yet he remained unfazed, merely gesturing dismissively. In truth, Zhen Hao perceived no issues with this course of action. Gradually, a faint smile graced Zhen Hao's face. Now, Let us set aside other matters for the moment and proceed with our respective tasks. Shortly, I will have my team provide you with the data we have gathered, and then we shall act in unison. Zhen Hao concluded, to which Qian Lulu nodded vigorously. Indeed, Zhen Hao's arrangement was impeccably sound. Given the circumstances, Qian Lulu found herself at a loss for words beyond agreement. As she slowly lifted her gaze, she began to foresee the magnitude of this undertaking. This would be an unprecedented operation, and she hoped that each of them would remain vigilant. Qian Lulu commenced assigning tasks while Zhen Hao exited. It was inappropriate for Zhen Hao to linger here, given the sensitive nature of the information. He retrieved his phone and placed a call, relaying the situation to the person on the other end. All right, it is confirmed. That is the course of action. Following his words, there was a brief pause on the line before the voice responded, Chairman, so it is. Do we need to take any action? The tone was filled with excitement. Zhen Hao believed he could manage the situation independently. If he were to require assistance from those around him, that would not bode well. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively. No need. You all continue with your tasks. I have sufficient security personnel to handle this matter. Once Zhen Hao articulated this, the individual on the other end had no choice but to acquiesce. However, Zhen Hao found himself contemplating whom to target first. Wang Taijun of the Wang family and the principal supplier, Han Diang, were both formidable adversaries. Deciding whom to confront in order to resolve the situation efficiently was paramount. Finally, Qian Lulu emerged, not forgetting to inform Zhen Hao, Mr. Zhen, we have deliberated and decided to first apprehend Han Diang. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao felt clarity in his mind. In light of this, he resolved to address Han Diang before anything else. Very well. The issues with Han Diang can be found at his warehouse, which should be easy to locate. You all proceed with the investigation. I will handle the other matters. Zhen Hao concluded, and Qian Lulu nodded in agreement. With their plan of action established, they were ready to proceed. Chapter 70. Han Diang, you shall yield. Han Diang felt a sense of satisfaction, having nearly resolved all pressing matters. As for the subsequent issues, they seemed trivial in comparison. Gradually, as he scrutinized his surroundings, he raised an eyebrow in anticipation. Hurry, resolve these matters, and let us proceed to the Wang family. What are you all lingering for? Han Diang expressed his displeasure at the halted actions of those around him. At that moment, one of his subordinates pointed towards the distance. Boss, the person who just left has returned. Returned? What is the meaning of this? Han Diang was perplexed. However, as he lifted his gaze to the distance, the situation began to clarify for him. At this moment, Han Diang's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Zhen Hao in the distance. Zhen Hao, while observing, gradually approached this way. Just as I stepped out earlier, a sudden realization struck me. There were still some matters left unresolved. Thus, I have returned to address these issues. As Zhen Hao spoke, Han Diang furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that Zhen Hao's words bore ill intentions. However, the pressing question remained. What exactly did Zhen Hao intend to do? This, Han Diang was not entirely certain of. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Han Diang inquired instinctively, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Han Diang's question, Zhen Hao cast a cold smile as he gazed into the distance. You might as well confess. Honesty brings leniency while resistance invites severity. Earlier, when Zhen Hao was engrossed in watching television, he found it hard to immerse himself in the narrative. Yet now, as he uttered these words, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him. Excellent, this is quite delightful. Zhen Hao thought to himself, you are capable. Suddenly, Han Diang felt a jolt of apprehension. Oh no, could it be that this young man has discovered my secrets? That is improbable. I must not succumb to self-doubt. Perhaps he is merely attempting to extract information from me. Initially, Han Diang was filled with trepidation, but as time passed, he regained his composure and realized there was little to worry about. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to avoid getting entangled in other matters for the time being. I shall first deal with him, he mused. Just as Han Diang prepared to speak to Zhen Hao, the latter waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may enter now. With this declaration, Qian Lulu and her team eagerly filed in behind Zhen Hao, with Qian Lulu holding a search warrant in her hand. This is the search warrant we just applied for. We suspect there are issues here, and we need to conduct a search. What? How could this be? Han Diang's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, fully aware that a significant portion of his goods had not been dealt with in time. If a search were to commence now, the repercussions would be dire. Zhen Hao, however, appeared unfazed. In truth, you need not say anything at all. It matters little. At worst, you would merely spend 10 or 8 years in confinement. Or perhaps even receive a life sentence. It's nothing of great consequence. What? Is it really that severe? Qian Lulu nearly burst into laughter. Zhen Hao had a remarkable knack for persuasion, even uttering such words with ease. Meanwhile, beads of sweat trickled down Han Diang's forehead. What a jest! How could he endure such a lengthy imprisonment? I'll confess. I'll reveal everything. Han Diyang implored Zhen Hao, his desperation palpable. Upon hearing Han Diyang's plea, Zhen Hao felt a surge of anticipation. The prospect of effortlessly dispatching his adversary thrilled him. If he could eliminate Wang Taijun, then this territory would undoubtedly belong to him. Wouldn't it? Zhen Hao glanced around, contemplating. Han Diyang's domain was now, in essence, Zhen Hao's, with a few strategic arrangements. He could easily facilitate his own takeover of the area. Thus, Zhen Hao felt no concern. Instead, he reveled in the unfolding situation. The officers, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, look, we've found all of this inside." They were astonished by the sheer quantity. If they proceeded with the handling of this, none of them would escape unscathed. Indeed, they have brought this upon themselves, they remarked, and Han Diyang, amidst their chatter, felt a flicker of relief. Thank goodness I spoke up earlier, otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Since that is the case, beautiful officer, please make a call and have them taken away, Zhen Hao instructed Qianlulu. Acutely aware that their presence was somewhat troublesome, Qianlulu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I know what to do. With their intentions clarified, Qianlulu proceeded to call for reinforcements to assist with the situation, a course of action she was well aware of. Zhen Hao, on the other hand, was quite eager. One wonders how Wang Taijun will react upon learning of this development. Zhen Hao mused, prompting Qianlulu to stifle a laugh. What else could happen? Wang Taijun believed he had the upper hand, only to find his ally crumbling at the outset. What else could he possibly do? It was evident that there was no way to continue. As Zhen Hao surveyed the scene, a subtle smile crept across his lips. There was no need to dwell on other matters for the time being. Yet, the more he considered it, the more he perceived this situation as a genuine dilemma. In that moment, he waved his hand decisively. Very well. Then let us proceed to the Wang residence. Qianlulu readily agreed. Yes, let us all move together. The Wang family must be dealt with today. Unless Wang Taijun possesses extraordinary skills, it is utterly impossible for him to hold on. Thus, as the scene unfolded, it became increasingly clear how this matter should be resolved. Wang Taijun was surely doomed. Chapter 71. Wang Tiejun's doubts. Trouble looms deep within his heart. Wang Taijun found the situation increasingly perplexing. He decided to make a call to urge Han Diyang and ascertain what was happening on his end. After all, at such a critical juncture, their combined efforts could easily subdue Zhen Hao. Therefore, any misstep at this moment would undoubtedly spell disaster. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Tiejun's greatest concern materialized. Master, the call cannot be connected. What? How could this occur? He was well aware that Han Diyang's phone was supposed to be operational 24 hours a day. Yet now, it had inexplicably turned into this. The realization dawned on him. There could only be one explanation. Something has happened on Han Diyang's end, Wang Taijun uttered instinctively. His words elicited surprise from those around him. How could this be? If something truly happened, what are we to do? Wang Taijun was not anxious about Han Diyang's situation. Rather, he was preoccupied with another possibility. I now have serious doubts that this matter is connected to Zhen Hao. As Wang Taijun voiced this concern, those around him exchanged glances of uncertainty. Such occurrences are entirely unforeseen by everyone. However, the timing of this event is most unfortunate. The question of how to resolve this situation has become exceedingly complex. Wang Taijun glared, instinctively raising his head to survey his surroundings. Well, let us set aside other matters for the moment. However, I firmly believe that it is imperative that we handle this issue with utmost care moving forward. As Wang Taijun spoke, those around him became invigorated. Master, please instruct us on the appropriate course of action. Indeed, we have made considerable preparations. It is time for us to take decisive action. Isn't that right? Zhen Hao has repeatedly disrupted our plans. We must resolve this to quell our grievances. As the crowd echoed these sentiments, Wang Taijun found himself in agreement. Do you think I do not wish to resolve this matter? Just then, a subordinate entered to report. Master, Zhen Hao is outside. What? Others were equally taken aback. They had been discussing matters calmly, only to discover Zhen Hao had already arrived. What could they possibly say now? The group stood in silence, unsure of their next words. Wang Taijun, however, gestured for calm. In that case, let him in. Regardless of the circumstances, we must begin to address these issues. With this thought, a sense of anticipation stirred within Wang Taijun. This situation holds significant importance for him. As he beheld the scene before him, a smirk spread across his face. You have finally arrived. In the distance, Zhen Hao approached slowly. Indeed, I heard you were looking for me, so here I am. Some matters are best discussed face to face. If there is anything needed, it is essential that we resolve this issue directly. As Zhen Hao fixed his gaze upon Wang Taijun, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Wang Tiejun's eyes. Zhen Hao, do you know? If we were not adversaries, I would greatly admire someone of your caliber. I might even extend an invitation for you to join the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Zhen Hao remained silent, fully aware that Wang Taijun had not finished speaking. Let us put aside other matters for now. Since you have willingly walked into the tiger's den, you cannot blame me. Wang family members, prepare to take action against Zhen Hao. With Wang Tiejuan's command, the others swiftly surrounded Zhen Hao. Zhen Hao, in turn, lifted his gaze to survey the crowd. How amusing. However, it is unclear who the sheep and who the tiger truly are. Zhen Hao's words caused Wang Taijun to furrow his brow slightly. The more this unfolded, the more it conjured unfavorable thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun, observing the unfolding events, felt an increasing sense of pride. Quite interesting, but your wit is commendable. Those surrounding Wang Taijun remarked, indeed, why do we need to engage in unnecessary dialogue? If it were up to me, we should strike first and incapacitate him. In that case, let us proceed. The Wang family members voiced their agreement. After all, Zhen Hao was alone, while they were numerous. Surely, they would not be intimidated by him. This notion was utterly unfounded. As for Zhen Hao, he felt somewhat exasperated. Oh, why must you all act this way? However, your current stance is quite entertaining. Zhen Hao stepped forward, and the Wang members became increasingly earnest in their demeanor. Given the circumstances, how should this situation be addressed? This was of utmost significance. After observing for a moment, Zhen Hao spoke directly. However, it seems you do not know me very well. Upon hearing this, Wang Taijun looked puzzled, while the other Wang family members appeared bewildered. Why would Zhen Hao say such a thing? In truth, there was a solid reason behind his words. If these people truly understood Zhen Hao, they would realize that everything he stated was indeed factual. Gradually, as Zhen Hao raised his head to survey the surroundings, he found the situation increasingly amusing. How intriguing. However, let us not dwell on other matters for now. At least at this moment, your people are not my match. Zhen Hao had mastered all martial arts. Dealing with these individuals was trivial. Now was his moment to shine. He seized one of the guards by the wrist, and with a gentle motion, sent the Wang family member crashing to the ground. Following this, a series of swift actions left a multitude of adversaries fallen before him. Now do you see? Do you still wish to continue? Zhen Hao declared. Wang Taijun, undeterred, shouted. Continue. Attack him. Kill him. Chapter 72. Qian Lulu takes action, the Wang family's downfall. With a thunderous crash, the individuals before them were sent flying. Zhen Hao lifted his head to glance at the remaining members, a trace of disdain evident in his eyes. You dare to make a move against me? I fear you are still in a state of slumber. Zhen Hao's words ignited a blaze of fury within the hearts of those present. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Zhen Hao. Observing this, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. What is it? You seem rather displeased. Of course we are displeased. Wang Taijun was the first to respond. As the head of the Wang family, how could he stand idly by while his family faced such ruin? With gritted teeth, Wang Taijun declared, Humph, do not think this will allow you to act with impunity. Why are you all standing there in shock? Hurry, attack. Upon hearing Wang Tiejuan's command, the others nodded emphatically. Such conduct was entirely customary for them. Thus, as Wang Taijun spoke, the members prepared to strike. Wang Taijun watched intently, resolutely proclaiming, even if it means sacrificing the Wang family today, I will ensure you do not leave here alive. With these words, a fierce expression darkened his features. For Wang Taijun, the course of action ahead has become unequivocally clear. Meanwhile, those around him, witnessing the unfolding events, contemplated their own interventions. At that precise moment, the previously sealed door swung open with a resounding bang. The bystanders were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? For reasons unknown, a sense of confusion enveloped the atmosphere. Observing this scene, Zhen Hao remained remarkably composed. Ah, you've arrived? I was just about to gain control here. Qian Lulu, accompanied by a group of officials, nodded in acknowledgement of Zhen Hao's demeanor. Yes, thank you for your efforts this time. Her words, laden with significance, left no doubt about the implications they carried. You brought the officials. Wang Taijun glared at Zhen Hao, seething with rage, wishing he could tear him apart. Given the entanglement of their affairs with the officials now involved, the situation had escalated beyond mere triviality. Yet, Zhen Hao appeared unfazed as he surveyed the scene. Haha, bringing in the officials doesn't seem so dire after all. Besides, Wang Taijun, do you truly believe your misdeeds could remain concealed? Indeed, the truth could no longer be obscured. Nevertheless, Wang Taijun refused to relent. Quick, everyone retreat. As long as we can escape smoothly, there is still a chance for me to rise again. As long as there are green mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as I am alive, I will always have the opportunity to confront Zhen Hao again. We must chase after them. What are you waiting for? Qian Lulu, perceiving the urgency, felt a surge of anxiety. This was not the outcome she desired. Thus, she became increasingly eager to resolve the situation. Captain, we would like to, but alas, we lack sufficient manpower, one of the officials beside her replied, his face etched with concern. Capturing the entire Wang family was no small feat. Qian Lulu's frustration mounted. Was she truly to abandon all her hard-won gains? The prospect of it all slipping away was intolerable. In contrast, Zhen Hao smiled knowingly. Wang Taijun, did you truly think I would come unprepared to deal with you? His words piqued the curiosity of those around them. What was transpiring? Confusion reigned in many hearts. Yet, Zhen Hao remained direct. You may come out now. As he spoke, a throng of individuals surged forth, swiftly encircling Wang Taijun, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In that moment, Wang Taijun realized he had fallen into a trap meticulously orchestrated by Zhen Hao from the very beginning. With the officials in front and Zhen Hao's men behind, he was utterly cornered. Enough of this. Let us give it our all. Everyone charge. With that, his companions nodded in agreement, having made their resolve. However, Wang Tiejuan's struggle was futile, and he was soon captured. As he stood before Zhen Hao, his eyes bloodshot with rage, Zhen Hao felt no sympathy. You need not look at me that way. Regardless, your demise is inevitable. Despite Zhen Hao's declaration, Wang Taijun refused to concede. At that moment, Qian Lulu extended her hand. Mr. Zhen, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I doubt I would have captured them. Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his calm. It's nothing, really, it was my duty. Should such matters arise again, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Qian Lulu nodded repeatedly, her cheeks flushed. It must be said, Zhen Hao was rather handsome. As she observed him, she couldn't help but feel an urge to act upon her feelings. It was best to leave before she overstepped. Meanwhile, with Wang Taijun and his associates taken away, the Wang family was effectively obliterated. Zhen Hao surveyed the scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. Everyone, the matter has been nearly resolved. The Wang family has been vanquished. Henceforth, this place belongs to us. His words ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Zhen Hao understood that it was time for him to return post-haste. Chapter 73. The Wang family no longer exists. Zhen Hao needed to visit the restaurant, Renjianiping, to assess the situation. Due to the circumstances surrounding Wang Xinhui, several renowned chefs had flocked to their establishment, alleviating some of the pressure on the restaurant. Brother, it's wonderful to see you back. How did it go? Are you all right? Su's heart brimmed with concern for Zhen Hao. What if something had gone amiss? How would she cope? However, upon hearing her voice, Zhen Hao appeared unruffled. I'm fine, you needn't worry. How could anything happen to me? He was not only unharmed but also brimming with vitality. Seeing him so well, Su finally felt a sense of relief. Initially, her intention was to become Zhen Hao's partner, thus sharing in his wealth. Yet, as time passed, her feelings for him deepened. Zhen Hao, for his part, remained composed. So, how is the business at Renjianiping? Having been away for some time, Zhen Hao was unaware of the restaurant's current status. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. Su smiled. Of course, it's thriving. Not only is business booming within the restaurant, but our takeaway service has also seen remarkable success. However, I can't shake the feeling that many have been watching us. I suspect there may be something amiss. Zhen Hao's brow furrowed slightly at her words. What do you mean? Is there truly such a situation? Contemplating this, he raised his gaze to the distance. Rest assured, the Wang family has been dealt with. Now, anyone who dares to challenge us must reckon with the consequences. As Zhen Hao's words hung in the air, those around him exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and intrigue. This matter indeed arrived with great unexpectedness. At this moment, Su nodded. I understand, young sir, you can rest assured. Leave it to me, there will be no issues whatsoever. After all, this was also Su's opportunity to prove herself. If she were to give up now, would she not be allowing Qin Shuang to seize this chance to drive her out? Regardless, I will not allow that woman to succeed. Su clenched her fists. Speaking resolutely, Zhen Hao did not need to ponder. He already knew who Su was referring to. However, since Su had spoken so confidently, Zhen Hao could only offer her a few words of encouragement. You must persevere. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su was so elated that she hardly knew what to say. The fact that Zhen Hao had spoken such words to her implied that he tacitly approved of her actions, which surely meant he held greater interest in her. The more she reflected on it, the more she felt this possibility was quite significant. Around Su, the other staff members began to flatter her. If this continues, won't Sister Su become the lady boss? Absolutely. I always believed Sister Su and the boss were a perfect match, and it seems I was right. I hope Sister Su excels. This way, we shall receive even more resources. Hearing their words, Su felt a surge of happiness. She waved her hand, addressing those around her. Thank you, everyone. You can rest assured that I will not neglect any of you. Su needed some supporters, so she could be humble in front of others, but not with her own employees. In the kitchen, Zhen Hao stood observing Chef Wang Xinhui skillfully orchestrating everything, while other chefs assisted nearby. Truly, he was a master chef. It was astonishing how formidable Chef Wang's skills were. This was undeniable. It was said that the boss's abilities were even more impressive, and Zhen Hao felt an eagerness to witness that firsthand. The chefs, with expressions of envy, spoke among themselves. Chef Wang Xinhui remained silent, swiftly maneuvering several pots before plating the dishes. Task accomplished. He felt a sense of fulfillment, believing his performance had been exceptional. At that moment, he glanced at Zhen Hao and was momentarily taken aback. The boss? Although Zhen Hao was slightly younger than Wang Xinhui, the latter recognized that Zhen Hao's prowess far surpassed his own. Thus, upon seeing Zhen Hao, Wang Xinhui held a profound admiration. He is the boss, and he appears so young. The surrounding individuals were visibly impressed by Zhen Hao. Just then, Zhen Hao offered a slight smile, saying, Chef Wang, if only your technique were a tad quicker, it would have been even better. Like this. As he spoke, he began to demonstrate. Wang Xinhui was momentarily stunned. Zhen Hao's speed had indeed been remarkable. Had it not been for Wang Xinhui's considerable skill, he might have struggled to discern how it was accomplished. However, the other chefs understood perfectly. Goodness, that is truly impressive. They concurred that such skill could hardly be honed without a decade of dedication. The boss is incredible. How old is he? 10 years of practice? That means he must have started honing his craft in middle school. Their astonishment was palpable. But Zhen Hao's demonstration had illuminated their understanding. They suddenly realized that everything could indeed be approached in such a manner. Understood, boss. Thank you. Wang Xinhui clasped his fists in gratitude as he spoke. Zhen Hao, however, remained composed. There is no need for such formality. Your improvement is also an asset to the company. Everyone, work hard, and I have decided to grant bonuses based on the company's profits moving forward. This declaration sent a wave of exhilaration through the other chefs. They felt invigorated by the prospect of increased earnings. They could foresee a future of wealth and prosperity. All right, you all must continue to strive. It is quite late. Please tidy up and return home to rest. Zhen Hao, too, needed to hurry back to sign in. Uncertain of what the following day would bring. Ideally, he would acquire a group of subordinates to alleviate his current pressures. Yet, he wondered if it would truly unfold as he envisioned. Chapter 74, 7th Day Sign-In, Master of the South Martial Sect. Upon awakening, Zhen Hao felt that everything seemed rather splendid. At this moment, all was exceedingly promising. As for Zhen Hao, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Wonderful. Is it time for the most exhilarating moment? He smiled faintly as he surveyed his surroundings. Other matters could wait for now. In this instant, Zhen Hao's heart had already begun to take shape. On the 7th day of sign-in, he obtained the identity of the master of the South Martial Sect. Upon receiving this notification, Zhen Hao rubbed his ears in disbelief. What was that? Master of the South Martial Sect? He scrutinized the information, eager to uncover more details. Soon, he discovered that the South Martial Sect, once a dominant force in the southern territories, possessed formidable strength, though it had since waned. Zhen Hao couldn't help but sigh at this realization. However, upon further examination, he noted that this was merely one aspect of a larger picture. In that moment, Zhen Hao felt a stirring within him. See, what did I say? Just yesterday, I wished for a group of subordinates, and now it seems they have arrived. His heart brimmed with anticipation regarding the South Martial Sect. Just as he contemplated this, his phone rang, startling him. What is this unfamiliar number? Hello, who is this? Zhen Hao answered the call, curious about the identity of the caller. On the other end, a voice continued. Hello, is this Mr. Zhen Hao? We would like to know your exact location. We need to discuss a few matters with you. Are these individuals from the South Martial Sect? Given their inquiry, Zhen Hao decided to be forthright. Yes, my current location is. He relayed his address and awaited their arrival. As he did so, a gentle smile graced his face. It seemed that his newfound subordinates were indeed quite impressive. At this moment, it is precisely the time for utilizing talent. And they have arrived. Now, I too can showcase my abilities, Zhen Hao declared, and shortly thereafter, he strode out confidently. However, as soon as Zhen Hao stepped outside, he was met with the sight of a large group of people standing before him. Upon seeing these individuals, Zhen Hao felt a flicker of confusion. Who are you? As his words hung in the air, one among the crowd pointed directly at Zhen Hao and proclaimed without hesitation, It's him. What are you all waiting for? Attack him. Everyone, bring him down. At this moment, Zhen Hao was utterly taken aback. What was that person saying? Did they truly intend to kill him? The revelation struck him with a sense of disbelief. Yet, as he observed the scene unfolding, a curious smile began to form on his face. So it was you who made that call earlier, he mused, finding humor in the situation. How amusing it was to have mistaken those individuals for allies, only to find himself ensnared by them. Nevertheless, this was hardly a matter of great concern. In fact, Zhen Hao's expression blossomed into a subtle smile. Well then, if you possess the capability, come at me, he challenged, though he remained perplexed as to why things had escalated to this point. Just as he was preparing to engage, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance, commanding, Stop. In an instant, A group of formidable men clad in black surged forward. The assailants, who had intended to strike Zhen Hao, froze in their tracks, bewildered by the sudden appearance of these 10 or more individuals. The leader of the newcomers quickly addressed Zhen Hao. "My lord, we apologize for our tardiness in coming to your aid. Please forgive us. Allow us to handle these ruffians." With that declaration, the black-clad warriors wasted no time and launched into action. Their speed and strength were remarkable. Within mere minutes, the situation had shifted dramatically. The would-be assailants who threatened Zhen Hao found themselves swiftly defeated, falling one after another. At this juncture, it was evident that their resistance had crumbled. The possibility of continuing their assault had diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Zhen Hao observed the unfolding events with an air of calm detachment. "I am now the leader of the Nanwu sect," he reminded himself, determined not to appear inexperienced. The more he contemplated the situation, the more intriguing it became. Yet, he also felt a surge of excitement bubbling within him. As he pondered further, Zhen Hao found himself increasingly perplexed by the origins of these attackers. Were they perhaps adversaries of the Nanwu sect who had learned of his identity and sought to conspire against him? If that were the case, did it mean he was suffering an unwarranted misfortune? While he ruminated on these thoughts, the battle concluded. The leader of the black-clad men approached Zhen Hao and clasped his fists in respect, saying, "My lord, the battle has been resolved." "Very well," Zhen Hao nodded, acknowledging their efforts. The leader then handed Zhen Hao a dossier. "My lord, we discovered that these 3 factions intended to harm you, which is why we rushed here to address the situation." As Zhen Hao perused the documents, a wave of indignation surged within him. "Aren't these the 3 families from the 3rd tier?" he thought, bewildered by their sudden involvement. "Why are their details appearing here?" His anger intensified as he realized he bore no grudge against them. Their current actions were utterly incomprehensible. He contemplated whether he should take action in response to this betrayal. Chapter 75. The 3 families joined forces against Zhen Hao. At this moment, within the luxurious confines of the Xinhe building, in a private room, a gathering of individuals was taking place. Among them, the most esteemed figures were the heads of the Chun, Li, and Zhao families. It was this trio that had devised the plan to target Zhen Hao. Suddenly, Chen Qiansong, the head of the Chen family, spoke up. "Everyone, there is no need to be so tense. Let us first consider how we will divide the spoils after we eliminate Zhen Hao." Upon hearing his words, the other 2 nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is no rush," they echoed. The matter at hand was not one to be overly distressed about. As the 3 discussed their strategy, they concluded that uniting their forces would be the most effective approach to challenge the 2nd tier. They believed that, should the situation proceed as planned, defeating Zhen Hao and seizing his enterprises would be a straightforward endeavor. However, just as they were engrossed in their deliberations, a figure rushed into the room, breathless and alarmed. "Bad news, a grave situation has arisen." The sudden exclamation left the trio momentarily stunned. What could possibly be so urgent? Chen Qiansong was about to inquire further when the newcomer blurted out, "Head, the operation has failed. Our forces have been completely annihilated." With that, the messenger collapsed to the ground. The surrounding individuals were left in disbelief. What did this signify? A failed mission? Complete annihilation? They could hardly fathom the implications, feeling as though they must have misheard. Just moments ago, they had been preparing to celebrate their victory with champagne after dispatching Zhen Hao. Yet now, the stark reality unfolded before them, revealing that events were spiraling in an entirely unwelcome direction. Faced with this dire predicament, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "Head, what should we do now?" one implored. "We have attacked Zhen Hao and failed. He will undoubtedly retaliate. Offending such a formidable individual means we could all face dire consequences." As the members of the assembly expressed their concerns, Chen Qiansong remained unfazed. "Enough. There is no need for such panic," he asserted. Chen Qiansong's words abruptly drew the attention of the excited crowd, who turned to face him in unison. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Why, in such a calm moment, could he utter such statements? Observing this, the onlookers were left pondering the underlying cause of it all. Yet here, Chen Qiansong, undeterred, continued to speak. "I fail to comprehend what you find so fearsome. Even if Zhen Hao is formidable, he is merely the leader of a singular faction. With the 3 of us united, should we truly fear him?" Once Chen Qiansong concluded this assertion, the surrounding individuals snapped back to reality. He was right. There was indeed a semblance of truth in his reasoning. However, due to their previous impatience, they had not contemplated this matter at all. Yet, upon further reflection, the disparity in strength was undeniably significant. Nevertheless, for the time being, they chose to set aside such thoughts. The more they pondered, the more Chen Qiansong instinctively surveyed his surroundings. This situation was, indeed, different from their initial expectations. But from this point onward, let us not dwell on other matters. Should Zhen Hao truly arrive, we shall confront him head-on. Upon hearing these words, The faces of the crowd were imbued with an indescribable emotion. In fact, this sentiment resonated with everyone present. They realized that perhaps they could first test the waters. Otherwise, lingering in this state would likely yield no favorable outcome. As Chun Qiansong surveyed the scene, those near him echoed, "If Zhen Hao truly arrives, we shall stand together against him." Indeed, how could so many of us cower before him? It was merely a matter of time. Just because he was capable now did not guarantee his continued prowess. The crowd continued to voice their thoughts, as the resolution of such matters remained paramount. Simply addressing these issues had already proven quite significant. After a moment's pause, Chun Qiansong resumed, "In that case, let us proceed with our arrangements." Zhen Hao glanced at those around him, inquiring with curiosity, "So, is everything prepared?" Upon hearing this, his companions nodded vigorously. How could they possibly overlook such a significant matter? Yet, in the current circumstances, how should they address this issue? This alone was no simple feat as he contemplated these aspects. Zhen Hao increasingly believed there was still a chance in this situation. "Rest assured, Sect Master, we have conducted a thorough investigation. At your command, we guarantee that those 3 individuals will not escape." Clearly, these individuals were playing a far grander game than Zhen Hao had anticipated. However, he understood that even if he eliminated the leaders of the 3 families, it would only incite greater fervor among their followers. Thus, Zhen Hao's demeanor remained remarkably composed, viewing the situation with an air of detachment. "Well, I believe we no longer have time to indulge in such considerations. I intend to deal with each of the 3 family heads individually." Zhen Hao's gaze shifted, assessing the situation ahead. He felt that discussing these problems further would be futile. Instead, it would be wiser to utilize this moment to resolve the issue at hand. With this thought in mind, a subtle smile graced Zhen Hao's face. "This is getting interesting. I suspect the 3 of them will be quite agitated upon seeing me." Chapter 76. Let the games begin. At this moment, within a private room of the Junlin Tower, the door suddenly swung open. The individuals inside the room turned their attention towards the entrance in unison. Given the circumstances, how could they be unaware of what was unfolding? As they beheld this scene, their expressions reflected a mixture of shock and disbelief. "What is it? Have you finished your discussions?" Zhen Hao strode in, addressing them directly. In response, those seated at the table found themselves at a loss for words. Chun Qiansong boldly inquired, "Who are you?" The others regarded him with an air of trepidation. As Zhen Hao advanced, a bemused smile played upon his lips. "Are you eager to know my identity? Very well, I shall reveal it to you. I am Zhen Hao." "What?" The moment Zhen Hao uttered these words, it was evident that the assembly before him was utterly taken aback. What was the meaning of this? The unexpected nature of the situation left everyone dumbfounded. However, Zhen Hao himself remained unfazed, not anticipating any repercussions from this revelation. After observing their reactions for a moment, he sensed their collective desire to tear him to shreds. In response, Zhen Hao tilted his head back and declared, "It's nothing much. I merely wish to inform you. If we are to play, let us play well." Upon hearing this, the anger of those around him ignited further. Setting aside other matters for the moment, they were left to ponder how to resolve this predicament. Clearly, these issues were far from trivial. The more they considered it, the more complex the situation appeared. "All right, let us not dwell on trivialities. I have noted this debt," Chun Qiansong remarked, his companions seething with rage. How dare he think himself so formidable? If he has the audacity, let him remain here and witness how we deal with him. Others echoed this sentiment, and with their words, Zhen Hao simply closed the door to the private room and departed. After all, Zhen Hao had merely come to deliver a message. He could easily have annihilated them all. Yet such an approach did not align with his usual methods. Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhen Hao resolved to postpone any drastic actions for the time being. However, as he pondered the situation, Zhen Hao instructed, "Follow me to a certain location." Given the need to prepare for their confrontation with the 3 families, Zhen Hao understood the importance of organizing everything accordingly. And in a private room like this, beside Chun Qiansong, the others were inwardly growing anxious. In fact, they did not really know how to deal with the situation that was unfolding. Yet the more it was like this, the more Chun Qiansong, upon seeing it, did not forget to speak up directly. "All right, for now, let us not talk about other things too much," Chun Qiansong said. "But next, I think the most important thing is still to wait." After Chun Qiansong finished speaking, the others were somewhat surprised. At this point, how long did they still need to wait? But Chun Qiansong said bluntly, "Do you think that since that kid dared to come here so openly, he came without any preparation? Maybe just now, the moment that thought crossed our minds, we'd all be finished." When Chun Qiansong finished speaking, it was clear that the people around him had never thought of this point at all. However, because of this, the people present gradually understood. "So that is how it is. In that case, we completely understand now." "Exactly. Anyway, the 3 of our families will go back and discuss it carefully. When the time comes, dealing with Zhen Hao wouldn't be a problem at all. But since Zhen Hao had already shown up, it also meant that he was making preparations as well. Seeing this, the people around them could not help but say so. After all, when things were laid out in the open like this, that was indeed the case. As for how exactly these matters should be resolved, they were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Observing all this, Chen Qiansong was full of confidence. If it turns into a war of attrition, how much can Zhen Hao really have on hand? Could he really be our match? After Chen Qiansong said this, the others thought the same way. As for Zhen Hao, he was currently feeling quite troubled. Sigh, you see, we've already seized the right timing, location, and people. Those three families must be crazy to still want to fight us. Zhen Hao truly felt that his subordinates were brimming with talent. Moreover, at the most critical moments, Zhen Hao had also received strong support from those around him. He could really feel that right now, there was no one like him. If those three families really wanted to make a move, then let them come. Anyway, Zhen Hao was not worried at all. No, actually for now, we can still wait a bit longer. As Zhen Hao looked into the distance, he did not forget to say this. And as he did so, while observing what lay ahead, Zhen Hao slightly raised his eyebrows. But speaking of it, in the end, I'm still lacking talent on hand. If there were talented people, then this matter would become much easier. Seeing this, how could Zhen Hao not understand what needed to be done deep down? As he looked at everything before him, a faint smile appeared on Zhen Hao's face. He subconsciously looked ahead, and the more he thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. Little by little, as it unfolded before his eyes, the more Zhen Hao thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was quite good. Just as he was pondering, suddenly, from not far away, a voice came through. I really studied business administration, and my grades were very good. Why are you still unwilling to hire me? Hearing this, Zhen Hao's eyes lit up. Not only a beauty, but also highly capable. Zhen Hao really liked women like this. Chapter 77. Helping a beauty out. Zhen Hao's plan of beauty. All by yourself? How can that be? Why don't we brothers keep you company for a while? At this moment, several burly men suddenly appeared beside Li Shishir. After the men spoke, Li Shishir looked at them, her face filled with displeasure. Hurry up and get lost. I don't have time to play around with you. When Li Shishir said this, the men in front of her found it increasingly amusing. Oh my. A beauty like this, I really like her. Yeah, you look bored anyway. Playing around a bit won't hurt. Why bother saying so much to her? I think we should just do something first. At this moment, as those men spoke one after another, Li Shishir felt extremely anxious, wondering what she should do next. But just then, from not far away, a voice suddenly rang out. Go, teach these people a hard lesson for me. As soon as these words were spoken, the men around them charged forward all at once. Li Shishir had been thinking about how to escape, but now she saw this scene instead. At this point, even Li Shishir was extremely shocked by what she saw. However, when she saw the suddenly appearing Zhen Hao, her face showed an indescribable excitement. After all, judging from the current situation, this turn of events was truly unexpected. Looking at this, Li Shishir turned her gaze toward Zhen Hao. This guy he is really handsome. Zhen Hao had no idea what Li Shishir was thinking. He asked with concern, are you alright? Actually, Zhen Hao had not done this deliberately. Helping a beauty out was, in fact, also part of his plan. In addition, Zhen Hao had heard this beauty talking about her situation earlier, so he was simply planning to give it a try. I'm fine. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done. When Li Shishir said this, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, Zhen Hao did not feel there was any problem at all. It's nothing, just a small favor. I see you seem to be looking for a job. Not seem to be. I really am. Zhen Hao had seen the earlier scene very clearly, which was why he said that. As his words fell, Li Shishir, standing before him, did not forget to say to Zhen Hao, yes, I just went for an interview, but they didn't want me. Li Shishir's resume was actually very impressive. The main reason she had failed to get hired was related to her background. Of course, she did not tell Zhen Hao about this, and Zhen Hao did not intend to dwell on these details either. As he considered this, he took another look. Not bad. Your resume is excellent. If you don't mind, would you be willing to come work at my company? After Zhen Hao said this, Li Shishir was very surprised. Your company? In fact, Li Shishir was already somewhat tempted. After all, she had studied business administration, and she herself already had some management experience. So naturally, she still hoped to put her abilities to good use. At the very least, for Li Shishir, this would actually be a good thing. Indeed. Shall I take you to my company? Zhen Hao proposed, to which Li Shishir nodded eagerly. After all, Zhen Hao had just come to her rescue. Consequently, Li Shishir now harbored an inexplicable sense of trust towards him. On the other hand, Zhen Hao himself was blissfully unaware that this situation could pose any problems. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he felt a growing excitement about the unfolding events. With a sweep of his gaze, he gestured for an arrangement to be made. This is my company. Since it has just opened, some aspects are still being prepared, but please feel free to look around, Zhen Hao said, waving his hand dismissively towards Li Shishir. As for Li Shishir, Her heart brimmed with satisfaction despite the unfinished state of many things. The mere thought of the completed vision for this place filled her mind with delightful imagery. Reflecting on the prospects, it seemed undeniably promising. Gradually, as she absorbed her surroundings, Zhen Hao found himself increasingly intrigued. While taking in the view, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon and remarked, "What do you think? If you find it agreeable, we can discuss your remuneration." Upon hearing this, Li Shishir contemplated the matter internally. After all, this opportunity appeared quite favorable. In fact, she shared the same sentiment. As she observed her surroundings, she pondered, "Well, since my father disapproves of me working, perhaps he is genuinely concerned. However, the environment and benefits here are exceptional, and remaining in such a place would not be a bad choice." To Li Shishir, this seemed to evoke a remarkably positive impression. "I'm willing to offer you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, complete with 5 insurances and a housing fund. Your responsibilities will include," Zhen Hao articulated, prompting Li Shishir to look at him with a dazed expression. "Wait, did you just say 30,000 yuan a month?" she thought, incredulously. This was indeed a rather unexpected proposal. As Zhen Hao reflected on this, he sensed that he might have been a bit too hasty. Wasn't 5,000 yuan sufficient? Li Shishir, being earnest, wished for a modest offer, fearing that accepting too much would leave her feeling indebted. Zhen Hao blinked in surprise. "Is 30,000 yuan a month for a general manager too much? In fact, I believe it to be rather modest." Li Shishir, astonished, responded, "Isn't that excessive? You want me to be a general manager? Yet, I have no experience." She resolved to be forthright with Zhen Hao. However, he waved her concerns away. "It's perfectly fine. What I require is your fresh perspective, untainted by experience." Chapter 78. What's wrong? If you need assistance, I'm here to help. Hello. I'm quite busy at the moment. I'll call you back later. Li Shishir was thoroughly pleased with her new job. Therefore, when she heard a voice on the other end of the line, her instinct was to decisively decline. Zhen Hao, however, noticed her distress. "What's the matter? Is something troubling you? Please, don't hesitate to share. I'm here to assist." Upon hearing Zhen Hao's words, Li Shishir felt a flush of gratitude rise to her cheeks. Looking at him, she expressed, "Boss, I truly appreciate your kindness." Yet, she hesitated, contemplating whether or not to divulge her personal issues to Zhen Hao. After all, these matters were fundamentally her own. If she were to disclose everything, it might not be appropriate. She was still mulling over how to proceed when Zhen Hao interjected, "Just call me Zhen Hao. If there's anything on your mind, feel free to share. There's no need for formality." Li Shishir nodded earnestly, sensing that perhaps only Zhen Hao could help her navigate the situation. "Well, my family has arranged a marriage for me, but I'm not fond of the person." As Li Shishir uttered these words, Zhen Hao nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. So that's what's troubling you." A gentle smile spread across Zhen Hao's face. "No worries, just tell me where he is. I'll take you to confront him and clearly express that you are not compatible." This declaration made Li Shishir's heart flutter with apprehension. "But is that really okay?" she queried, uncertain about the implications of such an action. Noticing her hesitation, Zhen Hao lifted his gaze and reassured her, "There's nothing to worry about. Just guide me to him." He chuckled, "With my current standing, who could possibly pose a challenge?" However, he was mindful of the presence of Nan Wuzong's entourage and realized he needed to dismiss them first. "How about this? You all stay here for now. And if anything arises, I will contact you," Zhen Hao instructed, sensing the guard's concern. "But, master," one of the guards began, but Zhen Hao waved his hand dismissively. Fully aware of their worries, given his status, he understood that it was crucial for him to remain unharmed, hence the need for their protection. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. You need not accompany me. Besides, who could rival my capabilities?" Zhen Hao smiled, demonstrating confidence in his abilities. Although the guards felt a twinge of unease, they recognized Zhen Hao's prowess and concluded that there was little cause for alarm. "Even so, master, exercise caution," they advised. With that, Zhen Hao departed in his Koenigsegg, savoring the thrill of the moment. As he drove, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, maintaining a composed demeanor. "For now, let us refrain from overthinking things. I have this matter well in hand," he concluded, while Li Shishir pointed towards him, clearly impressed. "I am quite curious as to why they refer to you as the sovereign." Regarding this matter, Zhen Hao was uncertain about how to convey the truth to Li Shishir. Should he really disclose to her that he had acquired a sign-in system, which bestowed upon him the title of the sovereign of Nan Wuzong? Perhaps it would be best to keep such matters to himself for the time being, as Zhen Hao felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. "In truth, this title is merely an appellation used by my employer, and I believe that referring to oneself as sovereign carries a more imposing resonance." After Zhen Hao articulated this, Li Shishir smiled in silence. As they sped along, they soon arrived at their designated location, which turned out to be a hot pot restaurant. Upon seeing this, Zhen Hao couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Could this truly be the place? Everything about it felt somewhat peculiar. However, while he was still ruminating on this, they found themselves at a table where a young man in his 20s was seated, engaged in casual conversation with a few companions. Observing this scene, they all seemed to regard the newcomers with curiosity. Ma Yang turned to Li Shishir and exclaimed, "My dear, what brings you here?" He was acutely aware that he was about to marry Li Shishir, a prospect that filled him with excitement. After all, having such a beautiful partner was a source of great pride. However, Ma Yang's thoughts did not necessarily reflect Li Shishir's sentiments. "Ma Yang," Li Shishir began. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhen Hao interjected. "Allow me to take the reins in this matter. You are Ma Yang, correct? I must inform you that she is now my woman." Zhen Hao's declaration left Ma Yang momentarily taken aback, as the gravity of the situation was quite astonishing. As for Zhen Hao, he remained unfazed. Ma Yang regarded Zhen Hao with a sudden laugh. "Huh? Are you jesting with me, boy? This is hardly amusing." Following his words, Ma Yang's companions rose and swiftly encircled Zhen Hao. The latter couldn't help but find the entire scenario increasingly humorous. In response to Ma Yang's challenge, he retorted coldly, "If you possess the courage, repeat what you just said." Zhen Hao, however, found the situation utterly absurd. "You may ask me to repeat it as many times as you wish, but why should I heed your command? Besides, she is my woman, not a trophy to flaunt." Chapter 79. I am awaiting your presence at any time. "Humph, boy, you are courting death," Ma Yang bellowed, his companions charging at Zhen Hao. Li Shishir, concerned, whispered, "What should we do now?" Yet Zhen Hao simply waved his hand dismissively. He felt no compunction about the unfolding events. Casting a glance at the scene before him, he coolly stated, "This is a matter between men. Let us resolve it in a manner befitting men." Immediately, Zhen Hao took action, delivering a powerful punch to one of Ma Yang's associates, who had yet to fully comprehend the situation. The man was sent sprawling backward with a resounding thud. In the blink of an eye, Ma Yang's companions had all been subdued. Seeing this, Ma Yang's brow furrowed slightly. "Boy, it seems you are simply intent on seeking your own demise." As Ma Yang uttered these words, he abruptly raised his gaze to Zhen Hao. This incident, in his eyes, warranted a thorough reckoning. However, in the next moment, Zhen Hao pressed Ma Yang's face down to the ground with one hand, saying, "What did you just say? Who is courting death?" Zhen Hao's demeanor was decidedly menacing, leaving even Ma Yang feeling caught off guard. Standing there, Zhen Hao remained icy. Slowly, he looked at Ma Yang and declared, "Let me make it clear, Li Shishir is now my woman. If you dare to pursue her further, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he dismissed Ma Yang. Fear gripped Ma Yang's heart, as the turn of events had been overwhelmingly sudden. Even he could hardly fathom how such circumstances had unfolded. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "You will regret this. Boy, I will not let this matter rest." "Very well. I await your next move at any time," Zhen Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively at Ma Yang. What a farce. Did he truly believe this situation would intimidate Zhen Hao? Such a notion was utterly unfounded. For Zhen Hao, none of this seemed particularly troublesome. At that moment, he turned to Li Shishir and inquired, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Li Shishir snapped back to reality and gently shook her head. "No, I am fine," she replied, uncertain of what to say in this moment. Yet, despite her confusion, as she gazed at Zhen Hao, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. In truth, even Li Shishir herself was unsure why she felt this way. However, she was aware that returning home would require some explanation. "That's a relief. Please do not worry. If that scoundrel dares to threaten you again, you must inform me," Zhen Hao urged, and Li Shishir nodded earnestly. At that moment, she too felt uncertain about what actions to take. She even questioned whether her current stance was right or wrong. Yet, amidst the turmoil, she sensed that Zhen Hao was indeed correct and had already mentally prepared for the worst outcome. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, the head of the family, Li Duowei, struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation upon learning of these developments. "What do you mean? How could it have come to this?" he uttered, bewildered as he surveyed those around him, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. Beside him, his subordinates, visibly anxious, queried, "What should we do now, master?" Li Duowei, feeling equally distressed, gestured dismissively, aware of the complexity of the situation. "This girl has jeopardized our alliance with the Ma family. Have you managed to ascertain who that boy is?" Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads. The events had unfolded too rapidly, leaving them with scant time to gather information. Consequently, they were left in the dark, entirely unaware of the circumstances. In this moment, Li Duowei gazed ahead, unable to suppress his words any longer. "Given the circumstances, shouldn't you all expedite your investigation into this matter? I must ascertain who dares to perpetrate such an act against the Li family." As Li Duowei's words echoed in the air, those surrounding him nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, master, we will leave no stone unturned." Indeed, this was undoubtedly a premeditated act. However, the question loomed, why target us? This needed clarification. The others around him continued to express their thoughts, clearly resonating with Li Dawei's sentiments. Yet, at this moment, Li Dawei felt an undeniable surge of eagerness. Nevertheless, other matters could wait. It was time to bring certain issues to a conclusion. As he lifted his gaze to survey the scene before him, Li Dawei's heart raced with anticipation. After all, such an audacious act could not have been orchestrated by just anyone. The first or even second tier would not resort to such tactics. Do you think this could be the work of other families within the third tier? Li Dawei mused aloud, to which the others shook their heads in uncertainty. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. If anyone were capable of such a deed, it would undoubtedly be Zhen Hao. Thus, instinctively, Li Dawei uttered, "Zhen Hao. If it were indeed him, what do you think would happen?" The shock among his companions was palpable. Was there truly such a possibility? Caution was certainly warranted. Li Dawei cast another glance around and reiterated, "Let us not discuss other matters for now. However, concerning this issue, you must all investigate thoroughly." Upon hearing this, those nearby turned to Li Dawei and nodded in unison. "Master, please instruct us on how to proceed." As they spoke, an impeccable plan began to form in Li Dawei's mind. "Gather around. I have a strategy to share with you." Upon hearing this, his companions nodded eagerly. "Indeed, Master, your tactics are truly remarkable." Chapter 80. Master, there are new developments. Zhen Hao, unaware of the unfolding events, returned after handling his affairs. Upon encountering the members of the Nanwu sect, he was momentarily puzzled. "What is it that you all are staring at?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the onlookers turned their gazes toward him in unison. One of the bodyguards from the Nanwu sect bowed respectfully and addressed Zhen Hao. "Master, we have made a discovery and wish to report it to you." Observing their demeanor, Zhen Hao waved his hand. "Very well, let us adjourn to the conference room. It is relatively quieter there, making our discussions more convenient." Thus, Zhen Hao led them to the conference room. "Now, please proceed with your report." He gestured for them to speak freely. Before long, one of the bodyguards stepped forward and declared, "Master, we have new findings. Our previous investigations revealed that individuals from the Li family are scrutinizing your enterprises, and we suspect they may pose a threat to you." "What? Such a situation exists?" Zhen Hao felt a twinge of surprise. Gradually, as he processed the information, Zhen Hao furrowed his brow. "It appears the Li family is eager to take action against us. In that case, perhaps we should strike first?" His gaze fell contemplatively as he murmured to himself. The others exchanged curious glances, pondering their next course of action. However, Zhen Hao had yet to reach a firm decision. There were still many matters to consider, yet he stated, "Never mind. Let us inform Qian Lulu. I believe she may offer valuable assistance in this situation." Upon hearing this, his companions nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, we can certainly proceed." Yet, one of them voiced a concern. "But Master, what should we do next?" Zhen Hao promptly retrieved his phone and called Qian Lulu, relaying the situation to her. Qian Lulu responded with utmost seriousness, "Rest assured. Ensuring the safety of the people's assets is our responsibility. Moreover, you are a heroic figure who stands for justice." Her righteous words touched Zhen Hao deeply. "This is excellent. Since Qian Lulu has expressed her commitment, the path ahead becomes much clearer. Let us disseminate the news that I will soon release a shipment of goods valued at several billion. Let everyone prepare accordingly." As Zhen Hao concluded his statement, the others exchanged glances, uncertain. Is it truly feasible to proceed in this manner? They pondered. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed a reasonable approach. "Very well. If that is the case, we can commence at any time." As Zhen Hao articulated this, his companions looked at one another, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, within the Li family, Li Dawei appeared somewhat taken aback upon learning of the situation. "What? Goods valued at several billion? Are you certain you have verified this information?" He speculated that it might merely be a smokescreen. In reality, there may not be such a significant quantity. At that moment, one of his subordinates nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. We have conducted multiple inquiries." As he spoke, others began to voice differing opinions. "No, it's not billions, but rather hundreds of billions." "Hundreds of billions? Why not thousands of billions?" Li Dawei felt a sense of unease creeping in. The conversation grew increasingly animated among them. Observing this, Li Dawei wore a self-satisfied expression. Regardless of the circumstances, at least for the moment, this situation was still viable. Thus, as he contemplated, a surge of excitement welled within him. "Excellent. Given this development, we can indeed proceed. Let us set aside other matters for now and prepare ourselves accordingly." As Li Dawei spoke, his growing confidence suggested that this was indeed an opportunity worth pursuing. After all, Zhen Hao seemed poised to take a gamble. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. If he did not act, what else could he hope to achieve? Li Dawei's sense of triumph swelled as he recognized the potential this situation held. As the situation unfolds, Li Dawei contemplates the course of action he must take. His aspirations extend beyond merely dealing with Zhen Hao. He envisions that once Zhen Hao is eliminated, The stature of the Li family will ascend to the pinnacle of the third tier, and perhaps even breach into the second tier, a feat not entirely beyond reach. For now, the outcome remains uncertain, and he can only await developments with bated breath. Upon reaching this realization, a surge of exhilaration courses through Li Dawei. Meanwhile, his subordinates approach with a report. Master, we have scrutinized the surveillance footage from the hot pot restaurant, and it is indeed Zhen Hao who appears in it. Li Dawei is taken aback by this revelation. Yet, the more he learns, the sharper the glint in his eyes becomes. Setting aside other considerations for the moment, he ponders the optimal strategy for addressing this matter. It is imperative to pursue this issue with unwavering diligence. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a sense of pride wells within him. Excellent, Zhen Hao. This time, I doubt you will have much to say in your defense. Nevertheless, he muses that these concerns are of little consequence. At that precise moment, his phone rings. Answering it, he is met with a voice on the other end. Hello, Master. Zhen Hao has commenced his actions. This revelation nearly propels Li Dawei from his seat in astonishment. What? He has finally made his move? A sense of determination ignites within him. Very well, then. I shall not be remiss in my response. Assemble the personnel. At all costs, we must eliminate Zhen Hao. He grits his teeth as he declares this. Around him, his associates nod in agreement. This endeavor is indeed worthwhile. Once Zhen Hao is dispatched, all that they desire will be within their grasp. Such an extraordinary opportunity. How could they possibly let it slip away?